It's FX on the beat. It's FX on the beat.
It's not getting younger, is it? Kids, do you want your resident sleeper story? Wonderful. Let me see. What do we have this time around? The story of German VALORANT. Yes, often people think it is gone and disappeared, but it still exists. Yes, in 2022, we had our uprise. Big made it from stage 1 on. It looked so good. They were, a star-studded roster with the likes of Gobi, who was leading a team with experience so absolutely amazing and not to be found again in this beautiful country. Later on, we even saw an addition from Germany again. Focus Clan made their way into VCT for another stage and bringing the likes of young guns who can strike, like Bucher, a young man who is eager but knows what he does. German VALORANT was on the rise, bringing us the biggest and best moments we ever had. It was a time that I could always remember. It was so beautiful watching them.
How many teams from Germany are in VCT? Isn't Focus in Polaris now?
I was offering a good night story, but I hope you have nightmares from this. I'm done. I'm upset. This should have not happened. Warum erzähle ich so eine Geschichte überhaupt?
To the challenge, ascending to claim their place amongst the elite. The journey to VCT EMEA has begun.
Welcome to the second day of VCT Ascension EMEA, where teams are still fighting tooth and nail to top their groups and make it to the promised land. Some might be an uphill battlers, others are kind of like cruising through. I'm Jeannie, your host for today, joined on the desk by Zesh and Tux all the way from MENA. You're here again, so welcome. Lovely to have you.
Thank you, thank you. Maybe Falcons didn't have the best performance
You're
today,
still
so I'm hoping CGN can come up with the good results today as well.
I don't need to hope. I know.
Yeah.
I absolutely know. They will.
Yeah, sure. I mean, they struggled yesterday.
No,
against
lie.
Fire.
Dude, the comeback.
Lie.
How can you lose 7 rounds or 6 rounds?
They have it contractually. They have to play as many rounds as possible for sponsor obligations.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, that
It's
makes
calculated.
sense. Like,
Easy.
I smell a lot of copium in this room. Anyways, so yesterday we asked you guys to contribute to the bingo that we're going to be running on this broadcast by tweeting at us and giving us a word to include. You guys actually listened. I am genuinely surprised that that's the case, but throughout the broadcast, we're going to have a total of 9 words that we're going to be including into our analysts, into our casting, and we're going to try and make it as inclusive as possible. Drum roll, please, for the social media word suggestion revelation thingy. Do we have that? No, we don't have drum roll. Can you guys pretend to do a drum roll? Like, thank you. So for the social media suggestion, it was...
Psych.
Oh, there we go. It was rondasa. I'm assuming that's how you pronounce it. So you just have to shout it, and that's it. And you get what it means. Do you get what it means, Vincent?
No.
No. Okay. It means it's a great play and being clutch, and it's proven in Mats' gold games that it turns the game around when shouted. So there we go.
It's basically in your elo, right?
Absolutely. Where you still get pumped. Anyway.
Oh my god.
Looking at the bingo card, just to give you guys a little bit more of an example of what we're looking for and how we're going to try to implement it, we have arroser les murs, which means to water the walls, which you wouldn't really do. But basically, as an example, Vincent arrose les murs, which means that Vincent is watering the walls, which is basically whipping shots, and that does very much explain the average experience playing ranked with Mr. Zesh over here. So the thing is, I want you guys to really look at that bingo card that we have. We have it printed out. Feel free to bring it up, show it off. You gotta choose a word, all right, that you are feeling comfortable with. You cannot use ibla because you are
Arabic
from MENA.
already.
So if you use ibla, it's like cheating. You can also not use rasas because it's also Arabic. But yeah, you cannot use the German ones. That's pretty. I'm not even gonna try and pronounce that.
Fuselig. It's fuselig.
Thanks.
So eine
bro.
Krawatte. Yeah, sorry, go on.
Great. Calm down. This is an English broadcast, all right?
My bad, sorry guys.
What I want you guys to do is to pick a word specifically that you want to include from this little bingo card over here and try and implement it on our desk, okay? You guys...
Can I go first?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
I'll pick rondasha
Okay.
or rondasa.
Rondasa, please
Depend.
do let us know if we're pronouncing it correctly.
Yes,
We're
please.
Not, we're sorry.
Twitch chat, help.
Help. You're asking chat for help. Woo! That's gotta go
Help
great.
me chat.
And you're...
Per I miei ragazzi italiano, prendo bello 6, saffe.
You speak like 1.5 language. Relax. There we go. That is your word. Explain.
Well, safe is used just like the English word. Bello reinforces safe in a manner similar to safe and sound. In Valorant, you'd say it when someone wins easily, sitting back as a sentinel, for example. Alternatively, it could be used sarcastically or hyperbolically if someone is running it down.
I bet you hear that a lot in your games.
Well, it means that it's safe and sound. It means that I'm
Running
doing
it
perfectly
down.
fine.
All right. Yesterday, however, we had 4 games in total, and you must be wondering, wow, that's a lot of action. It is indeed, but it does mean that only 8 out of 10 teams have played. Let's have a look exactly at what happened here on today's stream, starting off with Ascend against Digital Athletics. We had high expectations for Ascend, but that did not really show yesterday.
Yeah, I don't think that's the Ascend we were waiting for, ranking them up high like an A-tier team coming into this competition. But I really liked how the Digital Athletics actually approached the game plan. They stood their ground. They actually proved us very wrong when we talked about their individual skills and relying on this rushing ability they have. But coming into this, I think Ascend learned something yesterday.
Learning something is a very good point. I think that split we've seen before, that was very clearly decided by Ascend. Digital Athletics just has a hard time playing defense most of the time, because we have not witnessed that on Ascend as we're seeing right here. It was one of the weirdest games I've ever seen, period. How Ascend won this, I don't have any idea. It honestly felt like a coin flip, and it just landed on the side of Ascend at the end of the day. It was not the showing we would have expected, I agree. But, I mean, something similar could be said here.
Yeah, Gentlemaid's up against Falcons. Falcons, I'm really sorry, Tux. I know we had to perform some CPR. We had the ambulance ready. It was rough to watch.
I'm glad it was there because, to be honest, this is not the Falcons I've been watching in Grand Finals in MENA versus Rad. And to be fair, like, only one player has been showing out of the 5 members in Falcons, and it was only Mo. I'm so happy that such a controller is coming out of MENA in that performance, keeping it, you know, hyperactive, let's say. But mates
Yeah.
really actually showed how disciplined they are. like very low mistakes, and this is Valorant. Less mistakes, you win.
Yeah, very good point. I mean, I personally would have believed we could have went on map number 3 if Falcons would have waken up a lot earlier on some of those maps.
Okay.
You know, the way they were down 0-7, 0-9, it looked miserable for the most time, but they made the best out of it. This is something you have to respect. Falcons, for me personally, Tux, I would have said, okay, they're not winning anything here. But I will actually say they played significantly better than I've expected.
Yeah, and that was us here on the A stream. There was action on the B stream as well. We had Apex up against Kase and CGN battling it out tooth and nail against Desire. We have our lovely casters, Des and Tim, or Des and Ace, however you want to say it. Hey Ace, how you doing? I like the glasses.
Thank you.
Looking very
I
sporty.
always have them.
Yeah, it's not like this is the first time he's wore glasses, Ginny.
I'm glad that you pay attention, though,
I didn't see you wear them in the green
Ginny.
room, okay?
I like your shoes, Ginny.
The ones that are about
It's
40
going the wrong
centimeters
direction.
high.
This is not good.
Okay, give us a little bit of a rundown yesterday. I know you guys casted CGN, Desire, but did that game live up to your expectations?
Yeah, I mean, that game did. I mean, obviously, there's 2 games that we can run through here as well. The first one that we saw kicking off over on the B stream with the Brits. There was us, there was Munch, there was Lyric, all kinds of good stuff going down. And it was plenty of fun. I think coming into it, many were looking at Apex, Tim, and we were all thinking, these guys are likely winners. Everyone's putting them up there as number 1, and really, against Kase yesterday, they showed why.
Yeah, I think, you know, they were clinical in a lot of ways. They were able to really shut Kase down, keep control of the game. But, you know, we've got to say, they did let them back into things a little bit on Haven. So, you know, they're showing there that there is the possibility to come back at them. But ultimately, a very similar story to the game that we cashed. You know, it was a close first map, and then they ran away with it in the second.
Yeah, it's so hard to shut them down as well, because as we know, this team is just full of experience. 3 of the players being on Fnatic previously. We had Keiko's come in as one of the new players, absolutely shining yesterday as well. And on the other side, really, it was only Kilos who seemed to match up to him in any way, shape or form. But when you've got 5 players all at their best, it's a real hard ask for anyone to shut them down. Fracture, when we got there, I think ended 13-3 as well. It was even more dominant. But Tim, this is the game that we had a good cast of, and I'm sure Zesh was delighted at the outcome of this game. It was CGN coming out on top against Desire.
Yeah, it was, and I mean, this one is, it's true of the first game as well, a perfect opportunity to mention the Killjoy player that we saw on the B stream across both of them.
Azuri's captured my heart.
Oh, Azuri. But we saw it from Tag as well. Tag deserves a mention on that front, particularly in that second match. You know, the Killjoy player was just so crucial a lot of the time, holding down those flanks,
Azuri,
doing that
my
sort
God.
of, you know, out of the spotlight work, but it was really paying off. But particularly on that second game, we had
so
Benny.
good.
Benny just really came out of his shell in that second.
Quite literally as well, playing the Raze, yeah. But this first match, actually, when we were on Fracture, he was playing on the Sage, and then stepped across in the second map to playing on the Raze, and that was when he really came to life. 25 and 10, I think he ended on our second map, was absolutely unbelievable. And it's not at all to say that Desire didn't show some form of promise. I just feel when it really came down to when it mattered, all we saw coming out of CGM was pace. They had confidence, they had the ability to slow Desire down. Those things weren't really present in the Italian side's play, though.
No, exactly. I think we've just seen a big 3K from Vince as well. Vince, worth a shout, had a couple of big moments. There's the clutch that I'm remembering particularly. You know, a real nice 1v2 coming out of the smoke, did a fantastic job. But overall, in that second map, I think CGN showing us a lot more of what they wanted to. But for me, there's still some questions there with them overall. I think they have to have those big players showing up. Without them putting big numbers in, it makes me wonder how they'll do.
Yeah, and I mean, Element was a big name that everyone's been speaking about. You know, CGN last year finishing 6 to 8. They pick up Element at the start of this year. They absolutely fly, and you saw why yesterday. Him picking Reina in itself felt like a bit of a whoa moment, but Double Duelist did them so well. But I'm with you. Kind of our main summary there, Ginny, really for CGN is what's going to happen when they come up against a bigger team. And today they face off against Ascend. I can't wait to see how that one goes down.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot on the line for CGN. They have a lot to prove, but Ascend also looking a little shaky, so I guess it just matters of who had most rest. Thank you guys so much for that breakdown. Very insightful. And with that as well, it leads us into the standings because yes, CGN did win their game, which means they get 1 point in their group. They're topping it at the moment alongside Ascend. Saw yet to play. We're going to see them play today. Desire and Digital Athletics, they're already at the bottom of their groups alongside Falcons and Kase. But winning these these games early on is so crucial.
Yeah, to be fair, like if we are watching the top two teams in Group A as we expected, Ascend and CGN leading the way. We know that So and Desire were ranked by us in the C tier. So Desire actually exceeded our expectations, actually showed their impact versus CGN yesterday. Digital Athletics as well with their playstyle, adapting to how Ascend is playing actually in their games. So that's very good, even though we didn't see the best out of Ascend yet.
Yeah, and I think to just summarize that, I think Group A, there's hardly anything going to change on the top two end. Group B, everything's possible to me. Falcons was not absolutely weak and can be farmed by everyone. Cassia on paper is still a strong team. We don't know what Focus will do today. Those are a lot of aspects where I'm sure Apex is going to come out on top, but who's going to take the second slot? Group B is not determined for me.
All right, so it's all up for the taking, but as you said it yourself, we haven't actually seen Focus yesterday, so today we'll be looking at them. They're going to be on the B stream, so let's have a look at the schedule specifically, because we are going to be starting off with CGN up against Ascend. I know this is going to be Vincent's favorite. We then have Digital Athletics against SAW, where we're going to be SAW playing for the first time as well. But if you're more of a Gentlemates Kase Esports fan, or you're looking to see Apex against, this is going to be Focus, then make sure that you check that out on the B stream. Just a reminder, it's Apex against Focus, not Falcons. They're not playing today. That's on the B stream. I mean, we got some pretty stacked games happening today across both streams.
I'm watching A anyway.
Yeah, wow.
welcome back, everybody, to VCT EMEA Ascension. My name is Munchables. I'm joined by Lyric. And Lyric, we are started off with an absolute doozy today, aren't we? You really couldn't ask for more of a European bout than France versus Spain. You just know it's always going to be good.
Yeah, gonna be a banger. I mean, overall, right, I feel like Group B just looking solid. We've heard the pre-show talk about it both yesterday and today. I mean, hell, yesterday it was like, hey, this is the group with a lot of the big Goliaths going head-to-head. And today it's who knows what could happen, right, after some of the results that we had. But coming in, Kase, Gentlemates online. I think it's going to be a fun one.
I think it's definitely going to be a fun one. There's no two ways about that. Let's look at our rosters here as Gentlemates stepping up for the second time after a dominant win yesterday.
Yeah, and you know, when you think about this Gentlemates rosters, definitely Takas being the first person who comes to mind. Very explosive, looking incredibly good. But even Baez, in that IGL role, he was someone who impressed me quite a bit yesterday. And overall, this is a roster that has had so many players, you know, be at or around that tier 1 level for so long now.
Yeah, on the other side as well, up against Kase, who we cast yesterday on the B stream. And on that second roster, on the Kase roster, I'm definitely looking towards Kiles today. I feel like yesterday he was absolutely the standout player within the roster, the only player to go positive at 34 and 27 in their O2 series yesterday. So I feel like he's very much the rock for the team, but we need players like Miniboo, for example, to step up quite dramatically.
Definitely, especially with the amount of hype coming in from the Spanish community, saying that he's the player out of all 5 on the roster who, no matter what, they expect to see in Tier 1, you know, VCT EMEA at some point. So definitely gonna have to have a better showing today, as sadly weren't able to find a win yesterday, but they were against tournament favorites Apex. Yeah. So I think they get a bit of slack.
I feel like anyone going up against Apex, you take the results with a grain of salt there. So I'm really curious, because I feel like we've had, you know, Gentlemates going against Falcons, where they're a heavy favorite going into that one. Kase against Apex, they're kind of the underdog going into that one. Now we're kind of in that middle ground, and here's our Matt Vito to kick the series off. Starting off with a Pearl ban, which is, I've got to say, not something I was expecting coming into this series.
Yeah, me and you were talking about this a little bit earlier in the day of, will one of these teams ban Pearl? Because Pearl is both of their permaban maps. And I guess if you're coming in and you have confidence that you are the better team and that's really the only map you don't want to play, Casa going to go through and say that, hey, it's fine. You know, you can pick something maybe that you're a little bit more comfortable in. I know me and you both expecting maybe like things like split bans to come through, but not going to make its way here. And even Kase, we thought maybe they'd pick up the Haven with how comfortable, with how much of a comfortable showing they had on it yesterday, or maybe even lean in some other direction, but instead wanting to make this a little bit volatile and bring out the Lotus.
Yeah, the Lotus, not a map that they are, you know, they've played 7 games on it across the course of this year with a 57% win rate. So not like a crazy map for them, but obviously bringing something out that they're feeling comfortable with, and it's going to be split to answer now from Gentlemates. So now we'll see what that final map is going to be. And I'm going to be honest, Haven yesterday looking like one of the more comfortable maps for Kase, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that banned. There it goes.
Yep. Gentlemates taking that one off the table, so it is going to leave Ascent over for us. I think Kase especially feeling totally fine on Ascent. Gentlemates, in their domestic split, I think had some struggles on it. Even yesterday, we saw once they swapped to the attacker side, being a little bit more kind of frivolous, dry peeking some angles. Exactly, giving some opportunities over to the side of Falcons, but still an incredibly dominant defensive half, which is what you need on a map like Ascent. So we get a bit of stability at the end, but I love that we're starting with the Chaos of Lotus, because like you said, even for Kase themselves, and even just narrowing it down to split 2, going 2-2 on this map, both teams just right around that 50% mark, and it really feels like anything can happen.
It certainly does, and it's a map that we've not got that much tape for either team on, so I'm a little curious to see what the approach will be. I want to talk a little bit about the duelists coming into this one, though, Lyric. We've got a head-to-head here between Takas and Miniboo. And yesterday, we saw Takas really kind of popping off in his series. Miniboo struggled to have that impact. You know, running the Swamp Comp in game number 1 inevitably is going to, you know, harm your impact as an operator player. But all things considered the hype coming in from the regional play, I want to see more out of Miniboo, especially up against Takas.
Exactly, right? We need to see a bit more than what we were able to see in yesterday's match. I feel like Takas showed us what he was able to do on Ascent. On Haven, still had a great performance. Didn't really have to when Bass was popping off so much, though. And we could see that the first death percentage really being the difference. Miniboo going down, a noticeable amount more than Takas is in those opening duels. So that's going to be the difference maker, especially when we are going to go on to Lotus first. Both of these guys, as we near towards Agent Select, we can expect things like the Neon to come out for both of them. And when you have an agent like this that is so versatile, so fast, so bursty, able to get in there, we'll see how they're able to do.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do when we get to Agent Select. But first, this is France versus Spain coming up. So we've got a more important head-to-head than either the duelists. It's the Baguette versus Paella. And I have to say, 3 on the visuals for Paella. I think Paella looks amazing. It's absolutely, what's not to love about a Paella?
Look, I agree. I do got to say, bringing in a British guy, an American guy, to be able to do this is a little bit weird. But I'm more surprised that a Baguette only gets a 2 for best weapon.
Especially,
I feel like a Baguette can actually do some serious
Baguette,
damage.
you can kill someone with that thing. But yeah, I guess Paella, the pans are pretty hefty. Definitely agree on the 10 out of 10 for Taste as well. We'll see. I mean, let us know in chat which one you're going for. Why not dip a Baguette in a Paella? That's all I'm saying.
Why not? I agree. Yeah, get the full burst of flavor. Still get, maybe getting more than your daily intake of carbs. But
more than my daily intake of death threats through the post in a minute after combining the cultures.
I feel like you deserve to splurge sometimes. And, coming from the USA, we always mix cultures. So I don't feel that offended by it.
That's fair enough. I would be surprised if you were offended by me culturally appropriating French and Spanish food. Yeah, let's get back to the Valorant at hand, though, as we head towards Lotus as our first pickup here. I feel like this is going to be an exciting map. Like you say, can be a bit chaotic, very much down to the in-game leading. And that's one of the big strengths we saw yesterday from Kase, right? We saw on Haven a lot of those rounds, like a fast initial push to try and burst or try and pull out defender utility, and then more than happy to rotate away. I feel like Lotus is one of those maps that you really can lean into that style.
Exactly, especially with, I love that you said the word burst, right? Because a lot of their initial movements can be quite fast, looking for like 4 members to go towards your site, but then they know to slow it down, get the utility out that they were looking for, and then make some rotations happen. Even after the tactical pause we saw yesterday on Haven, like adding another layer and then adding like a second rotation to the initial one. So I think they have a lot to show, but I mean, hell, Gentlemates has had more time, more experience on the map. So I am a bit curious to see what they do, especially if we don't get any curveballs coming out from Agent Select, because these teams do have different comps. Kase more recently have been running the double controller, Viper plus Omen, which I feel like gives you a lot of flexibility with some of that mid-rounding that you were just talking about, to where Gentlemates prefer to go with a bit of a double initiator setup. We've seen both Sky and Breach. Typically you run Sky when you aren't running other initiators, because she does do a little bit of both, gives some information with things like the Trailblazer, but also providing flashes herself. So it gives you a lot of opportunities to really overwhelm a site with the amount of flashes and utility that you have available to you.
The Sky can do extremely well when Viper is in the meta as well, right? Those walls, so good for Sky to just pop the bird through and find opportunities. So we'll see what the comps are going to end up being. I have to say as well, I'm curious how drilled Gentlemates are going to feel coming into Lotus today. I don't know if they were necessarily expecting Kase to go for the Lotus initially, but we're here for the Agent Select. We'll find out how this one is all going to kick off. Gotta remember, Kase the one's picking this. The Neon is there for Miniboo. We've got a Phoenix on the board.
Yeah, well, this is completely different from what we've seen Gentlemates do. And hell, we were just saying it was double initiator last time. Now bringing out the double duelist with a Phoenix, with a Jet. And we're gonna need to see some aggressive plays come out from the side of Gentlemates. I'm very interested as well to see how the Phoenix wall can kind of make up for, missing out on a Neon or even something like a Viper. What kind of space Natank can look to find with that. And I'm just excited. I'm excited. The variations coming out. They must have picked it for a reason, and we're finding out right now.
You can see, gentlemen, they've not played it before. 70% win rate on Lotus. Let's see how drilled they are. It's going to be Kasse on the attack first up against this double duelist. And you would expect that, on the defensive side, probably where the double duelist composition could struggle a bit. Whaler's going to have a lot of weight on his shoulder on that Astra to try and buy space and time for his team.
He is. It's going to be a lot on him, a lot on Logan for just holding sites. But that's why I'm also curious to see how aggressively Gentlemates look to play out here. Maybe even being on the defensive side, if they want to make any aggressive pushes, try and get rubble control early on. Actually contest where Kasse are going to look to push.
We'll have to find out. As Gentlemates, how drilled are you on the defense? Yesterday, we saw Kasse kind of struggling against the super drilled, super rigorous defense from Apex. Those retakes absolutely monumental. We'll see if Kasse can look better against the Gentlemates here. France versus Spain, kicking us off for day 2. And already pressure towards Rubble, but no response whatsoever from Gentlemates.
I mean, we could see. I mean, Gentlemates playing completely off A site, right? 3 stack towards B, 2 on C. Site can just go over to Kasse if they figure this out, but still taking it quite slow. We talked about that this is the way that Kasse likes to play, right? Kind of a fast initial burst, throw some utility out, try and get a bit of information. But then they feel more than fine to just rotate off and gonna rotate off of what would have been the free site, wading into the opening arms of Natank's Phoenix and Logan's Killjoy.
That's going to be a tough site to push, honestly. I mean, you can see
Look
how much
setup.
util. There's a star in the doorway as well as the turret at the back on top of the boxes. This is going to be an incredibly difficult site to hit if they do commit. And look at this. That's like literally just waiting, flash in hand. Trailblazer goes on through, and the hit begins. Are they going to commit? Do they all go through the door? Looks like they're stalling for the time being, but no. Pushing through. They're committing to the site here. Mini boot on the back of everything as Atta gets one. Bears as well chiming in. So far, so good on the defense. They've managed to stack up, but Takas enters on in 2. Gets 2 for himself. Last one, the back of the side. Killers popped off yesterday, but it's Takas' turn.
And despite the fact that Kasse get onto the site, they get the opening pick, I feel like we saw there what Gentlemates do so well, which is setting up Takas on this duelist, right? Even with, Natank coming in on one for himself, it was things like the Trailblazer, opening up picks there, the Bird coming out, then once again re-engaging, finding so much value, despite the fact, again, that we saw that opening pick able to come through.
Let's take another look at some of the action there, because, again, it felt like right at the very start, Gentlemates just allowing complete A control to go over. This time, they're fully contesting. 4 people stacked towards the A side.
And this is more of what I thought we'd see with the double duels coming out. The Phoenix here, more aggressively trying to push up. They aren't going to necessarily commit to going all the way forward, but now it looks like Takas might look for a bit of a hold for himself. And I like it. Kasse still exploring all options. I'm not sure if Orb was just picked up on C. I believe it was.
Oh, the duel begins, but Takas has got that weapon advantage. So 3 remain for Kasse. It's going to be a tough one for them to try and get this spike down at this point.
And it's what you'd expect, right? Coming in, being down in guns. And I kind of want to walk back to that first round a little bit, just because we saw Gentlemates pick up that pistol. They were 4 for 4 in their pistols yesterday. Coming in once again, have the pistol here. So for Kasse, they only won 1 out of their 4 pistols yesterday. Weren't really known for their pistol rounds back in their own splits in Spain. Only had about a 48% win rate on pistols overall. So I think so far things not really going, in the words of any way other than what we'd expect.
Yeah. Definitely a dominant little round there. Now the bonus for Gentlemates. It does suck that they weren't able to at least deny a weapon or 2. I think I just saw Operator for round 3 right there. Takas finding his 1. And I mean, like you say, very clean, very nice stuff from Gentlemates. And yeah, there it is. Operator coming through from Takas on the bonus.
Having complete confidence in him to hold this A site all by himself. We're going to see what Kasse are able to pull off here now that they do have guns online. Not that close to any ults being available to them.
And
a couple away from the Seekers.
I like that he doesn't fire off a shot through the smoke. You don't want to give away that the operator is in the hand just yet. You're quite happy for the enemy to play into you. He's holding from the back here. A lot of util being blasted his way. This is going to be a big shot, and there we go. First one comes on through and immediately retreats. Does not want to lose that weapon. Trying to chase him. Miniboo, the one on the seat. The flash is good. Oh, but the cloud burst saves the day. Operator still in hand.
We can see on the mini-map, I mean, Kase going pretty far back with their post-plant positions. It's going to give a lot of room for Gentlemates to just try and flood in together.
5 men strong as the Gentlemates begin the retake now. Utility blasted out, but Miniboo's having none of it. A double comes through for him as Ease tries to move forward. They've got so much time still to work with here. Here we go, tapping on the spike. They're actually going to be able to get it down to heart. He's just going to stick it. No, Miniboo's having none of it. Not today. Bayers alone. And everybody full retreat here as Miniboo takes an ace and gets Kase on the board.
Huge performance from him. We were saying he needed to step up, wasn't able to put up that all-star performance yesterday against Apex, and he is the player you rely on from Kase to be able to get it done. And here, just really good read. After the opening pick comes out, I thought Gentlemates would be in such a good position because they can like approach from multiple angles. Maybe some of them try and go around towards drop and really flood in because most of Kase were grouped up in that A main section. They actually weren't on site, but it was that push through the smoke that was so unexpected, opening up for them to have that man advantage and win out.
Great little play from Miniboo, like you say. Asked for more today, and so far he is delivering right into the back through the nano swarms. Will he find anything with the stuns coming out? But Logan there to stop the reinforcements. It's kind of halted Kase in the tracks. Spike should go down. It's everybody moving on over. 5v4 now in the retake.
We're gonna see how they go about it. Luckily, still having some nice util to work with, as we can see Kiles getting that Killjoy utility all put up and now ready to play from Mount.
Pushing in. Natang on the Phoenix, and good for 2 as well. The flash is doing wonders as Takas grabs one for himself, and suddenly Kiles, big player yesterday, but in a 1v5, it's a lot to ask, isn't it? That'll be another defuse. The Gentlemates. And a tough one for Kase because at the end of the day, they won that previous round. All that lost bonus gone.
And I mean, Gentlemates just having so much util to work with to come in for the retake, right? We see Kase using so much, trying to get on site. Not, you know, really many people here to begin with, as we see Gentlemates back up pretty well. And we saw the same thing that we saw in round 1. That not a lot of util thrown out at the start towards Waterfall. An opening pick found for Gentlemates through that avenue, and then it sets up for a bit of numbers advantage in their favor right off the bat.
Certainly does. I'm looking towards Natang this round, though. The run it back, now online. What's he going to do with the ability? First time we get to see it for the game. And that usage will be crucial. But look at this, fast attack on towards the seaside this time. Kase not messing about, no slow early round from them. Just charging straight in.
Yeah, already getting all the smoke set up. Now we're going to need to see how Gentlemates regroup. But Miniboo's still going.
That's that ultimate online.
So confident. And we even still have the run it back ready to use for Natang to try and get some information.
Big round here for Kase. It's a win they need to get, but the flash is great from Natang. Charges on in, gets 2 straight off the bat. Miniboo answers in kind. The duelist popping off here in a 2v3 now as Logan charges onto the site. Miniboo versus the world, but it's Natang on top.
Natang having that run it back ready. You know, throwing the curveball out from the smoke, getting the initial pick, and that really being the signal for the rest of Gentlemates to go. We were saying, hey, both these teams kind of hovering around about a 50% win rate from what we've seen on this map. Not having a whole ton to play with. Gentlemates have played on it more, but still, you know, 56% win rate, I don't think would inspire a whole bunch of confidence, but with the adaptation they've made coming into Ascension, having this Phoenix, this double duelist comp ready to go, we can see why they were ready to bring it out here against Kase.
I mean, the double duelist, look at the scoreboard. 7-2, 6-1. It's feeling pretty good on that double duelist comp right now, but rifles on both sides here. Kase, plenty of util to work with as well. Not the greatest armor situation, but not the end of the world a lot of the time. they just walk straight on in.
I like
the B
this.
side.
I mean, we haven't seen them explore B at all so far. So I think it's a good call to try and see how Gentlemate's hold of the site looks. Viper will also just doing so much to cut off 2 entry points from the side. Gentlemates.
So the spike will go down. Now finally the rotations come on through. I feel like Logan is always in a spot to find an early kill. Now Tang, one of his own as well. And I mean it's not even like a big executed retake. They're just walking in, taking duels and taking heads.
Yeah, we saw Nate like ready for the flank. Takasan walking in by himself without any utility thrown. Then finally a Skybird comes out. They get 1 pick off the utility, but not even needing it. So confident in this one, and now even just trying to find out where Kiles can be. Kiles was the member who was stepping up yesterday when Kase weren't able to perform. Top fragged on both maps against Apex.
He certainly did.
So far, not able to put anything together.
The only one on the team to have a positive KDA. End of the last. I mean, look at the kills right now. It's all Mini Boo. He's got 8, Kiles on 1. The rest of the team without a kill yet. And again, I feel like Gentlemates, they just know exactly what the game plan is for Kase. Feels like everything Kase does, Gentlemates are fully in control of the situation, and rightfully so. Kase taking a timeout, and remember, we talked about this yesterday. Kase, this is where they usually come online when they've had a few rounds to read. They can readjust after a timeout.
Yeah, we saw it yesterday on Haven where they were able to at least make it a little bit closer against Apex, and a lot of times they're adding another layer to their attack, to where earlier on it'd be like, again, kind of burst towards A, try and bait a lot of utility out, and then maybe cut noise, make that rotation towards C. After their tactical timeout, they would then add in that extra layer. Start rotating towards C, but maybe double back towards A, or maybe now, explore a little bit through B. So we're going to see what they're able to do after this one. I will say, I feel like we've been seeing Kase just struggle in the post plants, which is very fitting with what we saw yesterday and even what we've seen from them domestically. They're a team that likes to take pretty aggressive post-plant positions, like still explore even further towards enemy spawn and look for some of those duels, and a lot of times it comes back to bite them.
Certainly against a team like Gentlemates. And here we go. Operator in hand. Not going for the peek just yet. Spots the player, but doesn't find his target. 22 HP. Lucky to escape with that one, honestly, as Takas. And look at this fast aggression out from Kase, looking to get the early plan. Try and play that kind of shock and awe style that we got used to a little bit.
And they're going to rely on Kiles being the only one with a rifle. Everyone else only, going into subpar weaponry. Though a Neon can do quite a bit. As Taka's going to start us off with the opening kill.
Nice little shot on Natang. Getting one as well. I feel like these guys are racing to the top of the scoreboard here. It's a duel between the duelists, but they're on the same team. As now they push in. Kiles is good for 1. Can he find more? Those Whalers there with 2 of his own. And Logan grabbing 1 as well. It's the whole team getting involved here. And I mean, what do you even say about these retakes, Lyric? It's just brutal.
They're just making it look easy. Yeah, they're just making it look easy. And this is one of the matchups on paper that we thought would be a little bit close, right? Both coming through, being, top dogs in their domestic regions. Kase kind of showing us their heart and their grit and their final and being able to go all the way, but Gentlemates very much doing the same. Questions for both about, how good will you be? How much depth does your region actually have? And I know it's only the first map. Again, maybe even this map catching Kase a little bit by surprise that it does come through. But Gentlemates so far have just been dominant. And sad, because again, Mini Boo has been stepping up for Kase, the one person who we said we wanted to see have a better performance. But no one else able to string anything together. They're close to getting some key ults online at least, right? 1 away from the lockdown, 2 away from the Viper's Pit. Those might be able to help them start getting some more rounds on the board.
I mean, that's what we saw yesterday from Kase, right? A lot of their 1 rounds, especially on the attack side, were down to the Harbor Reckoning coming out on that Haven and being able to use executes with those ultimates was when they didn't have the big tools online. That's when they started to struggle. Timeout, though, from Gentlemates. Existence, I'm sure we'll be chatting away to the team. Talking about tendencies he spotted with Team Kase. But so far, so good for Gentlemates. They're very happy with how this one is going. And now a 3-stack on B. trying to read the potential play from Kase.
Now we're going to see what they're able to do here going towards C. Op, obviously, posted up. Gonna have to get past this one at first, as they've been able to get on site a few times. But the big thing I want to see from them here, again, is how they handle... Actually, they're gonna have to handle a lot earlier, as Whaler's already going to go down.
Balls to try and go through the door there when you know the entire enemy team is on the other side. Attack was smoked off as well. Like, there was no reinforcements.
That's why I kind of assumed for Gentlemates it would have done what they did before, kind of back up, slow it down a little bit. Oh my god,
this is bold.
Does he get anything from here?
I like bot spots him. He's going to have to back away.
Like
yeah, I like the idea, but he'll be forced away. And should just about be able to get out. Yeah, okay. No detains. Now retake, but it's only 3 players remaining for Gentlemates.
Exactly. And that's why I wonder, because they have a great economy, right? You look at the money, they have tons of it. But with an op in hand and it being a 3v5, I wonder how much they're actually going to want to commit to trying to get on site. It looks like not at all. They just start moving away slowly. Not even going to like position themselves to possibly get exits. I guess Takas is right now. Both Logan and Diaz playing quite far back.
I feel like this is what we saw yesterday from Gentlemates on Ascent, right? When they were on attack, it was like the series was already looking real good for them. And they started to play pretty loose, started to take some very risky duels. I feel like that's what we've just witnessed in this round, right? Like, popping the door from B, trying to essentially just take duels, pretty much dry peeking them. It's not the most sound strategy, is it, to be using? But at the end of the day, when you're 6-1, feeling this confident, I like that we're seeing them play their way, you know? I like that we're seeing them play with confidence, but perhaps a little more respect needed, as Kase, they'll take that duel. They'll take the 5v1, 5v2.
Yeah.
And they'll take a round.
It might even just be coming off like their reads of how Kase have been playing earlier, right? So we've talked about a lot of times like poking and prodding a little bit in, then starting to back off, maybe not expecting them to be committed so heavily towards that C site with so many members for so long. But I agree, it came back and it ended up biting them. This time around, though, they do have the right read. 4 members stacked towards A. We might just get a brawl to start this round off, Munch.
I think we will. Operator online as well. This time Logan with it in his hands as Takas wants to be right in the middle of the action. Natak jumps in with him, and this is the power of the double duelists. But Gilles making something else happen as well. Takas went down, as did Beas. But only 2 attackers remain. It's a great little start. And oh no. The team flash gonna slow progress down here. But man, the defensive double duelist makes sense on this map when you're fighting for rubble.
Yeah, I mean, even having that op there ready to go. And now, I mean, left in the 1v3 should be able to do much. There's really no utility on the opposite side, but as long as Gentlemates keep this cross, didn't even need the cross. Logan doing enough with the op.
Some great moves, though, I have to say. I didn't know Yuri was such a good dancer. Let's take another look. I mean, the initial play, like just a fast burst on towards Rubble. Because you quite often see Rubble contested by both teams, right? But when you've got double duelists, you can do it so aggressively, so in their face. And then Logan holding from further back, just in case the enemy team does manage to break through, just in case Kase do gain some ground. You've got that Operator holding it. And now Operator given back over to Takas. He's going to solo hold C, 3 towards B once again.
At least this time for the side of Kase, if they get on site, they have the Viper's Pit. Even having the overdrive available for Miniboo. But so far, just again, creating, giving some false information over to the side of Gentlemates. They will be going completely into Logan's setup. Logan also has the lockdown. Is not saying can regret that one.
Yeah, he certainly is. As move towards the A site. Should be able to get the spike down, hopefully, here. Committing a lot as now the shots come on through on the opposite side. Gilles answers it. 3v3 on the retake.
It feels like that was a bit too overconfident from Kase to think after they find 1 kill through that broken door that no one else can come from there. They made it look easy now with that guiding light down. No more flashes to work with for now for the side of Gentlemates. Having to go into a Viper's Pit. Really only knives to work with. We'll see if Logan wants to commit his lockdown.
That'll be the question. Does feel like they want to fight for it. And there we go.
Go
like
for
you say, lockdown available and will be used. And that should mitigate. Who cares about the Viper's pit when you got Bayers doing that? Takas puts a knife into Killers. And Gentlemates continue their dominance here on Lotus.
I mean, the lockdown, right? Forcing them to go up that rope right into the waiting arms of Baez. There to pick it up, gets those 2 kills. We highlighted him. He was one of the members popping off yesterday for the side of Gentlemates. And now going to do so once again today. Things were looking all right for Kasi, right? Having tools to actually get the spike down once they get on site, but just numerous oversights. I really feel like the biggest one to bite them was just after the takedown, not tank threw out that door, then not even... It's like not even in the realm of possibility that anyone else can come from there, giving over some significant kills.
Now, spreading out 2-2-1 here for Gentlemates, and once again, heavy presence towards B coming out from Kasse. They've got the rifles. They've managed to find space. They've managed to get themselves onto that site. They're really fighting for more control, fighting for as much space as they can find. And Kile starts the round off right. Dwellers goes down. But look at this, Bayas answers Mini Boo with the trade. 3v4 now. And that's a bonus one for Roxy. This is looking good for Kasse.
And now only not tank. Kile's ready for it, finds the kill. Now Takas, you'd have to expect, is just going to back off. I mean, you're in a 1v4, has the op. Despite money still being pretty solid, especially for him specifically, is just going to have to back away for now. But I feel like we saw a lot of the same things from Kasse in this round that we were seeing before, right? Some of those like really aggressive post-plant positions, like highlighting Roxy and then pushing into spawn. Similar things for Yuri there is doesn't manage to connect.
There we go. Second shot will hit. Looking for another one. Takas with one at the end. As we head towards round 12 here. And like you say, Kasse, really aggressive post-plant positions, right? And I kind of like that. I kind of like that they are not allowing Gentlemates to do any sort of retake at all here, hunting the enemy players and working together. Good little trade there by Miniboo.
Yeah, and also, I mean, just be right, like, assuming they're going to be coming from multiple angles posted up on those 2 other sites. Now going into our final round. We need to see exactly how they go for it. It's going for a fast play with the overdrive. Going to get shut down just by 1 curveball.
This is sort of what we saw before. Now the door coming on through as well. Now Tank gets one, but taken down by Miniboo himself. And it stops. It stalls. We have a brief respite, which is what we saw a lot from Kasse on the Haven as well yesterday.
Yeah, but again, lockdown to work with still. That overdrive there from the shadows for Roxy. If you wanted to try to be a little bit cheeky, maybe catch someone off guard. They're still going to be running into the waiting arms of the Killjoy utility. Looks like both Nanoswarms were just popped. Did a bit of damage to Miniboo.
So Spike will go down here. Takas has to hit the door, so will be spotted as Bayers. Finds the first one already. The flash should buy him a little bit of space, but Yuri contesting that one heavily. Seeker's out. All ultimates should be used. It's the last round of the half. And Whalers jumps in. Bayers with him. And suddenly, it's looking real tough for Roxy. 1v4. But he's good for one. Now the short into play, but the blocked for a second there. Does get shot out by Bayes instead. But I mean, Gentlemates just charging onto the side. A 9-3 half. And look, the Baguette.
Yeah.
The Baguette out Paellaring the Paella, if you will.
And this is Kasse's map pick, right? Kasse wanted to come into Lotus, despite the fact that this was a map where we said both teams have had some volatile results, and Kasse have actually played it less out of the 2. Feeling confident to look for it, but the read coming out from Gentlemates was so stellar. I feel like their duelists are working together, especially how Baez was setting up some of the aggression from Takas with those guiding lights was huge, really making things like the run it back work, even in retake situations to get them on site. And now we'll see what this Phoenix double duelist comp can do on the attack side.
You've got to feel it's going to be fast, aggressive pushes here, right? Like, you don't have that much ability to gather information outside of just jump peeking and obviously your Sky. I suppose the Killjoy turret as well, but looks like a hit towards A starts off at very least rubble control. No contestation from Kasse, showing absolutely nothing.
No, not even gonna peek out. The thing I'm really curious about too is what they're able to do with only the solo controller coming through, right? Astra does give you some like nice options, especially in like post-plant setups. But they really are going to have to rely a lot on their double duelists to even get them onto site, because that's one thing I feel like Cassius Comp has a bit better of. Spatial denial, especially with things like that Viper wall. Just posted across B and C.
I love that early aggression towards A. Gets Takas in. And now moving forward to try and find space, find info, but Roxy's good for it. Shuts down the initial play, drops a smoke, tries to keep himself safe. Playing in tree here as he waits for reinforcements, and the flash comes out as well to, again, buy time, stall it out. Kassai rotating over.
And that kill could have been the difference maker, right? Because, I mean, initially they did bait out the rotations towards that C site. It was only Roxy there.
30 seconds.
Wow, going down like flies.
Yeah, beautiful. Like you say, that initial kill doing so much. Looks like the spike will go down here. And perhaps crazy headshots could come on through. The big pop-off players are down. It's Bears and Whalers. Looking to put this round together, but it's 2v5. It would be something special if they could. It's a good headshot. Whalers finishes it off, gets 2. The 2 just ain't enough. And there we go. Kassai getting a much-needed pistol round.
And I like they point that out, right? Getting a pistol round. An area where we've seen them struggle, getting one on the board, so now 1 for 1 in this matchup against Gentlemates. And I feel like that first duel was just so important. We saw here, I mean, look at the minimap. For Gentlemates, they actually did pull the rotations that they were looking for. But with the Omen winning the duel, them not feeling as confident to commit to the site, they actually don't know how many people are there, right? And then you throw out the paranoia to kind of give even more, maybe a false sense of, hey, we have more numbers here that can just swing at you at any time. Really is what sealed the deal there for Kassai to be able to pick up the round.
It felt a little bit like they were hoping for Kassai to try and go for an aggressive flank through A, right? After the initial hit and they back away, planting Takas, but nobody bought it. Bit of util over towards A once again. The Viper's wall can make it really difficult to push in, though.
And just one of the things about Kassai's comp, being able to come through again, that Viper offering more defensive options for their side, and with 2 people ready and waiting. Not Tank gonna get taken down, but we've seen for Gentlemates a lot slower of an approach. I guess it's only been, you know, a few rounds now on the attack side, but at least more tempered than what we were seeing from them in their gameplay yesterday.
Yeah. To be honest, with a double duelist composition, I was expecting a lot more aggression. Operator, oh sorry, Operator, what am I talking about? Marshall in the hands of Takas. I'd be impressed if he managed to cobble together an Operator in round 2 after losing the pistol. That would be something. Just collecting as many orbs as they can. And it's not often that you see a pistol played quite this slowly, but it feels like they're still keeping a pretty huge area of control on the map.
30 seconds left.
And it seems like at least confident to get something done, even though, again, they shouldn't with the weaponry coming out on the side of Kassai. At least hoping to get a plant, maybe deny a few more guns. You do have Sheriff in the hands of Logan as well. Always can find a shot, and he's the one on the lurk right now, so potentially can try and catch someone off guard, but the lurk's turning into just a B hit.
They're going to run out of time to try and plant the spike. There we go, forcing it down as he's on the scene. And somehow they do manage to plant the spike, but by the skin of their teeth. I think there was half a second left.
Hey, you know what? They were on their eco. They get a bit of money for getting the bomb down. They'll take it. Would have taken, you know, maybe some guns out of the hands of Kassai members. But we need to find silver linings in any situations we could, Munch. And that one's really all we got there.
Yeah. Spike did just about go down, and you could see the actual spike plant animation is the only reason that first ghost shot didn't hit the head. But here we go. Now, rifles online for Gentlemates, and we get to see what their first proper attack round looks like against the bonus, although it's a solid bonus here with 3 Bulldogs.
And I want to see how Gentlemates play, especially for orb control here, because you're really close to getting that run it back online.
Flash has come out.
Util coming out.
And Miniboo are doing so much work, but Miniboo, bit of a whiff there, watering the walls, as the French would say. Roxy gets one and turns it into a second as well. Kassai holding on as Logan finds him on the TP here. 2v1. Logan's got the spike.
Oh, does he expect this?
The rotation is good, but it's not good enough. Killers outdone by the opposite man, and now a 1v1 for Logan. What looked disastrous to start off with in a 2v1. off the back of a bit of a whiff, turns into an even situation.
Yeah, might have been a bulldog, but still, Achilles definitely had a first look. And now we'll see. Logan finds it. 3 kills to end the round. Clutch coming out for Logan.
Snappy as you like with the aim as well. The one all the way across T-spawn, and then the one on site as well. Beautifully done. Run it back available for Natank, and the overdrive on the opposite side here. I'm a bit surprised that they managed to win this round. It looked, after losing the numbers advantage early on, it felt like a really tough one to play out.
Oh, it did. And I mean, especially in that 1v2 situation. And it wasn't even a 1v2 where, you know, I guess we did see him being quite conscious of Achilles on the lurk. But I might need to pause because, once again, fast control over towards Rubble. We see Paranoia come out to dissuade the push, but it's not stopping Gentlemates from trying to take space aggressively.
I love how they consistently go for, like, Rubble control
Where's the
here.
Odin Munch?
They haven't really hard committed beyond onto the A side so far, aside from that pistol round. Will they do it this time? They're running back out from Natank to find as much space as he possibly can, headed towards Heaven, but not actually finding a player, and will have to return back once again, and that actually might mean that they call off the hit onto A.
They at least have an idea that a few players are there, which is why they're starting to explore towards B. Even getting the stars down, Bird comes out, and Taka's able to find a pick, which makes them reconsider.
Yeah, one down on A. Roxy's here, so's Yuri. Not anymore! As soon as I say it, the heads begin to roll. Gentlemates, they get the spike down. 5v2, and they're looking good for 11 rounds here.
One enemy remaining.
Achilles, who's going to try and find something, was being sneaky, but not sneaky enough for Logan. And now we know he's just going to chill out on the C site.
Oh, what?
Go for a bit of sightseeing.
What can you really do in this situation, especially when your opponent's going to be going on to 11 rounds? You don't exactly have the money. He's got to hold that rifle, but...
And they're also incredibly close to a lot of ults, right? Like, if Whalers, I mean, we could see Takas as well. Like, Bay is only 2 points away. So many people close to getting that ult online, and that's why they are hunting.
They are really hunting from both sides here. That tank goes down. One more for the ult here for Ease as well. If he could get one more head, and he will. Takas takes him out, but ult online now for Ease. At least that's something for Kase. Round 17 here would be match point if Gentlemates can take it.
I even like how they were setting up for the B pivot, getting smokes down, guiding light throughout, but the second that duel is won, they know to just hard pivot back towards the A site. And now, 11-5, Kase gonna have to go for another timeout. I just want to remind everyone that this is their map pick.
Yeah.
They came in wanting to bring a bit of spice, bring a bit of flavor. They couldn't handle the spice punch. I mean, maybe they still could. You know what? There's still time to improve your, like, spice intake. I don't know if you've ever had, like, those kind of spicy Thai curries that feel like hell at first, but as you get through them bit by bit, you know, you become a bit of a demon for the punishment. And you start to enjoy it.
I was about to use an analogy that, you know, Spanish people, for some reason there's kind of a reputation that they like spicy food, but actually most Spanish food really is not spicy at all. It's like tomato-based as opposed to anything else. I was going to use that as an analogy, but then it's not like French people are known for really spicy food. Like, they're known for butter. It's not the spiciest substance on the planet, is it? But certainly spicy.
You're just coming out here to roast today. You're just coming out here to roast.
British food ain't exactly spicy either. I'm on the same page here.
I got you, bro.
You guys do put beans on toast, I gotta say.
Look, that's spicy in a different way. That's emotionally spicy, okay? So first time we see Gentlemates here actually playing towards C at the start of the round, going for the ult orbs. Pretty much every round we've seen them aggressively contest Rubble. And what we quite often have seen is Takas be, like, essentially planted on the A side of the map. We saw it on the pistol. We saw it again there as he pushed towards CT. This time, much more passive default.
I even like kind of the aggressive trap set up around B. 3 people there, right? You'd have Paranoia online. You have a guiding light ready. You have so many things that if they heard noise, they could throw out, have that swing come out, and try and find some kills for themselves. But with no presence towards B, that trap from Kase shouldn't find anything this round.
And I feel like defaults are where compositions like this can struggle a bit. Like, with just the sky, it can be difficult to figure out where the enemy are posted up. 3 towards B there.
You should run.
There we go, lockdown.
It's the lockdown. Which is quite nice. We're actually going to see... It's a bait. It's a
30
trap.
seconds left.
Look at the minimap. All members of Gentlemates moving over and even committing to the bit even further with the Trailblazer.
It's like an inflatable army on a beach, and they've gone for it. And now, Kasse, they know that they've been sold a fake. Everybody charging across the map as fast as possible. The cavalry on the way in such a crucial round. 4v5 of the retake. Lesser weaponry as well. As Gentlemates looking for match point and starting off strong with Takas training as well. Takas good for 2 on the site. Suddenly Roxy all on his own. Trying to find a way in. Has the rifle to work with, and that's a great little headshot to start it off. 2v1 now. As he's somewhat evened the stakes. 1 in tree. 1 sneaking around from behind. Roxy's short on time. Really doesn't have much time to work with at all.
Oh, he has no idea. He has no idea.
Beautiful positioning there. 1 in tree, 1 covering the entrance. What can you do? Perfect for trading. And Gentlemates, match point now and in dominant fashion. Very similar to what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I love how much they committed to the fake, right? Not only throwing down the lockdown, but Trailblazer too. They even put down an Astra Star, so really going all out to make sure that Kasse go for the full rotation, and then that gives them the site. Playing it so smart, even committing all the way for the lurk around from Baez.
This is tough, right? Like, match point with 3 ultimates online here. This is a tough defense as Takas, with those knives, wants to go forward. But it's Natank who's the one to actually get the kills. Roxy does shut him down, and that's one of the ultimates out of the picture. But it's 2 players.
Not gonna have that to worry about. I do gotta say though, it's, you know, a bit of a predicament for Gentlemates, considering that there is a Viper's Pit on the opposing side. At least they have man advantage, and it doesn't look like they're even gonna think about re-exploring. Maybe have Logan kind of prod for some information elsewhere, but right now it's only Roxy alone on this side of the map for the side of Kasse.
That'll bring Seekers online though. Baez can use that to figure out where everybody is playing. There we go, using the door. 3 going 3 different directions. The flash out as well. And now time
They even still have the Cosmic Divide. If, you know, if they want to kind of throw that out down on B, deny pathways from Kasse to come in and just guarantee the map.
Deep positioning from Takas there. Great off angle. And a catches killers out.
Spike planted.
Roxy and Ease. What have you got? Oh, he's got a nice little shot is what he's got. Takas does find Roxy though. And Ease against the world. Call him Atlas because he's got the weight of the world on his shoulders right now. Or at very least, the weight of Spain. Takas is just going to wait in the wings. The second that info is given over, it's going to be tough. And it's a double peak with Takas on the side as well. What can you do? 13-5. What a dominant first map.
Dominant first map by Gentlemates. Taking down Kasse on their own map pick. Great stuff that we saw out from them. You know, I feel like on both the attack and the defense, right? What the Phoenix was able to provide, farming those orbs as you'd expect, as we've seen, you know, when a Phoenix has been picked up on other maps before, on like the likes of Pearl, and just really getting a lot of value out from those run-it backs. But even just the amount of flashes they then had to go contest Rubble so aggressively and find as many kills as they could. So good to see that the double duelists worked out. The duelists themselves were stepping up. Takas with a great performance. Kind of sad for the side of Kasse's. Minibu, especially in that first half, was trying his best to get anything online, but they just weren't able to do it.
Yeah, and again, you mentioned the double duelist. I am loving the Phoenix here on Lotus. Fantastic to see. The aggressive Rubble congestion pretty much every round on the attack. Not every round, but the vast majority of them. And like we said before, kind of planting Takas. He was like the kind of sleeper agent, just waiting as long as needed to then operate later on into the round. Great to see a creative composition. And again, great to see teams coming into this tournament playing in a different way than what we're used to seeing them play.
Yeah, that's been like the biggest surprise for me, right? Is we saw it yesterday with Apex leaving open Fracture and coming out, you know, with their Gecko comp on it, and now today seeing, you know, this come through now. Gentlemates having a bit of a different comp, a bit of a different spin than what they showed in their domestic region and performing well. So I definitely feel like we've gotten the answers that we've wanted. But you know what, Munch? We need a break. The teams need a break. We'll be right back after this. Don't go anywhere. Games, we'll be back.
It's not my job. Welcome back, everybody, to Ascension EMEA. My name is Much Balls. I'm joined by Lyric as we head towards game number 2 here in our French-Spanish derby between Gentlemates and Kassei Esports. Gentlemates, has to be said, Lyric, really coming out of the gate swinging here. They came to play.
Yeah, and you know, during the break, you were telling me, you know, Lyric, you got to get more into the France v Spain brawl. I'm like, brother, I'm an American. What horse do I have in this race? But you know what? You know what? The French did, you know, help us have the country I exist in and kick you guys out. So, you know, nice to see Gentlemates pop off, have such a good performance on, like we said, Kassei's map pick. And you know what? We even have great movies like Ratatouille, which have French food. So I'm all on board.
Okay. I'm pretty sure Ratatouille is just an American movie, even though...
It is, but Ratatouille is a French dish, isn't it?
I mean, it is.
Huh?
There's a lot of French dishes. A lot of French dishes that you don't even realize are French. Such as split, a.k.a. the banana split, which I don't know if that's actually French, but, you know, they've got butter knives. They could cut bananas in half and put ice cream on it. I believe it could be French. Split, though, coming up. Importantly, this is the Gentlemates map pick. The fact that Gentlemates beat Kassei 13-5 on Lotus and now onto their own map pick, that's a scary situation for Kassei to be in.
I agree, especially when you look at, you know, the times they played this map, to where for Kassei, they've only played it 3 times in Split 2. They won once, lost twice, to where for Gentlemates, 5 times in Split 2 for them. They went 4-1, and they had some dominant showings earlier on in the split, like 13-3, 13-4s, 13-1s, have been pushed a little bit as they faced more of their, I'd say, like rival and like higher competition, like Team Mandatory over in the French league as well. But still, at the end of the day, it was Gentlemates coming out on top. So you'd expect more of the same coming out into map 2. I will say on the side of Kassei, at least we did get Miniboo putting up some, you know, better numbers in that first map, but I mean, we're going to need to see even
Big
more.
time. I mean,
coming in for Kassei
what was
this
it,
time.
round 3, I think, where he just went absolutely Super Saiyan, got an ace, and just like, look, right, we're getting around on the board. Absolutely popped off, but couldn't consistently find that. I think Natank actually one of my highlight players of that game. On the Phoenix, like consistently find. So often we were watching the Jet, we were watching someone else, and then Natank like peeks around somewhere else, and it felt like it was the same for Kassei. They were watching the Jet. It was almost like a, you know, sleight of hand trick where they're making you look at the Jet over here, but in the meantime the Phoenix comes out and takes all the kills. Like really, really fantastic stuff from Gentlemates. And I'm curious what composition we get now coming onto this second map, because I mean, Split, could it be a double duelist map as well? I feel like Gentlemates is certainly confident enough to pull out a double duelist again.
Yeah, we actually, the last time we've seen both these teams play this map, both of them commit to the double duelist. Raise Jet coming out for both sides. So I don't want to like say that as fact, is like we've said, we've been seeing a lot of teams come in with different adaptations since we've been in Ascension, right? Showing different flavors in regards to map veto, showing different flavors in regards to compositions. So I wouldn't be too surprised if either one came out with a curveball here on Split. And who knows? Maybe that's what you need on the side of Kassei. But I feel like one thing we know they need is to improve some of those post-plant positions, right? That's where it really felt like was a difference maker in a lot of those, the game ones, where Gentlemates just had those unlocked, flooding back into sites together. Great util usage, always Bayaz setting up for the duelists to be able to go back in. To where Kassei, they do like to kind of wander around a bit, search for some aggressive duels. Worked for PRX at Tokyo. You know, they're quite dynamic with some of their post plants. So maybe Kassei can pull some pages out of their book.
Yeah, I'd be here for it. I'd certainly. I mean, look, any team that wants to play like PRX in this tournament, I'm here for it. I will fully support you if you go for that kind of style of play, because it is endlessly entertaining. I'm excited, though, to see as well Logan and Takas looking so good as they come into the tournament. Remember, this is a couple of players that have plenty of experience in T1 before, and they'd love to make it back up. Let's take a look at these compositions, though. It's the Viper Astra going to come on through for Gentlemates.
Now we're gonna have, I mean, just mirror compositions. So neither gonna change from what they were doing domestically. Are just gonna keep it stock and standard. And now really is gonna be the battle of some of these duelists coming on through and then seeing who is able to step up. But even just the adaptations, right? Because we saw in game 1, we haven't really hit on coaches too much, but Gentlemates, of course, having Existence, who is just such a famed legendary player over in CS. And they were making, I mean, good changes to the comp going into the map, good like rotations on the fly, the fakes that we saw Gentlemates able to do. So I'm more excited to see if Existence has anything cooked up alongside their IGL Bears to be able to really just play mind games with Kase in the second half.
We'll see. Gentlemates, I mean, every single time they've played Split, all 5 times they've played this composition, won 4 out of 5 of those games. I mean, they won a lot domestically. Like they had a very, very good season to get here. And let's see if they can continue that win streak. Looking good yesterday with a 2-0. 1-0 up in this series against Kassai as well, representing France and representing an organization that is very popular in amongst the French scene. Honestly, I get similar vibes to like K-Corp because this is an org that was co-founded by Brock, Squeezy, and Gottega. Very, very popular personalities in the French scene, right? And it feels like the French fans are fully on board with this organization. And we'll see if they can keep an absolutely monumental start to the tournament up.
1 for 1 in pistols on the first map. We said Gentlemates have been much better at it so far than we've seen from Kase, but they're going in quickly. Already setting up with the Skybird for Roxy to get the first pick.
Don't know how Natek's finding that one, but traded out by Ease in the end. And a good little shot from Mini Boo as well. Kase. Fantastic little attack here. The Gentlemates. It's going to be a tough retake, honestly. And a Classic and a Ghost and a 2v4. Whalers starts it off pretty well.
Ooh. Isolates 1. Now we're going to see 2v3 coming on out. Having a bit to work with these Astra Stars. But I'd say the nice thing for Kase is still having that Viper wall to play with. Just make them guess where they're going to be from. But Whalers!
Having an absolutely insane round. Coming over from Call of Duty, a criticized player, but this man can use a mouse and keyboard. And what looked like it should have been on a silver platter for Kase, somehow, Gentlemates make it happen.
I mean, right, they're the ones with the Viper wall. They drop it down. They're the ones that should be playing from different angles to be able to find those. But Whalers really stepping up, having a great round 3-1 on the Astra now. And now they're going to be able to get some guns online, right? See if they're able to convert this into the third round. And Gentlemates just keeping it up with the pistol domination that they had yesterday.
I like this from Mini Boo, though. Still goes for that Marshall. Still wants to find some kind of impact in the round. It's Takas. Pretty much solo defender on the B. You do have Logan up in heaven as well. He'll be able to put down some cover in fire. Bit of a rotation towards that B side. And in the meantime, Killers has moved. It's kind of on a somewhat aggressive lurk here, hoping someone will go for a flank all the way around the map as mid control taken by Kase.
Yeah, but look at Gentlemates. They're ready for this. With the fact that the Boombot went out, they have people posted up towards A on that side of fence as Mini Boo finds one. Does get traded in the end.
That's not a bad start for Kase. Is losing their best weapon, though, and this is the SMG playground, isn't it, Logan? Just mows him down. And we talked about the lurk from Killers. What can he find? If he could deny a weapon or two, it could be something nice, but with a Classic in hand, you don't really think much will happen.
No, I mean, at this point, right, it's if he finds one, that's great. That's a win for him. If not, it happens. I mean, they were down in guns, but just overall, for Gentlemates, still keeping it tight mid. Finds the one.
Okay.
Gets the win in my book, Munch.
No, walked too far forward. Should have just accepted the first gun, but Logan's there for the trade. And hey, 2 weapons taken out. It could have been worse, considering it's an eco. And now, let's see what they can do with some guns.
Even some armor that needs to be repurchased as Logan was taken a little bit low. So, again, a bit of economy that Gentlemates have to reinvest in this. But I like the Gentlemates committing to the hold on mid. Like we said, even on the side of A, kind of moving over to control that half events as a 2-man unit. But now, coming on through, really no one that close to getting an ult online. Mini Boo, 2 away from the knives. So maybe an orb plus a pick can get him that, but instead they want to get closer. So the giant rockets come out for Roxy.
They reckon there's somebody back there, but despite 4 clips blasted in, they won't find a wallbang. But just going to be some initial utility, trying to find information, maybe force a rotate, but nothing so far. Much heavier presence towards mid here from Gentlemates. Trying to make sure they don't lose control like they did in the previous round.
No, but playing very far off of A site. They do at least have those 2 Astra Stars down if they did hear anything, and now going for the re-clear with the Trailblazers. So I like this. Knowing that that flank came through last time around from Kiles and not wanting to let it happen again. Might be able to find some kind of timing, but looks like all of Kase going to start rotating towards that half of the map.
Seems like
going to see what they have to play with. Not too much utility there, so they're going to rely a lot on the Viper wall.
They rely a lot right here on Natank on the side of Gentlemates. He was holding the angle, backs away here. And it is going to be this A site selected, only 30 seconds on the clock. As the players start to move on over from Gentlemates. Takka's still on the B side. They don't realize this Natank gets 2. And Whalers finds one as well. It's already over. Natank's made short work of it. Kase, a late attempt onto the A site, and it's going to lead to absolutely nothing. Kiles alone,
10 seconds
30 HP. Luckily for him, nobody flanking. He'll be able to hold on to the rifle, but man, what do you do? It feels like Gentlemates are a brick wall.
Yeah, Gentlemates, I mean, able to convert as well. And Munch, it just feels like maybe Baguettes are just better. They might just be. I told you the weapon score should have been higher. Definitely didn't deserve only a 2. And now we're seeing it here.
Yeah, maybe not a brick wall. Maybe a wall of stale baguettes. Harder than bricks.
I even love like small things like that, right? Just the util coming out, Baez with the bird. Might blind his own teammate as well, right? Natank did get flashed, but finds one and then prevents the flood-in from the other members of Kase to try and get on site. So now, once again, gonna be low in terms of what weapons they have available. But will at least get the knives online here for Miniboo.
Natank trying to buy as much time as he possibly can, but it's a playthrough mid here as they move up towards heaven. Logan's good for 1, and Baez catches it from behind as Natank now pinches. Oh, it's beautiful play. Whalers even takes out the player with knives. Miniboo can't connect them. Oh well, another round going the way of the Gentlemates, but that pinch in heaven was just gorgeous.
And this one also was just kind of a bit of a full send coming out from Kase, right? Like bursting out from multiple angles, but Gentlemates were good for it. They had that pinch that you hit on. And then, I don't know, even people like Taka's being ready, you know, if anyone was able to get through heaven, kind of posted up, looking towards there, waiting, you know, once people move out through B main, Whalers picks that one up. It was good to see. Now, gonna have the Cosmic Divide online for Whalers. You have Seekers to work with for Yuri, so you can try and get a bit of information out for yourselves, but now you have to deal with Taka's up.
Fast hit on towards A here. Control gained of ramp. Can they get onto the site? Takas will somehow get through all of that alive. No, he won't. A grenade finishes him off.
I was going to say, what an aggressive reposition he's trying to go for. Luckily, he does pay for it. If he didn't, would have felt a little bit BS, if I'm being honest.
Look at this. They're in the sewers. They're climbing on up. They found one. No! Oh, it's a bit whiffy. But Natank does find it. It's answered by Roxy. 3K for Roxy. Looking for number 4. And he might just have an ace on this one as Baez heads over to the A site. The last defender. Plenty of money to rebuy for the next one. Got to try and make the miracle play happen. But you just got to pray that it's Roxy to find him, haven't you? The ace would be...
It's going to be Roxy. It's going to be right here.
There it is. Headshot comes through. Roxy makes it happen. We saw it in map number 1. It was Miniboo with an ace to get Kase on the board. This time, Roxy steps up.
And what a chaotic round coming out from both sides, right? Start with Kase trying to move up fast into heaven on A. You know, Taka's honestly caught with his pants down a little bit, tries to go for the aggressive reposition instead of maybe dropping back off towards mid. And then Gentlemates wanting to try to pinch them while they're trying to rotate back out through their own spawn, not expecting that showstopper to come through, finds 2. And then Gentlemates keep peeking.
Taka's trying to get a really aggressive position with the operator there, but there's no way to do it with the Viper utility. Pit used in mid. from Gentlemates just to maintain control. Look at this aggressive push on the defense. They're going to find a player, but Ease is good for one. Reloads has support from his teammate as well. 8 HP remaining. And there we go. Mini boot finishes Whalers off.
Opens up the B site, but now Takas is moving over after he's found his own pick onto Yuri. But I love it. Kase saying, hey, let's just move right back to the other side, Bayes!
Roxy falls to his death there almost. What a weird round this has been. Is Kase almost like defending on the attacker side as felt like the Gentlemates pushing on multiple angles. We've ended up in a 3v3 somehow, but look at Kase's health, right? Ease down to 8, Mini Boo down to 47. Still the operator in play for Takas.
And you even have utility for Bayes to try to re-clear this area. Has both Trailblazer and Guiding Light here, but just gonna swing it. Finds it, works out. Seeker's now gonna be thrown.
Utility lyric, don't be so daft. We'll just swing and take a headshot. Feel like that has genuinely been the MO for Gentlemates so far across the course of this series. Across yesterday as well. We saw so often. So willing to just go for a duel, straight up dry peaks and just hands diff. 7 seconds, I don't think that's enough for a rotation. So Ease loses his loss bonus. But at least he'll keep a rifle.
This one did... I want to go back to you pointing out like the craziness. It's like both teams have kind of stepped up their aggression, right? To where we saw a round or two ago where it's like, all right, now Kase are trying to just like burst on into A Heaven. And now the last 2 rounds in a row, we've had Gentlemates just aggressively pushing out from the extremities. Last round it was A, this time into B. And it's like Kase are just happy waiting with open arms to get these kills on, you know, coming through for them. But sadly, still didn't actually end up working out for Kase in that round. As Gentlemates, like you said, who needs utility? Just swing, find the kill, back off, rinse and repeat. Is now Kase are gonna run into you one by one.
So, timeout for Kase as they turn to their coach and ask, what the hell is happening? How on earth do we deal with this? Being the defenders on the attacking side in that previous round. But the Viper's Pit almost online. Ease with the Cosmic Divide there as well. Or will be in a single point. Does feel like there are windows of opportunity there. The problem is the Cosmic Divide is there for Whalers. Tak has a point away from the Blade Storm as well.
Yeah. Huh. Sorry, I was caught up on the fact that Natank had a shorty for a little bit, but hadn't gotten anything else yet, and I guess we're just waiting for the drop of a Phantom to come through. I was like, what is this? What is this madman gonna do here? Only a shorty. They have money to play with. Luckily, now does have the Phantom.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday,
but
Tom and Mitch were talking about it. One of the rounds, they had just a Spectre when they had like 7K credits in pocket.
Yes, it was Whalers.
They are more than happy to go with the underutilized buys, if you will, when they're feeling confident.
But Munch, we have an attack side op coming out now for Kase. Like, big investment coming on through. The adaptation they want to make. Going for this, and going to be a lot of heavy aggression through mid. We're going to see if Gentlemates is ready for it.
Logan on a really odd angle. Not often that you see defenders holding from there. But it pays off. And actually got shot by the operator, but I think it was through the boxes. See 44 HP remaining. So close to the perfect shot from Miniboo. And yet so far. And now through heaven they go. 3 players. As quietly as they can. Doesn't look like they're going to commit.
Yeah, Gentlemates seem very conscious of it as well, that can come through. We're going to see now them going into Bayes.
Oh, Roxy found. Bayes, always good for it. Flash going to come on through as well, and that'll delay anything. And that's like even finds killers.
Ooh.
He was there for so long.
Though. Yuri gets one, and he snuck through much. He somehow snuck through B Heaven and is now on the A. But Takas gets away with it. We'll see if he's ready.
I thought Ease was there for the trade, but Takas somehow gets the kill, bounces away, and then turns around for the second one. Takas, A, insane, but B, I'm amazed Ease wasn't ready for the trade there.
No, and just the fact that he managed to slip through somehow. Get into Gentlemate's spawn. but wasn't here, wasn't ready to answer. And Takas at first, not even aware that he's here, right? Like, he doesn't have hard information, I believe, that he's managed to sneak by. But just knowing it's a possibility, still finds the shot. Now, though, we do have the Viper's Pit and Cosmic Divide up for the side of Kase, like you were pointing out last round.
Okay.
Ooh. It's actually Gentlemates who use their own Cosmic Divide quite early into the round, but Kase don't care. They just push right on through.
Kind of calling the bluff, honestly. They just stroll towards heaven. And now spotted. That's going to be full information for the side of Gentlemates, and Kase have to back away, but look at this. Bayer's holding, waiting for them to push in. Mini boost, good for one. Roxy going in with him. Nicely done here. And now an opportunity for Kase to find a second round.
Now we're going to see what Whalers is able to do. No flashes to work with anymore on the side of Gentlemates, and Whalers does go down. Roxy picks that one up. Even going to get the plant for himself, which will give him the showstopper.
And Roxy really has been the MVP for Kase so far. Takas, he'll find one. Easy enough for him. And it doesn't look like any semblance of a retake here. Just going to hold on to the weapons. Kind of surprising considering the amount of just cash in the pockets. So you can see 6.4, 7.2. They are feeling flush, but just going to look for exits instead.
We can find this one on ease. Takas does, so at least remove another gun from the side of Kase, but Kase going to be happy to get 2 on the board.
I mean, Takas is a madman. It feels like once he's got that operator, just so clean with it. The 2 kills at the end of that last round. Now getting the exits as well in this one. In a completely lost round, still finds 2 kills after the fact. And now
we were saying attack-sided op in that round, you know, going towards Kase, but it was Takas yesterday buying attack-sided ops in both of their maps against Falcons. So, you know, very much showing that he's just confident with the op overall. But it was this play through mid. It was them, like you said, kind of calling the bluff of that Cosmic Divide that really just opened up the map for the side of Kase.
And crucially now, look, 3 ultimates online for Kase. They've got 1 round. It could string multiple together. We said yesterday the biggest strength they had, hang on a second, 4-man push down mid from the side of the Gentlemates. I mean, the ultimate going to be used by Roxy, but the entire French team is in mid right now. Nobody to find with a rocket. They'll find the spike at very least. Achilles, he's got a suspicion that someone's coming, and there we go. Just going to buy as much time as he possibly can in a 1v2, though. It's going to be tough. Cosmic Divide comes out now. This could be a second round for Kase. Oh, trying to dodge the dog.
It was almost perfect. It was almost perfect. Achilles getting this first one.
You'll take that. You'll take that every day. This Natang answers it, but Yuri has a good position here. Takas trades it, and now onto the site they go. Trying to defend, but Natang good for the trade once again. Roxy on the scene. No, but spotted out. Wallbang Natang with 3. And it's as Achilles goes for his own ultimate. I don't know if
he gets the molly down, though.
Okay, it's enough. It's enough. They've managed to hold on. And Achilles using that ult at the last second, getting the, as you say, the volley's down. 2 in a row now. Team Kase.
But that round, I mean, having to commit a Viper's Pit just to have like safety to throw out a snake bite, right? That was exactly what that was for. This looked like it was going to be a round going over to Kase easily once the Cosmic Divide came out and Achilles was able to get that first pick. But the fact that Gentlemates kind of just brute forced their way in, isolate the angles, and made it close was surprising. Honestly, lucky that Gentlemates had built up such a nice economy and can just continue to buy back to back to back.
This will be the 3rd round in a row if Kase can grab a round win here. Gentlemates, they want Existence opinion on the situation. Because I feel like in terms of like duels, in terms of frags, yeah, they're looking fantastic. These last couple of rounds, it's been about Gentlemates not necessarily having the read of where Kase are playing. Kase having essentially free entrances on the sides.
Well, I feel like a lot of that was the conditioning as well, right? Because last round, we saw the 4-man push come out from Gentlemates in mid. And I feel like that is a response from the previous round, where we did just see Kase just push through mid, go into vents, take those aggressive duels. And we've seen Kase quite a bit just poke and prod towards mid. So it seemed like Gentlemates had found the solution, but Kase were one step ahead of them, and Kase are showing they're pretty dynamic with where they can look to execute on this map. This time around, though, they will be looking back towards mid. Once again, into 4 members of Gentlemates.
It's an absolute brawl in mids as they charge forwards. Gentlemates are ready for them.
Spike down mid.
It's not often that you see just... look, Team Deathmatch has been added to the game, and apparently we're bringing it to the professional stage here as everyone just runs in. But it's an absolute firing range here for Gentlemates. 3 kills to nothing. And out Ease. I mean, he's got to try and peek his way in, find some favorable duel, but it's not going to be an easy one, that's for sure.
I have the spike.
Ooh. They actually end up getting the spike back. So they're going to be able to get away. Still shouldn't be winnable in a 2v5.
Oh, they know. Achilles.
He's going to plant Achilles.
He's good for 1. Oh, unfortunately, couldn't quite turn it into 2. They suspected something. And now Ease. I feel like we've consistently seen Ease, last man standing, trying to make miracles. There's a player's heaven.
No. I wonder what he's going to do. If he's just going to try and commit. Yeah, I was wondering if he'd try to commit for the plan, or maybe go for something a little bit cheeky, maybe push your way towards spawn and try to like isolate one pick.
Ooh, I like this. Sort of off angle, off position here. Gets the player behind first. I like the idea. I like the play from Ease, but, you know, 1v4, it's always going to be tough.
Was incredibly patient. Can't pull it through. It was impossible odds. But yeah, nice try from him. And I love it, right? You were questioning kind of what Gentlemates were going to go back to and talk with Existence about. And it seems like for the side of Gentlemates, it's like, hey, let's stack towards mid again. Kase are probably going to read it because Kase knew that they at least sent multiple members through mid last round, right? Because they were walking and pushing around from B, and they were walking into Achilles. So it seems like Gentlemates' read was, with us 4 stacking mid last round, they won't expect us to do this again. They're going to look to go back for prodding for information through mid and jumping right into the waiting arms. That was disgusting.
Yeah. It's not often you get to see just everyone run at mid. You know, I'm used to seeing ARAMs in League of Legends. Not in Valorant.
You know, Munch, this is a holy space for us. A holy space where we get to think about greener pastures, like this Trailblazer coming out that did nothing. So maybe they're not greener pastures.
Takas holding the angle with the operator, suspecting there might be a player there. And Ease has got to be cautious. If he loses out there, that's pretty much all of the smoke's gone. You've just got the Viper remaining. Oh, he spots the Astroform. He knows the player's there now. It's got to be a kill for Takas. In the meantime, the rest of the map's falling apart. As 2 have gone the way of Kase. And now onto the A site they go. This will be a plan for sure.
Yeah, they're going to go incredibly quick with this one. See what they have to work with. Honestly, not too much, right? Especially not having any flashes up with Baez being down. Going to be much harder to set up for Takas. We're going to see if they're going to be able to isolate any duels. Right now, they're just crowded off into elbow on site.
Playing together. Trying to defend each other. And remember, this is such a crucial round for Kase, but Takas gets one already. Yuri stepping forward towards screens, but Takas just runs through him. And Whaler's there to answer the trade. And once again, we see Gentlemates literally just kick down the door. FBI, open up. It's the Gentlemates. Instant defuse. And Kase again left scratching their heads.
I don't even know how Takas isolated that first duel going in there. It looked like they were like, all right, we're going to group up. We're going to play this angle well, but just charging in out of nowhere they didn't expect. And in pulling pressure towards screens there with Whalers was a nice call overall. And hell, that was the commitment of the Seekers coming out from Kase. Gentlemates had theirs, didn't see the need to use them. I guess Baez did even go down pretty early before they necessarily had an opportune time. But point is, they're going to carry over into this round. You're 1 point away from the Cosmic Divide, so you should be able to bring this into a 9-3 for Gentlemates.
You feel so. It's not a full buy on the side. Kase, they're missing a lot of utility, but they're just going to run towards the A site here. Mini Boo opens it up from heaven, finds a second as well. It's a good little start. 3 players remain, and Yuri turns it into 2. Beautifully done, and Roxy's there on top. And well, I feel like maybe we need some more fast rounds from Kase. It's a shame they've waited until the last one in the half. Takas, though, He's made miracles happen before in a 1v5. See what he can do.
We've already seen one jet pop off Munch, but sadly, not going to be the case today, as you know, the most experienced veteran of Kase going to come through and make sure he at least puts a nail in that 4th round. So not impossible, right, for Kase now swapping over to this defense side. This map has been a little bit more, you know, close ever since the reworks did come through. Definitely not that same, like, super defensive-sided map as it was back in the day. But for Kase, it's going to start here with a pistol, right? Get a pistol, can win out on a bonus, going to be able to bring yourself up to 6. Doesn't look all too insurmountable.
No, it certainly feels like it's a possible game here for Kase. We do need to see a really solid start. And again, pistols have been so crucial across the course of this series. Say that, there's only been 3 in the series so far. But Kase need it. They desperately need it. And here we go. Fast attack towards A here, at least towards the ramp. 2 players in mid.
And I love, they're going so fast. Exactly, they're going so fast. I don't think Kase will expect this.
Roxy tries to go aggressive, but Takas has the position, dashes over to his teammate. And look at the look. Whalers and Logan are going all the way to CT. Is Achilles, sorry, going to be ready for this one? This Natank finds another kill.
But the question is if Ease ends up seeing Baez here, he might be able to get Spike.
They're sneaking through, but no.
Oh, gets through just in time.
Timing's not there for him. But he'll hear the players. He's got a really good position. He could make a miracle happen here. Ease, the man of the hour, as he's got infinite information for his team and he can follow them. They've got no idea that Ease is sneaking up behind them. This could be a 3K with Ease. Knows where one is. But spotted out and Takas gets it!
Planted.
No, it slips through his fingers like sand. He thought he had the hero moment, but it's Takas on top once again. And Miniboo against the world. A Sheriff is there, and it's a great little headshot to start it off. But man, 1v4 with 40 HP. I don't think it's happening, but let's see it, Miniboo. He manages to get a second one. Not bad.
Not bad, you know. Again, showing up today, I definitely feel like Miniboo having a much better performance in this one than he did against Apex. But that was a rough one there. I really like the mind games coming out from Gentlemates, where we see this fast play over towards ramp, which opens up mid for the side of Gentlemates, right? Seeing the Astra and the Viper push through there. And I understand why Ease wanted to take it patiently, because it's a 3v5. If you just kill the first person you see, you're going to end up going down as well, and your team's still going to be in an impossible situation. Tried to play it smart, but still couldn't work out for him at the end of the day.
No Marshall this time on the side of Kase.
Okay.
Duelist synergy, not the greatest strength right there, as everyone's just going to charge on through the smoke.
You know, Munch, sometimes you like need your friend to like slap you in the face to help you wake up in the morning. I want to assume it was like a similar situation. So that one was more like a punch.
I do wonder, how does Raze's grenade actually hurt people anyway? Isn't it paint? It's like playing paintball, except with real repercussions.
I was gonna say, don't you know, paintball guns actually do some considerable damage. I would assume, you know, paintball grenades would escalate that.
I feel like they would hurt a lot less.
That sounds kind of fun, actually.
But you can get them. You can get them.
Oh, you can?
Yeah, paint grenades exist. So where I grew up, I was a mile away from the best outdoor paintball field in the whole of Europe. Called Portrait Paintball Field. It was amazing.
Bit of a flex.
I've been to a lot of games of paintball. Basically every birthday of mine and all of my friends was at the paintball field. Yeah, you can get paint grenades,
and
you
you're
can get smoke grenades.
Paint grenades, not as painful as...
No, because it's just paint splashing on you, right? But it still gets you out of the game.
See, I was kind of hoping for the actual nice explosion, as we see there. Is speaking of explosions, is still going to be some lighter weaponry for the side of Gentlemates, especially on Takas with that Marshall. But ooh, actually having the knives popped immediately. So pretty much, you know, no disadvantage coming in terms of weaponry if he can make those knives count. And we've seen Takas, he could definitely hit those shots.
There we go, diving onto the B site. The knives!
I jinxed him. I ruined it
I thought
much.
you said he could hit those shots. Maybe he's just Neo. Dodges absolutely everything at Kase. It's a great little defense here.
One enemy
As they
remaining.
just eradicate the French team. Gentlemates now. Or should I say, Gentlemate. Logan alone. And I don't think there's much he'll be able to pull off, but perhaps he'll find a sneaky kill or two. He's got 40 seconds to work with to try and hunt some players.
You have seen that movie? You see Logan?
Logan?
Yeah, Logan. You know the one about Wolverine, Hugh Jackman. It was the last Wolverine movie. It was a bit intense.
Yeah,
kind of gory, a little bit weird.
I don't know. That slipped my mind that that's called Logan. But yeah, you're right.
You know, I was kind of hoping we'd see this Logan go on a bit of a similar mission, tear down his enemies.
I don't want to
blood and guts everywhere.
Drop any spoilers, but do you think this ends the same way?
10 seconds left.
I hope not.
Probably not. Probably not.
I actually can't really remember how the film ends, but right now it's looking like the film ends with Logan alive and all of his friends dead. It's not a happy ending, that's for sure.
I mean, to be fair, you know, with obviously Hugh Jackman going to be the next Deadpool movie, isn't that it kind of is how it goes, right? It was announced. They were in a YouTube video. They sat on a sofa together. They had some banter.
I swear my memory just doesn't work. I've seen that film and I couldn't remember it. I've seen that announcement and I couldn't remember it.
You're super late, but point is there, right? We saw the fast exit try to come through. Skybird leading the way for Takas to land those knives. We built up Takas, a man known for hitting those knives. Sadly, wasn't able to do so. And then, I mean, after those immediate 2 kills, and I mean, Gentlemates didn't even really prod anywhere else on the map, right? Really, I think nowhere else they're able to pivot to. Are going to now come into a technical pause.
And the Stranger Things music comes in. And you have to wonder, will either of the teams utilize the upside down to find a way onto a site? That's essentially what Yoru does. What if Valorant and Stranger Things are the same universe and Yoru's just jumping into the upside down?
I am going to probably not disappoint you because you know me very well, but say I have never seen Stranger Things. And the only times I've ever either tried to watch it or seen it in passing, I've always thought, man, this looks incredibly cringe. And then I walk away.
Okay, fair enough. I actually can't really argue with that. The first...
Oh, is it? Is it
It's a bit cringe. But it's intentionally cringe, right? It's kids, so...
Yeah.
But honestly, first season, second season too, pretty good. I feel like it started to fall off. I haven't seen the most recent season because they were like, oh yeah, every episode is going to be a movie. And I was like, come on, guys. You're taking liberties at this point, aren't you? It's a TV show. Make a TV show, you know? But maybe I'm just grumpy old man shouting at the clouds.
When life gives you lemons, you make lemonade. When you get very young adult content, you make TV shows.
What?
That didn't exactly work, but...
What are you talking about? I just feel like I just witnessed a
first kill for Mini Boo. That's what we saw.
just stream of consciousness. Rifles, though, this is a crucial round for Kase. We need to hone in here because first opening pick onto Natang is massive. 10-5. Remember, this would be the series if the Gentlemates can take it. And it's the Gentlemates map pick as well. So Kase really can't afford to lose this one out.
This time around, we even see the side of Gentlemates able to get control of mid. Something when they were on the defense side, they were very conscious of. But for Kase, playing a bit deeper onto the sites themselves, especially if you look over towards A, which is where it looks like Gentlemates are going to start making their move. They might have a small window before Achilles gets up here, but no. Trying to bait them with sound cues and make them think they're going to go over towards that A site, but still sticking over towards B.
Making a bit of sound and drop. Moving over towards Heaven. There's 2 players still here. 3 over towards A, and there we go. Head spotted. Shot goes a little bit wide, unfortunately. Grenade won't quite find... I think it tagged a tiny bit, but not much. Gentlemates running out of time here. 15 seconds on the clock, and now the execute has to come through, but Mini Boo! 3 in the round already. 1 player up Heaven, 1 in main.
10 seconds left.
I feel like Logan and Takas probably just going to try and hold on to weapons at this point. Retreating towards spawn. Takas cannot afford to lose that operator. Oh, what a shot! Spins around on a pivot and takes Roxy out of the air. Beautiful stuff.
Good stuff from both of our Jet players this round, but still Miniboo, the one to show up. I mean, must have turned that flash so incredibly fast, right? Because we see Guiding Light to open up for the fast burst to come out from heaven, but he just mows him down. We're gonna see here. Oh, yeah, still gets caught by it a little bit, but still finds the 2 kills. But it was enough. It was enough for Kase to turn it around. And how interesting it'll be if they do manage to push this all the way, make the comeback. Like we've talked about, Kase are able to do. They showed us in their finals. They showed us going all the way back to Split 1, where they weren't even favorites to win, but did manage to come out over Team Queso in the end. And now may be able to do it here. Come back, take Gentlemate's map pick after Gentlemate's kind of dominated them on their own.
The thing is, in map 1, we saw the timeout from Gentlemates when we saw Kase string 2 or 3 rounds together, right? The timeout came out, kind of halted momentum, but then Gentlemates came out swinging. We saw a really aggressive round, if I remember correctly. Looks like on the mini-map right now, at very least, it's looking towards default, but they could easily change that. Still 15 seconds. We'll see what the change of plan is going to be after the timeout. Very popular French team here. They've already got 1 win on the scoreboard from yesterday, and they're looking at a second one. They could just string 3 rounds together, but Kase hoping to play upset. Knives online.
Ooh. Looks like they're going to play pretty aggressively through A with the setup coming out from Baez for Miniboo to go for this. So I'm sorry, from Yuri setting up Miniboo to go for this. He's going to stay posted on this angle, and it's going to allow Yuri to start making his way over towards that, over towards mid. So going to be pretty well covered. All spaces on the map.
Ease was just jump spotting the angle, but now the smoke comes out. And it looks like just a very, very slow, patient approach from Gentlemates. They don't want to give a single inch.
Doing a nice job. Just slowly trying to bait out some of this utility, right? Paint shells now being used, but using a lot of their own utility to do this. At least things like the Guiding Light will come back online, like we see one do just now. But they're going to commit.
Sneaking into this
Are they aware of
side.
Ease?
Gilles on the scene, and Ease will get one from the back of the site, as well as Takas moving through a million different smokes and pushing in. They haven't actually got control of the site itself yet. Gilles still there. 3 players on the scene. This feels difficult to push forwards with only 30 seconds, and now the spike's down as well. Bad to worse for the Gentlemates as Ease gets Takas down to the floor. Logan Whalers with only a Sheriff for Whalers as well. And now not even life remaining. Logan, good for 1. But, I mean, it's an impossible situation for him. Taken out of the picture. And Kase keep it competitive.
And how strange from Gentlemates in that round to pretty much just slow walk onto site with both of your duelists, one of which has an op. We were questioning if they know that Ease was, still here backside as they were both kind of looking up towards heaven. They weren't aware. And from that, they're just able to take them down 1 by 1. I'm definitely not feeling the attack side op from Takas as much as I was yesterday, where it actually was managing to work against Falcons. That was after they built up a huge lead and, we're pretty close to closing that one out. Here, though, they're giving Kase a lot of room to come back into this game.
Look at Kase's money, right? You've got multiple players on over 6,000 credits post-buy. It's a really strong position for Kase to be in. Gentlemates on the other side, they are against the wall a little bit. 3 rounds strung together for Kase. If they can keep this kind of performance up, they're looking good in this game. We're only 3 rounds separated. Gentlemates, I feel like in the previous map, we saw, a few rounds strung together, and then there was one big round that kind of broke that momentum. See if they can pull that out again or not. But I'm here for it for Kase. I want to see this team perform. I want to see us go to a 3rd map because, we saw yesterday on Haven, so close, so intense. And we got to Fracture. Apex had a lot up their sleeve. They brought out the Gecko and really put on a show. After losing out their own personal map pick, 15-3, you'd love to see a really close finish. And Ascent's certainly a comfort zone for him.
I kind of wonder if maybe we'll start to see Gentlemates explore more heavily towards mid, because so far they've you know, kind of prodded around mid, tried to bait out some of the utility that Kase have for the players that have been manning those spots. But we haven't really seen them try to go for any more aggressive pushes like Kase were doing when they were on the attack side, and that worked out for Kase a couple of times. So it could be something worth looking into. I will say, though, both sides having Seekers online, so Yuri will be able to spot out wherever it is that Gentlemates are more heavily leaning towards. This might be a bit hard to be a little bit sneaky. Might even just set up more potential for a fast play to come out, but for the side of Gentlemates to maybe have more confidence in being able to get an exec through, right? I think you definitely want Showstopper, Cosmic Divide, some of these tools online, guarantee another round on the board, and at least holding the momentum of Kase should be able to give you a little bit more confidence.
Certainly could. And don't forget, other way around.
I didn't want to remember anyway.
No, I mean, I never do. We've already covered that. France versus Spain. I feel like Kase here, there's a bit of dignity on the line as they want to recreate some of their regional dominance here. And we have seen some really great rounds. We have seen flashes of that. But so far, Gentlemates, I think unarguably have been the more consistent, better team. But especially players like Yuri, who've won in Spain 3 times back-to-back, wants to get back to Tier 1, wants an opportunity to show that on the highest stage.
I feel like Yuri as well has been one of the reasons for Kase to start manning this comeback. One of the big talking points for Gentlemates was how well they set up Takas, you know, go for these aggressive positions. But this half, it's been all about Miniboo and Yuri. It looks like even once again, they're potentially going to set up for a bit of a deeper hold towards A, right? Send Trailblazer Guiding Light out, have Miniboo push a little bit farther forward with that off. In situations like that is what's setting up Miniboo and Rox to find these picks. And hell, he's not even that, you know, far behind in frags himself.
No, certainly not. And I feel like, you know, talking of the frags, Takas has been so much of the game plan for Gentlemates. So many of the rounds have been based off of Takas' first kill. So many have been based off of what he's able to do early on. I mean, his first kill stats are absolutely insane. 46 to 26 of the last 60 days. Like, in those opening duels, Takas is almost always good for it, and especially on this jet.
Now the battle of the Jets really has been delivering. You know, game 1, we got the taste of the double duelist overall coming through for Gentlemates on Lotus, and that was nice coming on the split, both having double duelist setups. Honestly, all 4 of the duelists really going toe-to-toe. We saw a lot of crazy aggression coming out from both teams when they were on opposite sides, right? When Kase were on attack and Gentlemates were on defense, and like they were aggressively pushing out like 4 members through mid. And yeah, it definitely feels like a match so far that has delivered. And it feels like Kase are only going to continue to inch forward. We're going to see what this technical pause kind of does to both teams. I don't know, like mindsets and thoughts, you know, when we do come back in the game, and maybe see if any pivots come through there.
Yeah, apparently,
Wayne can just kill you, man.
The tech pause that we've got coming through here to do with players having issues with TeamSpeak, so hopefully we'll be able to resolve that shortly, and maybe just jump on Discord, guys, you know. Upgrade. It's 2023.
I was gonna say, it's been a long time since used the old
I gotta say, I feel like TeamSpeak is a weird one, where like World of Warcraft and FPSs TeamSpeak still has a stranglehold. Like every other game I've interacted with, it's been all about Discord these days. But TeamSpeak still holding on when it comes to the FPS.
I remember, so for context, for anyone out there listening, I used to be professional League of Legends coach. When I started doing that, TeamSpeak was the big in-munch, like back in the day. Then for some weird reason, it swapped to Skype. And I guess I don't know if that was a thing in like, you know, like other games, you know, the you know, FPSs and RTSs and everything else of the world. But that was the weirdest era in my mind. when teams in esports would use Skype, and it was the worst thing ever. And now it's like different depending on like regions, even for certain games. Like when I was in Brazil, a lot of people just use Facebook Messenger. You make like a giant Facebook Messenger group, and you communicate through that, and you call people through that. And yeah, very, very interesting world it is. That was definitely the worst to me. Yeah, Messenger.
At a similar time, I was working at ESL in the UK, and Skype was like the industry standard for communication. This is all before like Slack got really big and Discord got really big. And I remember it was just so terrible, just appalling.
It was the worst.
Like, nobody liked it. Everybody hated it. Constant issues. And then finally, we got some more modern alternatives.
Bring back AOL Instant Messenger. AIM, the good old days.
Yeah, Windows Live Messenger. Nudging all your friends. Nudging it until it won't let you press the nudge button anymore. Ah, those are the days. I remember back then it was like, it would take... Oh, Jesus.
Oh, God.
That makes me uncomfortable.
I feel like, I was going to say, I feel like Sky's getting a little bit too close. Not, not to say that I wouldn't, it wouldn't be nice, but maybe ask permission
It looks
first.
like a Valorant caster selfie, honestly. The amount of these that you see on Twitter that are...
Are you specifically calling out people like Bren and Mimi?
I'm specifically calling out every caster in NA, basically. I don't know what is going on over there, but they love a nose shot, let me tell you.
Oh, no. And we just keep going. We just keep going. At least Dash has got the ring. Makes it a bit more interesting.
Well, you know what, Lyric?
You were gonna send us down a rabbit hole, and then the observers so rudely interrupted us. So rudely interrupted by yeah.
Well,
I heard you have this like kind of wise sage tone of voice. We're getting into a story about some very mainstream pop culture reference that I won't understand, but the rest of the world will.
Oh. Well, I don't remember setting it up. I've not been watching much pop culture stuff recently. I've been learning economics. Not super great for anecdotes for casting, I will say. But, I've been learning about the different ways that different countries' economies work. I was actually learning about Germany recently. Very interesting.
That sounds very productive, but also doesn't sound very fun. So, and you know what? As people watch video games, I'm all up for the fun.
Yeah.
Not as much of the
In
production.
theory, it's very productive, but I'm not an economist. Why do I need to learn about how economies work? It's actually completely useless for me. It's procrastination. It's just boring 30-year-old man procrastination, It's one of those.
Yeah, it
apparently, we are going to be jumping into a break while we solve whatever tech issues are going on. Do apologize about this one, everyone. Hang tight. We'll be back in a few minutes with the rest of the game. Welcome back, everybody, to VCT EMEA Ascension.
I'm just glad we're back, because all he was doing was talking economics to me during that break, and it was the worst,
It's
guys.
not true.
It was
It's
the
not
worst.
true. Unfortunately, we are going to jump back into a break for a moment. The problem is the communication for the players. The server is down. Oh, I've just had it in my ears. The server has been fixed. The issues have been fixed. We are going back into game. So we're not going back to a break. I take all of that back. I rescind my previous statement as we return to the action. So, Lyric, remind us where we're at in the game, because if I can remember correctly, it's 10-6 or 10-7 right now. 10-7.
10-7.
There we go. And Kase on a
We've
bit
had
of a win
3
streak.
rounds. Yeah, 3 rounds strung in a row by Kase. And I feel like we were talking about how we haven't really seen Gentlemates explore mid that much, especially ever since his mini boo finding one just to start off again might already halt Gentlemates in their tracks. They hadn't been exploring mid that heavily, so it looked like that was the adaptation they wanted to make coming into this round. But now 3 members stacked here for Kase.
Yeah. I mean, that is absolutely the adaptation. They're exploring it mid much more. Bird comes in, pushing forward. It's a good flash, but Natan gets one. Yuri trades it by 3! Yuri
They didn't expect the
steps up
second.
for the hero moment. And Whalers alone now. Kase holding on. Solid defense.
Huge to come out from Yuri. We were saying he's been the one setting up mini boo in this game. All those guiding lights to find those opening picks like we saw in this round, but then rotating back. And Gentlemate's clearly not expecting the second player to be there, but good read coming on through. I mean, knowing, right? Gentlemates haven't been exploring mid that much, and if they are, maybe they are investing, more
30
heavily
seconds
into resources and more members being there, being able to catch them off guard. And now Oilers ain't going to be able to go get the spike. He ain't going to be able to do anything. He is biding his time.
Yeah, he's going to hold that rifle. And, when you get a big tech pause coming in, there's always the question of, like, who's going to still be warm, Is it going to
10
throw any
seconds
players off,
left.
etc., etc. Yuri's certainly unfazed. Comes into post-pause and just annihilates Gentlemates. And honestly, feeling similar to what a lot of the defensive sides felt like from Gentlemates' perspective, right? Where we saw them just defending mid. We saw that mid-clash last time around. Gentlemates on the defensive side just gunned through Kase. Kase just returned the favor.
Yeah, great play coming out from them. I feel like getting the amount of like aggressive information they are towards A and that op being there is really denying Gentlemate's options. And we've now seen, right, them try to split B, didn't work out. This time around, trying to go more heavily for a mid push, and that ending up the same. Now we'll have Seekers online, but still, Seekers have been there for Yuri now. So we'll be able to find out if anything's going to come through. I feel like it'd be so nice if they get the showstopper, though, because that would start opening up some, like, really fast hits to come out from Gentlemates, and that's something we haven't really seen as much from them. Kase, of course, did try a few times when they were on their attack half.
It feels like Gentlemates sort of stalling out a little bit. Kase, again, crucial round for them. You can see the credits so low for Gentlemates.
But they did end up getting the showstopper bunch, so Orb picked up. Now, maybe go for pop the Seekers, you know, satchel in, have that showstopper online. Could be the difference maker. The question is if they'll have the right read, because 4 members of Kase are in B right now. It does look like they're trying to quickly get over to A.
I mean, they've already got Logan lurking towards that A site anyway, so feels like that'll be the play. But look at this. The instant rotation from Kase. It's going to be a 4-man defense. Kile's not sure if they're committing or not. But the Seekers, that should give the game away. Seekers to return. And now here we go with the rocket launcher. Can he find anything with the showstopper? Get to even shoot it. Just sneak it around, but won't find the target in the end. Roxy, first one on the scene. Takes out Logan. Now 4v4. Yet to get the plant down. It's just an absolute brawl on the site. Kiles gets taken out by Bass. As Natank, good for one as well. The plant finally coming on through. Gentlemates finally getting themselves onto a site in ease in a 1v3. Finds the first one already. Cosmic defied as he heads up to heaven. Suddenly a brief respite.
We're going to see. Now we know where he is. Doesn't expect it. Whalers able to finish it through. Honestly, I'm a bit surprised that Gentlemates were able to bring this one back. The round started so well for Kase. They read the rotation. They got the members onto A. Showstopper not able to do anything because of the Seekers, or just the amount of utility that came out. But somehow, finding enough kills as they started to flood onto site, pinching them from so many angles, and really finding a lot of those kills towards elbow, being the difference maker.
Really tough one there for Ease. Was not ready for Whalers to be up on top with him. Expected them to both be on the site. And it's
let's be real though, Munch. Gentlemates needed that.
Yeah.
They needed that win after 4 rounds in a row being strung together by Kase. We get back to the tech box. You know, guys, we are, you know, online, so there are going to be these issues here, but it's all right. It lets us be a little bit more intimate, get to know each other a little bit better. No.
Oh dear, yeah. Tech Force coming through. Hopefully this time, bit of a quicker fix on us. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Gentlemates, really nice round from them, managing to get on the board. And look, it got messy. It absolutely got messy. But I feel like when the rounds get really messy like that, Gentlemates, that's their comfort zone. Like, so many of the players on this roster just have insane aim. They're happy to take duels. I mean, we saw it yesterday against Falcons. We've seen a bit of it today. Happy to go for dry swings. Happy to just go for the 1v1s at times. I feel like this is a roster that has so much confidence that when you get into those messy, chaotic rounds like that, they're okay. They're fine. That's their comfort zone.
And you could see that even in like their playbook, even when they were on the defense side, right? Of like being happy and being fine, throwing some of those more aggressive pushes to where it feels like for Kase have been a little bit more like tactical. I think they've had some great reads, which is, you know, credit to Roxy, the IGL for the side of Kase, because even in that last play, reading the rotation correctly. But yeah, if they can just make it into a bit of a fist fight, if they can lock it into the octagon, then it seems like that's where Gentlemates do thrive.
Certainly feels that way. Do you know, A site might actually be an octagon? I'm currently counting sides. I don't think it is.
Like,
it's not far off.
I see what you mean. It is missing some edges.
Actually,
it has some extra edges in places.
If you ignore the like slight push in on the right-hand side of it, it actually is 8 sides. Isn't that exciting, everyone?
You know, I gotta say my analogy wasn't even right, because if we're saying like what Gentlemates want is aggressive, then I should have said they're looking for bare knuckle boxing, which I don't know what kind of ring they use because I've never watched it, but that is the more brawly one. I feel like MMA overall is much more tactical because you have like jiu-jitsu and Muay Thai and all this stuff you got to think about. I didn't have to call out the fact that my analogy was wrong, but I'm an honest man, so I wanted to.
The thing is, like, I feel like when you say stuff like MMA is a tactical thing, that it's all a matter of perspective. Because if you're like me, for example, and you don't know anything about fighting whatsoever, then MMA doesn't look tactical at all. MMA looks like two blokes brawling, hitting each other in the face, doing some crazy flips and kicks and stuff. Everyone climbs on top of the octagon at the end for some reason.
The perfect thing about that is especially a lot of the more well-known like MMA guys who come out from the UK are kind of known for that style. Michael Bisping, Darren Till, these guys just kind of get in there, throw some hands and get in. So honestly, not far off. Not far off. Your countrymen are representing your ideal of MMA.
That's great to hear. I'm glad. I don't even know the names of the people that you said. And I'm sure someone's upset out there about that fact. But, you can't know everything. And, I know Michael Owen. He's a footballer, so I've got that one. That's one famous sports person.
See, when you say Michael Owen, for some reason, the person who comes to my mind is Owen Wilson. Which,
wow.
Those probably not the same person.
No, distinctly not.
Might both be great. So, but hey, Owen Wilson has some great movies.
Yeah.
Wedding Crashers.
It's one of those ones where, Michael Owen, known for football, Owen Wilson more for dodgeball. It's a bit of a different ball game, if you will. Is he in dodgeball?
Wait, is Owen? No, I don't think he is.
Kind of ruined that.
He could be.
I'm thinking of Zoolander.
Could be. It's been a while.
Zoolander's a fantastic film, by the way. What a weird film. When they go to the skate park, that film gets strange real quick. I mean, it starts pretty strange.
Zoolander is a sequel, right?
No,
a much worse. Is that really what it's called? Yeah. Oh no, I just remember.
Yeah, Zoolander then Toolander. I've not actually seen the second one.
Again, Munch. I think it's a good thing we've ended up at the Tech Pause. I think it's a good thing we've gotten to again get up. The viewers get a more intimate look at us and whatever random nonsense
I don't know if that's true.
we do talk about.
I'm not sure if this is a
probably isn't for the best.
I think you believe that, and no one else. No one else is
I want to believe it.
I'm on board with chat here. When will these guys shut up? Right now, because we're going to jump into a quick break while we fix these technical issues. Please bear with us. We'll be back as soon as we can. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for bearing with us through these couple of technical issues. The communication issues do seem to be sorted, though, so we're going to jump back into the game and finish this one off. It's game number 2 in our series between France and Spain here. Gentlemates versus Kassei Esports. And Lyric, can you give us a bit of a recap on what has been going on here in map number 2? Because I feel like it's getting away from us here. We've had a couple of delays, and yeah, like let's re-hone in on the game.
Yeah, you know, because we started with Gentlemates on the defensive side where, you know, they were doing incredibly well, being very dynamic. We saw them able to play rounds like quite defensively, do like nice jobs with some setups towards mid, but then also have those aggressive rounds, right? Where they're like pushing through B main, 4-man stacking mid. But then when we swap sides, it really feels like Kassei have really started to find their groove. They were able to string, I believe it was 4 rounds in a row together. They've made it a bit more competitive. But now we're in a place where after a very messy last round where it looked like Kassei had a great read, Roxy calling the rotation, knowing the site's going to come out on A. Finally, Gentlemates managed to get a win back in their column. And now we're going to see how Kassei can kind of react to that if the momentum now being cut kind of gives Gentlemates more room to close out what is their map pick, right? I mean, the fact that Kassei are even pushing it and making it this close, I think is quite impressive.
Yeah, honestly, Kassei looking much better on Gentlemate's map pick than they did on their own of Lotus.
On their own.
Like Lotus really struggled in a lot of rounds, aside from Miniboo, like opening a couple of those rounds up. I think Roxy did a couple of good rounds there as well. But here on Split, it's been much more of a back and forth here. Gentlemate's really solid first half. I think it was, what, 8-4 at a halftime mark. But now Kassei have managed to bully their way back in, and they're on 3-4 rounds in a row. Oh, no, sorry. They were on 3 or 4 rounds in a row. And Gentlemates managed to win out the most recent round to kind of even things up once again. I believe we're on a gun round. And hopefully we can get it up on the screens momentarily for you guys and jump back into this one and find out how it ends. Because honestly, I feel like there's a lot of tension building for how this game ends now, just because we've been at this very close point in the game for quite a while. Apparently we do have a few highlights of the game as well. While we wait for everyone to get back in the server, get in those comms and get this underway once more.
Yeah, and I mean, this game has some highlights so far. As like we said, there've been like a lot of just incredibly aggressive moments to come through. A lot of bizarre moments as well. We haven't seen it yet, but again, I still remember the one round where it's like on the side of Gentlemates, Natank and Taka's just kind of crouch walking out of B main. One of them has an op. And yeah, that one didn't work out for them. We have had a lot of good op shots from Takas in general.
Takas is, I mean, this one was the astral form giving away the player's position as well. Not something that you see all too often. But yeah, some really intense rounds. And plenty of moments for people to show up. And like Miniboo, for example, we saw yesterday, kind of a little lackluster. Today, he's been stepping up.
He definitely has been, and I even like the round that we just saw, you know, that kind of warranted us talking about him, because that was what really made Gentlemates scared about exploring through mid, was Miniboo finding those kills from right under heaven, and since then, they've been a little bit scared. So Miniboo really has been, you know, the boogeyman for Gentlemates so far on this defensive side. And it's why the comebacks look likely. And if you've been missing out again, Kassei have shown in their domestic region, whether back in Split 1 finals where they were underdogs, or even in this Splits finals where they fall down 11-1 on the opening map of Fracture, managed to end up winning that game once they swap sides and bring it to overtime. So I definitely think Kassei are still a team that you can believe in to make a comeback. But, you know, we'll see here once we get in the game in a few minutes if losing one round is enough to kind of halt their momentum. So my guess is no. My guess is Miniboo's still going to be delivering on all cylinders.
Yeah, it feels that way, doesn't it? And this 17-year-old on the server and really looking fantastic so far today. Gentlemates, you know, yesterday had a bit of an easier series for themselves and looked really good yesterday. It looked like they were relaxing. Today, being challenged. 11 on the board now. Both with a full buy. Straight off the bat. We've got an ultimate coming out. Won't be able to find the target. Logan just takes him out of the picture.
Yeah, aggressive setups coming out on both sides of the map, right? Kassei wanting to aggress through A main as the defenders. But we even had a Astra suck plus the paint shells coming out onto Miniboo which did,
out of
you
my
know, take
way.
down his shields, do a bit of damage. He's still ready.
Oh, Takas pops the ult and immediately gets domed. That was right between the eyes. And now Yuri with an aggressive rotation down mid. He's got reinforcements though. He's trades it. Whalers back on the scene and Natak jumps on into the action. Certainly Mini Boo, he got one good shot earlier. That's a second one. And now the knives come out as well. Whalers getting towards the site, but him and Logan are separated right now. If Mini Boo could find a duel, this round is winnable for Kase. Mini Boo, the hyped up prodigy, the man of the hour for the team. And he's got everything to work with here. Peeks out of the smoke, gets the headshot instantly, and that's the spike down! Mini Boo! Call it a blade storm because he's storming over the French team. Kase back in the game.
That flick was so insane coming out from Mini Boo. I mean, the positions were disconnected, but you still thought it would be enough. They had, you know, they're kind of both spread out, have different angles to play with. Was it enough in the end? Mini Boo, I said it, he's been the boogeyman. Been the boogeyman for the side of Gentlemates coming through that one. That shot was absolutely disgusting, but this, outrageous, being able to connect it, having the presence of mind to assume that a player's going to be there.
Such a good shot. Not even a needed headshot there either. Like, the player was, what, 10 HP, I think? But still, takes him out. And again, on the scene, finds the lurker. Wow. We've been asking Mini Boo to step up today. Did decent on the first map, and now, when Kase need him most, he is taking over the server.
And I mean, right, coming into this round, you didn't have a full buy coming out for Gentlemates, so you would expect them to go down here. I feel like one of the best things that can happen for them is if Gilles doesn't manage to get his Viper Spit online. You know, if you can get through this round, even if you do lose, but he isn't able to get a kill or an orb for himself, and you don't have to worry about that in the next round, you are going to have some good ults online for yourself, as I believe Logan will have his Viper's Pit to potentially try and get yourselves 12.
Takas actually tried to take a duel against an operator with a sheriff. Does manage to get the tag. Another shot, if it was to the head, would finish that job off. Takas getting really aggressive here, actually using those smokes to find space. Oh, Mini Boo doesn't see him. Takas could have a window here. There's two players on the side, but no, Mini Boo gets him. That tank at least will get one, but immediately taken down. A Whaler's now alone. He's got a rifle. He's found the spike.
They don't know he's here.
He's not good.
Oh, never mind.
Can he plant? Can he get it down in time? No. Takes him out. And there we go, 11 to 10. Kase keeping us in this one, and Mini Boo specifically. Like, these last two rounds have been magnificent.
They really have. I mean, Mini Boo has been showing up, but Munch, I said, is like one of the nice things that would have been to see for Gentlemates in that round is for Gilles not to be able to get that Viper's Pit in, and now he does. So you might have your own, you know, Astral coming through your own Viper's Pit online, but it can be countered out. We're gonna see if they can pick up an orb for Natank or even find a kill to get that showstopper, because with 3 impactful ults, that should be enough to get them on 12.
And I think they're basically saying, look, you're going to try and use your ult towards mid. We're just going to charge a fast attack here, but take it out of the air. Ease finds a beautiful headshot to start us off, and now the rest of the team charges in. Ease can't find more, but Takas does. 2 already as they burst onto the site. This could be match point with the pit coming in, the spike down. We need a miracle retake from Kase, and Roxy starts it off beautifully.
And they have their own Viper's Pit. We'll see if they want to try and get close to find it. At least some utils still to work with for the side of Gentlemates. Now, though, with that Trailblazer down, nothing.
2 screens, 1 heaven. This is so tough to push in. Operator useless against the Viper's Pit. The shorty ain't as they charge on in. But Kase, they managed to find the retake in the blink of an eye. They annihilate the French players. And now, 11 to 11. Somehow, they've managed, what is that, like 7 of the last 8 rounds?
It's something like that. And Logan just went down from Kile spamming from heaven, I believe? Because Logan didn't come down the whole time. He was the one who ended up taking him down. And oh, no, I guess not from heaven, had dropped down. But yeah, just spamming through ends up finding him. And they didn't even have to commit their Viper's Pit for that one. You still have some modes to play with for Gentlemates, but the more this goes on, the harder it's getting to believe. And I even feel like Gentlemates in that last round had like a multiple-pronged attack, right? Raze jumps out, Guiding Light follows, and oh, they're going fast again.
Yeah, rinse and repeat on this one.
Shut down.
Not going to be able to connect. Yuri looking for the shot, and it's good for one to start us off here. And he's chiming in. Whalers gets onto it as Takas and Whalers finding more. 2v2. It's an explosive start to the round, but the defense is already here. Grenade available for Roxy, but won't be able to find the targets. Takas so low.
Yeah, super low, not much to work with here. We're going to see is still op in hand. We'll see if he elects into picking up something else.
Takas playing close. Does have that rifle operator in hand for Miniboo, but taken out by Takas. Player position known now as he has to move in. Roxy trying to make it happen, but match point comes through. The fast attack finally works for the Gentlemates.
Match point.
Finally get themselves to 12. It did look a little bit dicey. Did have to use a lot to convert that round. But at the end of the day, the fact that it was just Takas kind of swinging out to get that last kill on Raze and not even trying to play as this like two-man unit. It does look like maybe Whalers were starting to move around, but wasn't in unison. Didn't matter though. As long as he could connect the shots, he got the point on the board. So now here we are. Kase gonna take a timeout. Though I don't even know if there's much, they need to change. I mean, we had a showstopper, we had Seekers, we had so much come out for Gentlemates to even find that round win.
I mean, at the end of the day, you've got a timeout. It's match point. This round can push you to overtime. Now is the time to use it. They've got the Viper's Pit, like you say, Cosmic Divide, 1 point away from the Seekers as well. And, there was a tense moment there where the game was paused and we hadn't got the flash up of a timeout. It was like, is it a timeout or is it a tech pause? We'll find out. It was a timeout, luckily, this time. But like you say, Kase doesn't feel like they need to change too much. The defensive rounds have looked really good across the half.
Yeah, I especially liked in that last round what we had come out from Ease, where he had the Stars come out early on. He had that pool the second he had the Showstopper come out, and it really killed a lot of the momentum of the push coming out from Gentlemates. They were able to still manage to get through and, get onto site, but I feel like Kase have been doing a great job of making their lives difficult.
Viper's Pit available and instantly dropped the second there's any hint of a player coming along towards the middle of the map here. Kila's going to defend that one. And a much slower approach here from the Gentlemates. Spreading out, playing for a default, playing for a pick.
We haven't seen them try all that many times to actually just hit on through A. Obviously, we did last round. It's been because Miniboo most rounds is posted up here. They do obviously have some utility to work with. They have a Guiding Light.
Forced away is Miniboo and chased on into the smoke. It's a shorty off between the duelists, but Takas wins it out. And that is dangerous for Kase. The retake with 4 players. It's only the Cosmic Divide.
Cosmic Divide available. Yep, is there. I like how Kase are trying to be methodical with this, clearing out every corner they need to walk into. Look at the positioning, though, from Gentlemates. Getting all their bases covered.
All or nothing for the Spaniards here. Kase desperate to stay in the series, looking for overtime here, but it's the French coming out on top as Whalers gets another ease, trades it, but Takas, rightfully so, to finish the job. 13-11, couldn't have been closer. But it is the Gentlemates to finish out the series 2-0.
Gentlemates, I mean, they looked incredibly dominant in map 1 on Lotus. They came in here, their defensive side, immaculate. Again, they had like a lot of different modes that they could look to play. Kase, though, making them work for it once they swap sides. It was nice to see, great to get the battle of the duelists coming on through. But at the end of the day, it really was this guy. It was Takas stepping up, putting up, I mean, what? Did he reach 30 Munch? I know he was close. Last I checked was when he was at 27. But definitely putting up the big numbers.
I don't know exactly what score he finished on, but it was a powerful one, that's for sure. Incredible map from him. So many of these shots were just like eye-watering if you're a fan of the Spanish side. Miniboo, though, did step up as well. Like, honestly, yesterday we were like, yeah, jet off, this is going to be insane, and it was a little lackluster. Today, we got that jet off, and you can see Mini Boo and Takas absolutely going to be the players one shy of that 30 bomb.
Yeah, and well-deserved, right? He showed up on the op, committed to the attack side op, even after it started not really yielding any, let's say, round victories, even if he himself was finding those isolated kills. But even just nice to see. I mean, people like Natang having, you know, good performances. We saw in map 1, he did the same on Phoenix, now able to deliver once again on the Rays. And overall, I feel like we saw a lot of good setups come out from both teams, especially on those defensive sides. Like, they definitely had a lot of good protocols there and, like, great use of things like the Astra Suck to allow for, like, raises to pop off, get in there, and get a lot of damage down. But at the end of the day, baguettes win. And I was already on that side of the argument before the match, so I'm glad I'm still on the right side of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I loved some of the creative rounds as well. Like, we saw Gentlemates very aggressive on the defensive side. Like, multiple times we saw them all charge out through either A or B main. We saw them fighting in mid for control and trying to, you know, not play super passively on the defensive side.
Yeah.
I think it's always fun to watch a team that's willing to be aggressive on the defensive half.
Yeah, and again, like, the way they throw in kind of, okay, 2 people are going to push out through B main here, or the rounds where twice in a row they 4-stack mid. It was just great to see.
Well, that is going to be it for our first series here on the B stream, but do not go anywhere. We've got Apex versus Focus. Focus playing their first series here after making it in through the play-ins. We'll find out how they're going to do right after the break.
It's F-Flex on the beat. 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 It's F-Flex on the beat.
Welcome back to the B stream here for Ascension EMEA, live here in Mesa Berlin, surprisingly from Berlin. Tim, my name's Des, this is Tim, and we're coming into a fantastic...
Blowing me away with the knowledge, Des.
Wow, Mesa Berlin's based in Berlin, who would have thought it? Absolutely. Well, we had our first little game yesterday. Today we're coming back in for a real streamer as well. Apex versus Focus. This one has got so much history to it. Two Polaris teams coming up against each other. I can't wait to see how it plays out.
It's going to be big because you've got the team in Apex who, let's be honest, they're the favourites for the whole thing, some would say. And then you've got them coming up against a team that are a little bit more, not necessarily more in form, but They've lost a couple of times to this team previously, but then they've found their form coming into the tournament, so it's going to be a real interesting one.
And in case you haven't heard of Apex before, question one, how the hell have you not? Magnum, Mystic, and Enzo, all ex-Fnatic players, would have seen them there before. Pico's come in as one of the kind of the up-and-coming gunners that we are seeing put on an absolute show. And Shadow, the line that Munch, one of the casts that was on in the previous game, mentioned yesterday, is this guy's probably played more rounds on Breach than most of us have Valorant in our lifetimes, is the way you can look at it. And they're coming up against Focus. Again, another team from Polaris who, I guess unfortunately for them, just happened to land in the same VRL as Apex themselves. Lime, Waddle, Lewis, Yugi, and KPZ. These guys are also on a bit of a tear themselves. They've looked him a little bit transformed, making their way in through the play-ins, but there will always be that question, can they get past Apex?
It's the sort of story that I love. A team that comes through, they've had
an underdog.
Imagine, they've had the trials, they've had the tribulations, and they are finding their feet at the right time coming into the tournament. Obviously, we didn't see them yesterday, so this is going to be our first chance to get a look at this team. Apex had a great result yesterday, got it locked down 2-0. Our focus going to be more of a challenge for them? That is the question that we need to answer.
And the one that we will find out very, very soon as well. We'll take a little look at a couple of these players as well, get up a little head-to-head between our duelists. Now, partly one of the reasons why I picked them out as well, we'll go through that in a minute, but now we'll take a look at our map veto instead then. Who cares about a head-to-head? So for these two teams, as said, there's a lot of history. They played each other in a best-of-3 and then a best-of-5 the very next day at the start of June. We've seen a massive variety of maps coming out with very, very different results. So for me, the three that we see today will tell a massive story because we've got so much to go back on, Tim.
Fracture and Ascent then are going to be our first maps that are taken away. We are in a pick, ban, pick. Sorry, ban, pick, ban. Map.
Yeah, indeed.
Pick. So, Apex, they're going to pick up the first one. It's going to be split with Focus starting on defense. And Focus, they will take us to Lotus.
Split as the first one is really interesting because Apex demolished Focus on this map. 13-2 to be precise. However, Focus changed up their comp during play-ins. They brought out a new double duelist setup and they looked far better against different teams. But again, the question now is, can they do the same against Apex? And Lotus, looking at that as a map as well. Again, not a bad one. Although Apex managed to win it out, it was in overtime. It was 14-12. So it's definitely a map that Focus feel confident on. Again, coming back to that same question, can they do it when it really matters here in Ascension? And to round things off, Tim, we'll go to Pearl.
If we get there. We didn't see the third map yesterday in the match that we casted Des. Apex didn't see the third map yesterday in the game they played.
Need to.
Will Focus be the differentiating factor that take us to that third map, or might they even win in two themselves?
Pearl's another good one to look back at history again, and we're kind of blessed that these two teams have played each other so much throughout this year. Back at the start of June, they played it back-to-back on the first day, the Saturday, and then I believe the next day on the Sunday. Apex won both, 13-7, 13-6. So again, just to give you the gravity of this game, Apex constantly have been that team that Focus can't get past. They've lost them in 2 best-of-5s, 3-1. They've not been able to beat them during the regular season, during any kind of playoffs. This is that team for Focus that they're like, if we're going to prove that we can be the best and really ascend at the end of this competition, this is a team you've got to beat now. It doesn't matter if it's now or in a grand final, it has to be here and now.
That's it. When you come into tournaments like this, you can't rely on getting, matches up against the teams that you can beat. You've got to just be able to beat everybody. This is, the best get separated out for a reason. We've got that matchup that you were talking about, Des, Yugi versus Kiko.
Absolutely. Now, Yugi won purely because his name is brilliant. He's called Yugi. He's a duelist. Those of you maybe a little bit of an older persuasion may well know what I'm trying to refer to there. But as he's one of the older members on the team as well, coming up against Kiko, who again is this new young gunner that's coming in, you are seeing slightly higher scores coming out on the other side. So for me today, this is going to be a real big difference maker. Depending on how those entries go, those initial fights that come out between these two on the entry, it will really help create a lot of room for the rest of the team to operate in. And while we saw a little bit of a performance yesterday for Apex in the game they went into, it was a similar spot where they were doing okay on the entry side, but it was just how the rest of Apex came together that made it so hard for Kase to get anything done. That's why I'm a little bit nervous. You might see some success coming out of Yugi, but can the rest of the team then follow through off the back of it? That's where you'll struggle.
Yeah, that's the big thing. It's about disruption for Focus. You know, Apex are coming in very organised, very well drilled, very ready for this, and it's whether Focus can disrupt that gameplay or not. You know, how do they get in there? How do they rattle them? How do they sort of make them play a little bit more reactively rather than dancing to their tune?
That's exactly it, right? And this is the story of the game that we cast yesterday as well. And in fact, we've seen it a little bit earlier on today, when a team is the one being proactive, the one making things happen, looking to take space to force the other side to be the ones constantly having to respond or slow down. That's where you really see victory and control of the game get established.
Yeah, absolutely that. And we saw glimmers of it from Desire yesterday, and those were the best. Well, no, my point is
Glimmers,
those were the
sorry.
best rounds that they had.
They did.
And that is the key. It's about being able to bring that round after round. And I sort of look at Focus as maybe being in a similar position to Apex as Desire was to CGN. So Focus, we need to see them displaying that ability to do it more rounds than not.
Here are your compositions for this game as well. Now, straight away, your eyes have to jump to, again, Yugi and Kiko both being on the jet. That's going to be a classic matchup that we have seen so many times. Both sides rocking up with the Sages on side as well. Lewis and Enzo deploying those out to the field. The one real thing to be excited about for me from Focus is the fact they've got this double duelist setup coming in. I mentioned that last time around they played each other, we saw one comp. When they played it in play-ins against different teams, we saw the double duelist setup. Today, we are seeing that double duelist setup coming out once again. Apex will have seen this, they'll know what's coming. As you can see, they're playing the same comp they always have done on this map, but you're coming up against a different form of Focus today. If Focus get this first map running this comp, God knows what happens on the next two.
I think, yeah, I agree, and I think that's what makes this first map so important for Focus. It is Apex pick. Obviously, you know, as we've said, as you can see, they've picked it for a reason. They're going to be looking to come away with this 100%. If you feel like if Focus can get this, for me, it's going to be their big opportunity to take the whole thing. I think Focus win 2-0, or Apex win 2-0 or 2-1. I feel like for Focus, it's that 2-0 opportunity. You grab the first map, you beat them on your own, and that's how they're going to get the win out of this matchup.
Really got to steamroll their way through is the only way I can summarize it. Completely on board with that one. And again, just looking at the last time they played this comp, actually Focus this is, it was against S2G in the play-in finals. They won like 13-4. They've shown they can do some magic, but now it all comes down to how they can do in the server against Apex. Apex start on the attacking side, Focus on the defense. Let's get into it, Tim, and see how it plays out.
Going to be starting off with the typical pistol round. They're going to be moving in. We've got the coming out there from the Sage. Trailblazer's going to push forward. I don't think he's going to manage to find a concussant to anybody. We just have a little bit of aggression out of Lewis as well, using that dash to get forward and just trying to claim space early at the beginning here, and he does it with one. Can't find the second, but Lime does manage to pick up Shadow.
And the assist coming in with a nade over the top as well. Just a real crunch there onto a couple of players on the side of Apex. They're down two. So suddenly Focus already starting out looking strong. Have got the advantage here for the push in. And Magnum and the rest of his team are going to have to evaluate exactly what they want to push in here. I don't think they've been spotted out in mid, but they're going to be now because they're going to get swung any second from KPZ, who's ready and waiting. Yugi finds one more. Enzo gets at least something back for his team, but it feels too little too late unless they can land some miraculous headshots, Tim.
Yeah, it's really going to take a couple of big gunfights here to get them back into it. They do have a little bit of time to play with, 40 seconds. They don't necessarily need to rush this, but just look at Focus. They're stacked up in heaven. They know exactly where this push is going to come from. They're just waiting for this movement to come through.
They're very split off at this point as well. Like, there probably should be a call here as to what the game plan is. I mean, it's in two now. It's going to be a case of, right, get the hell out of dodge, go towards A. We spotted two. We know there's a stack up here because we had aggression out towards Garage earlier. They might be able to get control of sight here, but I tell you what, Mystic could be in a wonderful spot. If he plays this right, they all come through at the same time, and Focus just a little bit too focused him. They get him shut down. They'll find the last as well. The pattern at least goes on through, but this round's done and dusted. Focus with a very composed start.
Yeah, Focus just doing a great job there, particularly pushing that smoke when they were having to rotate. They know if they go in there in numbers, I won't say no chance, but there's very little chance that they're going to come away with a loss in that situation. Even if they lose one, the other's going to pick up the kill. It was just really well played, really well timed as a team, and that's the sort of synergy that we're going to need to see from them. It was great from Focus.
Someone's got to slow that down, bang it in like a TikTok video with like a real overexposed like bass, like as they walk through the smoke all slow-mo, deal with it, glasses on, just all three of them rolling in. There's no way Mystic walks out of that in one piece. Good idea from him. Even better response coming out from Focus. They have the money, the controller coming into round 2.
Yeah, we're just going to see them playing into that advantage. Better weaponry, better loadouts. Of course, we're going to have some early encounters here just around that toxic screen. And once again, as you say, nade comes in, Lime picks up the opener, and that is going to be another good start for Focus.
And this is where you're going to see some really good use of the Sage as well, the ability to slow things down, to reposition. Maybe a bit of expectation here that they've tried to drop the Sage wall up that might try and encourage Apex away to go and push him towards A via ropes. Here they're actually committing to it. They're breaking the wall. They'll hear this knife coming on through. Maybe considering it might be a bit of a bait here, that's why there's only one player knifing it to pieces right now, is to not give away that there are 2, 3, maybe 4 all trying to push up here. More utility comes out and Lewis gets a spray through. It's far too easy. One more goes down. There's another burst on through. And Apex are walking into a firing squad, Tim.
Yeah, KPZ just getting that utility down to assist as well, and again, just prevent that push coming through. They hear the wall going down, so right, we'll pop a smoke, and we'll make it difficult for you to push on the back of it. 2 kills come in. It's flawless for Focus. The A site was just completely held down by the Cypher of Waddle. Had the trap wires, had the cam, had all the information he needed to say, you know what, you don't need to worry about this site. There ain't nobody pushing here. Just Focus over on the other, and it was really well done by Focus.
It was absolutely brilliant. And again, it just looks composed is the best way I can summarize it so far. Now, I look back at the last time these couple of teams played each other. The problem was it started out this exact way, with Focus going up 2-0, and you're thinking, great, they're off to a good start. Apex came in to win the gun round here in round 3, where they have got the superior rifles, only to then lose the next 2, 3, 4 rounds on the bounce. So we've got to keep a close eye on exactly what Focus can do to maintain control if they lose this round, but things are going well so far. And I think with Yugi coming out with the ult already, I was about to curse him, but he's already cursed himself, Tim. They lose the ult, they lose the man.
Yeah, I think Focus there just trying to really put the foot down to the floor on that gas pedal and just really accelerate into this one even more. Guiding Light is likely to blind out the Cypher there, just going to prevent that push coming around too aggressively. And like you say, it was worth a roll of the dice to me, I think. Yep, you've got your ult ready on the jet, fire it out. Maybe it gets you a big start, maybe it nets you a couple of kills, and you've got another round on the board. I don't think it's the end of the world, but the big question now is whether Focus can hold on to this round or not.
For the longest while here, Apex have been waiting to see what the movements around ropes were, because they had the Sky Flash going, the noise indicator gave away there was at least one player there, but didn't know if there were a couple waiting to swing, and that's exactly what was waiting as they found out with the dog. So it's a good little bit of composure here to assess, get information, and now rotate away through sewers to go in towards A main instead.
30 seconds left.
Looking to push up and get that push forward, moving on to A. Utility goes out, gonna just dash into the smoke there. The Jet looking to push forward through A. Kiko just trying to see if he can get something going for his team. He's established an elbow, and that's allowing the plant to go down from Enzo. Spike is confirmed, and that now leaves Focus on the retake.
This is actually what we saw a lot out of Apex yesterday in their game against Kasse. We spoke about it a bit already, but playing for the retakes, not wanting to overcommit in 2v5s, for example. They'd rather get into a 5 versus 5 and then make it happen. That's exactly what they're looking for. They find 1, find 2. Enzo gets some damage done, but Lewis is right there getting 2 back himself. Lime left standing all by himself here against 3.
Not going to be easy. Apex just having great control of the post plant. They were ready. Mystic finds that final kill. I like that play from them. It was that aggression from Kiko. Dash into the cloud burst, move over into elbow, just take complete control of that top side of sight, and it allowed that spike to get planted, but also made it very difficult for Focus to be able to push across and start moving on. As you can see, just holding that position throughout. Enzo at the end there, just locking it down.
I think once they knew Yugi got himself in behind box, jumping up was one of the worst things he probably could have done. Got himself in a very precarious situation and couldn't get out. So Apex finally on the board after that gun round. But now's where you get the real matchup. Both teams come in fully tooled up, all with rifles. This is what will really determine how the next 2 or 3 rounds play out. And Enzo is the one to start, finding KP's head.
Great spray through the smoke, got his rewards for doing so. Trailblazer just riding out there, not going to find any intel, no concussion, nothing happening, but it does tell them that at least the way forward is clear, and it's a clear signal for them to push towards Apex once again, looking out towards that right-hand side, wanting to get aggressive, but they're going to have a Cypher Trapwire ahead as well as the Viper Toxic screen that can be fired up at any point to hold them back.
Yeah, and straight over the top of the molly as well, just to get straight into a lovely spot to stop the rotates on backside itself. Which I think someone just hopped into there, the Cypher for a quick second. But Apex are on the site. They've got the jet in up front, and Waddle, they didn't know he'd be there as well. They assumed he'd be cut out by the fact that they had those mollies down, but still he's managed to do some damage. 2 for himself, looking for a third. Round comes one more, but Waddle doesn't have the angle. Gets one more, there's one left standing, and it's Magnum in the back, looking for 2. Waddle's got the right idea, one's found the 1v1. Yugi wins it out, down goes Magnum.
Waddle obviously heard him coming, but just unable to find the shots onto Magnum, who at least gave his team every opportunity there, bringing it down to the 1v1. But once again, Focus able to lock it out, getting themselves a nice early lead here at 3-1. This was a great opener. You love to see this.
It's true, on the what's normally would be considered a one-way, but both teams looking to make use of it there as well. It's getting to the point where you can see the kind of feeling that we're getting from Apex is take things slow, feel it out with information, make plays off the back of it. But again, to give it to Focus, they're not overcommitting to a defense. They're not taking 1v4s, 1v5s. They're just immediately giving up ground to Apex and taking fights when they're there as a group. And that's really good to see.
As we said, really, it's about playing their game. It's coming in, you know, finding those points for aggression and taking them when they are there. And so far, they've had full advantage of it. First fight, once again, goes to Yugi. Has a feeling that there's somebody inside the smoke, sprays it down and gets his reward. But Mystic, he's going to be there for the trade, leaving us in a 4v4.
Once again, those duelists coming head-to-head as well. That Yugi so far has come out mostly on top. We saw him with the ult earlier on. Has pulled ahead of Kiko at least to start. Then this mid-round explosion of kills comes through. Focus has still got the numbers advantage, 2 to find. With the ult coming out on top of it, it should make things at least a little bit easier for them. Now make it forward. The res coming out as well from Lewis.
Going to be in an important position is Shadow trying to hold on to Elbow, but can't do it as Lewis takes him down. And it's going to be the end of things as the defuse is likely to come through. They get halfway there, but Enzo, he finds one, can't find the second. Lime is just there.
Okay, I mean...
0.12 seconds remaining there.
It was great by Enzo as well. He did almost manage to force it there, even though he was in the numbers disadvantage, but Focus absolutely pulled themselves ahead. 4-on-1 now, starting to build up quite a notable lead.
Yeah, that was a real finish to the round there. As you say, Enzo just working from up in heaven, able to just dip on and off rafters and get his first out of the 2 that he needed, but just couldn't pick up the last onto Lime. Just missing the shots ahead. But Focus, they are sitting pretty at the minute. 4-1 on the defense. They chose the defensive side. Of course, it is Apex map pick, so we would expect a strong start from Focus. The real question is going to come when they get onto the attack.
2 halves to a game of Valorant, Tim, and pretty much every other game out there, it feels, for the most part. Things can change very drastically, as we saw yesterday. You know, CJ came out to a flying start, 9-3 on Fracture, and really it could have been 12-0. Only for things to get pulled all the way back to overtime. It was absolute madness. So I'm keen to see how they play out once we do switch on sides. Once again, going to spot 2, playing at the top side of ropes. No doubt something that Apex are used to. Now we've seen it in pretty much every single one of these rounds. The 2 players ready to spray out if they need to go out for the trades, but as last time round, have also now rotated through ropes over towards heaven.
I like the timing of the paint shells from the Rays there on the side of Focus, just preventing that push coming in behind Trailblazer, just working from on top of the wall, but it's going to be Mystic who manages to find Lewis taking the Sage down, and that leaves us 5 versus 4. Apex able to get this spike planted as well. This is a good attack for them so far, but once again, there's just been a couple of lost gunfights along the way, you've got to feel for Apex.
Yeah, I think Magnum there was real, though it was a bit odd to go in as a solo. He was really hoping to find someone looking the wrong way. Line gets put down as well with the ult online. That's a real kicker. Apex finding a couple of big kills, but it's still a 2 versus 2. Enzo yet again is left standing by himself. Yugi with the closeout. Focus once more. Pull off a wonderful retake, Tim.
Yeah, both going to get involved in the defusing, pick up maximum points, and 5-1.
Really interesting how things have played out, and I'm curious if at any point we see Apex kind of put a pause on this and have a conversation, because it's definitely not been going the way that they would have envisaged. Again, last time they played 13-2. They rolled their way through Focus, but I remember speaking to a couple of the other casters who were here as well and just saying, you know, what do you think about Focus? And they said, well, there's the timeout. You get one or two kinds of focus. You either get Polaris focus, in which case, oh no, or you get play-ins focus, in which case, oh yes. And so far, given the lineup, the way they're playing, how confident they look, Yugi at 9-2, Lewis at 7-4, a player that 3 months ago you probably wouldn't have dreamed of like raving and bigging up for the kills that he's getting. They are absolutely flying, and we are seeing play-ins focus in full force.
Like on the side of Apex, in terms of economy, we're going to be having a quiet round come out of them. We've got quite a few pistols on the board. That may change as they start to get into the round, but it's certainly something to keep an eye on, because, of course, you know, as we push forward, it's going to be the case that Focus are getting themselves on top of things here. 5 rounds to 1 now. They're certainly going to be having the better of it come the utility, but 4 ults online for the side of Apex. They've got the timeout. They can discuss how to use them. You know, surely this is an opportunity to force around and maybe start changing that momentum.
You look back at the history of Apex this year as well. Again, they've got a star-studded lineup. You don't need to hype up the players any more than we already have. They've lost one series all year long. One series, 18 of 19 games won is their record. That one game they lost was to Le Petit Bouffon inside of Polaris Stage 1. And at the time they said we were just a little bit robotic. We were too stuck onto our strats. We weren't being fluid enough, and it really bit us. We course-corrected that, and we haven't looked back since. And you can see it again in the quality that they have in being the favourite team coming into Ascension overall. A bit of confidence maybe lacking so far in terms of the gunfights, but Keiko straight in, trying to do a little bit of trouble. He's been found out by KPZ, unfortunately, and now they've just got to pause out.
That's it, finds the kill, sends out the paranoia to stop any further push coming through, but Mystic is going to take down Waddle, and that gives an opportunity potential for the rotation onto A, and that's exactly what we're seeing out of Apex. With the Cypher taken down, they know that that likely leaves the side open, and they're just going to be holding a couple of angles. You can see Mystic up at the top there, waiting for exactly that rotation, Des. He knew that Focus would have to switch across, having lost Waddle, so now he's just going to try and take battle after battle, but he loses one to Lewis, who finds another before the trade comes in.
It comes down to a 1 versus 1. It was such a good hold by Mystic, but Apex, they took the long route around and only really got onto site once Mystic had been dealt with.
30 seconds
it's
left.
brought them down to a 1 versus 1. Magnum versus KPZ.
Going to be down to who finds this angle first, and shots come in from KPZ, but Magnum, he finds the instant headshot, shuts him down, and Apex, I've got to be honest, Des, can count themselves a little bit lucky there, I think, to come away with the round overall. They had some great play at the beginning and in sort of the middle of the round, Mystic particularly, getting in there, taking Waddle down, holding down that top side, but as you said, they were just a little bit slow at moving round onto site. It should never have come down to a 1v1.
Lewis again looking impressive, and what I love about Lewis is you speak to anyone who's kind of followed the journey of this team, and they'll say, you know, he never was really regarded as the god gunner on the team. That's why ultimately they saw Yugi coming in, to have someone being in the entry star role, but he just keeps on putting up numbers. Play-ins Lewis is a different beast.
We've got Kiko with the Blade Storm activated, so we'll see if any use can be made of the ult, with Cloudburst going out as well, so just backing it up. A little bit more utility to try and get into position, but it's going to be Kiko, Magnum, Shadow, all finding one apiece.
How's he got away with that one? Walks away with it. Magnum sat holding down one of the last 2 players who come pushing on through. He's going to find line for free. Poor KPZ is just sat there staring at a wall, not able to do much else here. And it's going to be a flawless round for Apex. I hope, Tim, for Focus's sake, that this isn't the start of a big turnaround by Apex.
Yeah, that tactical timeout for Apex certainly doing the job so far. That's 2 rounds, 2 wins following that timeout. Just starts to bring them back into things a little bit. You can see, you know, in terms of the loadout, still a couple of ultimates left available as well. You've got one that's, you know, maybe round winning, one not so much. Enzo on the Sage, Resurrection, always a useful one, but a little bit more utility focused than Viper's Pit.
And just to come back to Lewis, actually, an interesting thing I just remembered was that he actually used to be the duelist. And when they brought Yugi in, he was the guy who kind of stepped up and said, you know what? I'll step away from the role that I'm playing. I'll go and do something else. So the man's moved to being an initiator player. He's the IGL for the team and is still chucking up some decent numbers along with the rest of the team. It's looking good Still, again, that beast of Apex is on the march on through. They've stormed their way into Garage. They've got control of sight, but it's 2 quick kills coming out for Focus. Yugi with the op is working absolute magic. Still looking for one more here. May well find his man. A little bit of damage done by Shadow. Gets shut down. Yugi makes it 3 in the round. Lewis for the closeout, and this time round, Focus were ready.
It feels like a lot of the rounds that have been won by Focus have been won in the first sort of 30 seconds or so. They tend to come in, get themselves a couple of big picks. We've seen it from Lewis a good number of times, and they just play with that numbers advantage, and they play with it very, very well. So able to get back to that there, not really playing Apex's game that we've seen over the last couple of rounds, able to just get in there, get aggressive for round 9 and lock it off.
All right. In that stage of juggling a little bit, I think, when it comes to ults, when it comes to breaking economy. Lots of things start. Okay.
Quick start again.
Yeah, once more. The duelists cannot stop going at each other's throats.
As I've just said, the advantage has sat heavily with Focus when they have had them opening kills. So let's see if they can do the same again.
Okay, so Enzo's actually grabbed the op here as well, I imagine, to give back to Kiko. Yet they just swapped over guns. So now Kiko's back where he was. Things have reset, but he does not want to repeat that same angle. I'm sure Yugi is relishing at the chance to have another go at him, though.
I'm pretty sure lessons have been learnt there. We can just see Focus just dropping back a little bit more. There's only one on the A side, so they sort of focus towards B at the minute. Oh, no, there's a second. They were just overlapping. They've got Waddle over there. So quite a nice split at the minute for Focus. They're ready for whatever comes, and that's no surprise with Apex just being sat at mid. They're waiting to see where their opportunity arises. Attention towards the B side once again, but it still doesn't get them moving just yet.
KPZ kind of pushing up through Garage there as well, trying to see what's going on around spawn, and then TP'd his way back in towards site. He's now blinked up towards Heaven. So they are getting ready for this push coming on through. I mean, don't forget, we saw this earlier on where Apex actually chose to stick the wall and keep trying to push on through.
30 seconds
This time
left.
round, they've made the call to go through ropes, up in towards Heaven, towards A, and make a push happen there. But you've got to watch out for Yugi. He's ready and watching this angle.
Question is, having destroyed that trap wire, are Focus going to be aware of the push coming through from Vents? It all comes up in towards A. They've got the angles covered here to Focus. You can see they are just preventing them moving in. Gunfights are going to have to be won by Apex. The first one is, but after that, forget about it. Waddle with a double line finds one before the trade. Leaves us now in a 1v2. It's all up to Waddle, but he can't. Sorry, all up to KPZ, but he can't do it. As he is found by Mystic.
Just not got enough time as well. I know a couple of times we've heard Apex get down to that last 30 seconds to make a play. And as soon as you start getting held up by utility, by making desperation pushes, well, you see exactly what happens. Beautiful lineup from Waddle. Lime also got a kill behind him at the same time. So they just cleared out the massive push coming in from Apex, and that's when they were then a little bit stuck on time from that point going forwards. At the very least, they retained the op.
In towards around 11. We go then, and Focus just having
again
absolute run of things. It seems to be, you know, just the same thing that we're seeing game after game so far, is this really strong opening from teams, whether it be on attack or defense. And the big question on map 1 is usually whether they can do it on the other half. 2 rounds to go. Focus really wanting to take full advantage of those.
Charging in with some speed here again. Focus have dealt pretty well with this the last couple of times, but there is a lot of utility coming in. Seeker's coming out. The op, of course, in the hands of Enzo on the march forward as well. More ults being dropped out as the Viper's pick comes in. They are really full sending for this round, Tim.
Yeah, there's going to be a plant going in under the cover of... If they manage to get into sight, yes they have. They're going to be locking it down. And they get the plant in the cover of Viper's pit. Shadow is going to manage to find the kill onto Lime as well. And this is looking pretty good right now for Apex. But Focus on the fight back. Yugi finds one. Can they find more?
The neural theft is going to ping pretty much everything, though, so they know where these last couple of players are. Not really made the action. There comes their own ping as well off the back of it. Yugi's got himself out of the pit at least for a couple of seconds, and once again has to step back into this green arena. Oh my God, what? He's found the one.
Take down Enzo. That's going to just start to close down the pit, but I think that it's going to be too late as Magnum manages to find the kill, and that is going to lock it down. That is, again, closer than it probably should have been for Apex.
Really giving a name to the Viper's pit there as well. It did turn into a Gladiator's pit towards the end. Back and forth constantly between the two sides, and I thought for a second Yugi might be able to walk away with it. The Boombot comes in, not quite netting the kill. But again, you just saw how scrappy things started getting here. They knew that he'd gone up and out, but weren't quite sure where. Gets the first. And that last one, I think he was still looking in towards the back corner, expecting to get pushed from somewhere else.
Always difficult. Always difficult inside of there, of course, with vision so limited. As you said, the neural theft coming in as well. Just trying to really help them be able to fight through that smoke, but it wasn't quite enough. We saw an important kill from Magnum in the midst of it all. Just putting that ability to full use before losing his life. So 7-4 it stands now. I think, honestly, if Apex come away with this next round in a 7-5 half, it's probably not the end of the world for them after the, you know, with the way that we've seen Focus playing so far. Apex have been on the back foot a little bit here, and I think getting themselves onto the defense of their own map, they're going to be fairly confident that they can go better than 7-5.
I think they'll be delighted, honestly, going into the defensive side of the map. Absolutely. Nothing really to worry about too much there. I mean, their defensive win rate on this map is 81%, Tim. They don't mess about. Their attacking win rate about 40, so I'd say with how they're doing so far, actually,
at the minute, they're on course.
They're on course. They get 7-5. They are basically bang on that 40% mark, and then it's Focus's turn to begin to worry as we get into that second half.
That's it, really. The last round was the important one. If Focus could have continued looking towards a 9-3 half, then you start looking at a potential upset. But yeah, this Apex is certainly not going to be too worried about that. They're going to be heading straight over the wall, looking to get aggressive. Jet dash on in towards site, just creating a bit of space there, playing in inside the smokes as well. There is an opportunity potentially to move the spike through elbow and get it down.
Got to get something done here though as well. Magnum finds one, they get a second. Kiko out with a shorty and finds his man. But it's now Yugi on the other side, makes it 2. He's looking for a third as well, still hunting in towards the back, but KPZ is there. This has been the story of a few rounds, it feels, Tim, where Apex have come in at pace, but Focus are so good in the recovery.
Yugi's just put the Bladestorm to great use there. We've seen 2 really important kills coming in from the ult on the Jet, and it just really opened the site up. Final kill comes in from Lime, but yeah, coming in there from Rafters, gets one, moves and gets a second to the right, and it just really broke the attack of Apex. You've got the spike down in elbow then, just very difficult for anything to be done.
Oh, beautiful first half. I know we've all spoken about the fear of Kiko's pistol rounds. He had a mad one yesterday, absolutely.
That double that's I won't say it's changed the round because they'd already got the spike down and they were looking to play well, but it really put Focus on top.
It looked for a second then, just like Lime and Enzo were just like, what are you doing here?
Hello?
It took a good half a second for them both to actually pop at each other, but hey, it works out. So good lead built for Focus. Now I've got to translate it into a map win is the battle. And again, reminder, last time these two teams played in this map, 13-2. This is already a huge improvement for Focus and is a promising sign not just for this series, but for Ascension overall.
Boombox goes out, will be taken out, but it gives the intel that they needed nonetheless. Tells them that there's just somebody on the opposite side of Garage. We're going to have the Trailblazer just being used by Sky as well, and again, feeding information in. This is all about intel gathering and just finding out where those defenders are positioned at the minute.
Well, so now just loads of delay coming out. You see it as well with the Sage slow field, as well as the cage coming out from the Cypher. Not quite the same pace we saw out of Apex when they just came exploding in, but that's because Focus are measuring up their options. Another wall-over-wall boost. We saw some Apex previously, but they don't know about Enzo. They respond pretty well. They found themselves 3, Tim. Site control is theirs. And now it's Apex's turn to show what they can do on a retake. The problem is, Tim, it's 2v4.
That's it. It's not going to be easy. They're going to take out the trapwire of the Cypher, so they're maybe going to be able to move through with a little bit less knowledge that they're there, just trying to find anything they can through the wall, potentially, just hoping for a little bit of joy, a little bit of luck. They know that there's somebody in that sort of area, but we can just see that they've got them locked down as 2 kills come in. Lime and Lewis are the ones to pick them up. Both headshots, both beauties. And that's going to be 9-4 and a successful first attack for Focus.
You'd expect that to translate into a second, maybe you then lose the third, but you have the possibility to bounce back from that point forwards. And really, Enzo there could have done so much damage. He gets the one, but they just managed to respond in time. And really, maybe it's Focus's pistol rounds that we should start fearing.
It was a great reaction. As you say, you're in that sort of position whereby everybody was flooding through as well. It wasn't a tentative push. So it really was a reflex reaction to wheel around and manage to find that shot. So great job from Focus to keep themselves in the round. We're going to have the toxic screen straight up from the beginning. And it's just going to give Focus a little bit of time.
I like the one that you can't then use the side towards 2 as you're really forced to take a very narrow angle coming in from spawn side. Makes it a bit uncomfortable for the attackers to work in. Smoke comes over the top as well to really shut down that angle and basically encourage Focus to go and find somewhere else to push.
Just going to be pushing again back towards mid, I think. Just a little bit tentative. Apex not wanting to overcommit here. They're holding back back on A site now, and Focus are just spending the time building that information before deciding which way to push. I think if they're going to be heading towards B here, then Apex need to be careful and they need to be ready to rotate, and that's exactly what is happening. If they win this fight against the Viper, it could be dangerous.
It could, if it gets to that point. Wall once again coming up to try and cut some angles apart. Both these teams and CGN, in fact, from what we're seeing, are enjoying using the Sage, especially not just on the more conventional maps, but across quite a few different ones as well. Site taken pretty quickly. 4 players from Apex scrambling from the A side. Could take them a while to get over here as well.
Yeah, exactly. There's another 10 seconds, really, before they can get themselves into the fight properly. They're going to be looking to potentially move through Heaven here for the aggression, but they are coming up against that wall. It was well placed before they went in, and this is all time that's being wasted. They're holding tight angles here, and they're just ready for these fights coming through. Focus, so prepared. Yugi, Waddle, find 2, find 3. They just can't stop them. They have to dash away. Apex, no choice but to run from the fight.
At least get something back with the Sheriff, but it feels too little too late at this point. Still so much work to do. It's a 1v4. It's going to be double digits for Focus. And Apex, that divide of 6 rounds is starting to look pretty damn scary.
Fantastic round from Focus. Absolutely love what I've seen there. Just that they had that 5 or 10 seconds stood in mid where it was just waiting, which way are we playing here, gathering the information, what have we got, what do we know. In towards B they go. The Viper has absolutely no option but to back off, finding themselves probably 3v1, I think it was at that point in Heaven. Dips out, and the rotation was just so long for Apex. There's 10-15 seconds to get themselves across. They came face to face with a really well-placed Sage wall inside of Heaven as well that just completely blocked off the push that they came through, and that was it. Focus had, I won't say already won the round with the placement of the utility, but it went a long way towards.
Maybe they'll tell you this is a planned strategy, but they are running half shields into the round as they are flat out broke in this round. If they can hold on, that of course is the big question. Apex once again steamrolling their way in towards site. Alternating between that slower pace we saw at the start of the half, now going in towards the quicker side of things. They're in a good spot. Taking a little bit of damage from the molly for now, at least to get themselves out of dodge. But Spike is down. Kiko finds 1. Equalizing things out, a 5 versus 3. It's looking rough once more.
It is. I think Apex just doing a better job of getting themselves into the fight early this time, rather than having to be quite as reactionary. We can see the gunfights coming out. A double for Magnum is surely going to be enough. It's all up to UK. And as soon as the smoke clears, that is that. They'll get in and defuse that spike, and that's going to be 10-5.
It's good to win the round, but also to still have 4 left standing again when they are completely flat out broke at this point. The Focus won't feel too beat up about it. They, of course, get themselves some more cash in the bank and should come back out with a full buy in the next round. Better recovery, though, I think, from Apex overall, because I was beginning to worry we could see this just slide away from them and that first map would be done. Not again forgetting, this was Apex's map pick.
Yeah, this is it. They have to get themselves back into the fight here. 2 more rounds to Focus, and you're looking at overtime at best. You know, and yes, Apex may go on to win that, but you don't want your own map going into overtime. You don't want to be pushed the distance, and Focus doing a great job of doing so at the minute. I think, again, it's come down to a lot of opening battles. It's come down to a bit of control around mid when we've seen that Focus have been able to play in and around that area, make decisions from there. They've certainly had better rounds.
What's going to get really interesting about this group, I think, will be the next few days, because Gentlemates are now 2-0. They've beaten Falcons, they've beaten Kasse, they beat either Apex or Focus. They're in. They've pretty much guaranteed their spot to go off into the playoffs. So that leaves only one of these 2 teams to go through. The 2 teams that everyone thought would steamroll this group, so it's going to get so saucy over the next 3 or so days. Still, we've got to see how this one concludes. It's Apex in the 4 versus 5.
Yugi was able to push in and get that opener behind a lot of utility. The BattleBot just leading ahead of him and just causing that distraction that allows him to pick up an opener. But for the time being, Apex are not too panicked, and they've still got 3 over towards B. We've just got the 1 holding on to A, but it's not looking good at the minute. KPZ manages to find Magnum as well. There's an opportunity for them to get into B. This spike is going to be going down, Des.
Absolutely, so will be as the charge comes on through, but Mystic has exploded out of the smoke, finds 3 before finally being silenced, but the damage has been done. Lewis, he's going to have the time here to be able to get the spike down. I picked him up so much throughout this game, but now he's got to do it in 2 separate 1v1s.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. What a great play from Mystic to really get Apex back into this round. It's those sorts of explosive moments that they're going to be needing, and he had a big day yesterday and he's following it up. He's just going to be sat in there on the tight angle. Gets one.
For the
it's
next.
now the 1v1. He gets both. Des 1, 2, kiss, kiss, bang, bang, and Focus pick up round 16.
That's unbelievable because Apex played it so right. The only thing they were missing was the knowledge on where Lewis was going to be stationing himself, and I don't think they expected him to be so close. Mystic will be lost for words after that as well.
He's got to be frustrated.
Oh, I mean, he got a 3K. He basically guaranteed the round was done. But again, Lewis, I've picked him up so much. This guy will not rest. What a beast.
Second shot, that second shot as they're pushing up in towards heaven. I don't know, I don't want to be overly critical. At the end of it, we're talking fractions of seconds there, but Apex, they really need to be creating a situation where he doesn't have time to turn.
That's it.
You've got to guarantee that second kill, because otherwise this is what happens. Now they're much better start for Apex, coming out with a big double. We see Yugi and KPZ taken off the board, but it's Lewis once again, Des. He's having none of it.
He gets the kill and the res, bringing it back to a 3 versus 3. That's the most significant part. Now, for Yugi, looking more towards the fact he hasn't got a rifle, or is online. Going to bring it out and try and put it to good use, but Lewis has snatched that glory away. They don't know. They don't know, Tim! It's a mode out of 2. It's an absolute massacre. A 2v1 Lime. Now it's his turn to step up.
Focus have got to stop these sort of, I'll call it a mistake, like you say, going in just completely unaware of the man behind them. It was pretty much the same in the last round. You can't allow Mystic and Magnum to be coming in with those 2 and 3Ks that are swinging the round like that. You know, you've got yourself into a good position. Lewis has done the work, and he's got you to a position where you can win the round from, but Lime unable to do it. Shadow shuts it down, and that's going to be Apex able to get their 6th round.
Kind of their turn to turn the ratting on its head, isn't it? Rather than Lewis being the one that's hiding up in heaven, is instead the opportunity just to hang out in a place where normally you wouldn't assume to be. Magnum, patience of a saint here, and just absolutely deletes that attack. You saw the spike go down, and that's why Lime knew that that round was pretty much done and dusted.
Yeah, you see the reaction of the second player there, just sort of spinning around a little bit. Absolutely no idea where Magnum has come from or how he's been able to get there. But that leads us into round 18. It's 11-6, and I tell you now, Focus want to get this done sooner rather than later, Des.
You don't want to let Apex back into it.
Absolutely
but here,
not.
where we've seen so much focus on the B side, here we've got a full-on hit coming in towards the A side. The problem is now, we're going to know it's coming. They know it's coming. Apex should be able to respond. A wall going up here to try and block off towards, I imagine, ropes, but not quite getting the full block they wanted. You hear the Viper's pick come out as well. So Apex basically denying away the A site as best they can.
I like that from Apex, just recognising that, hang on, we might just have a serious problem here, and just acting accordingly. But the Viper's pit has gone now, as of course Magnum has had to push up to play this back lane. Enzo manages to get 2 though before being taken down. Magnum's movement is good as well, in position to take out Yugi, leaving us 2 versus 4.
Apex should be in control here. They should have this one. Baiting out with the second TP away didn't actually happen. KPZ walked straight into it as well. The paranoia connects. Not again. What is it with this man? The master of the shadows. Another round. This round, though, they actually win, Tim.
Whether it's Mystic or Magnum, one of them will be hidden somewhere and is able to have those pivotal moments, and you just feel like, or I do at least, there's been a bit of a momentum shift for Apex here. It's really moving in their favour, and they're starting to take advantage of it, and this is why I said in the last round, and I'll say it again, Focus need to get this done now rather than later, because Apex, everything's starting to go in their direction. The only thing really not in their favour at the minute is they've got They've got one ult online, one ready to come online, but the other 3, they've been used. They've got them a couple of rounds, but they just need to be aware of that.
It's just sheer madness in the back and forth. I was about to talk about Magnum for a second. It's just absolute chaos, honestly, between the two of them. It's really hard round to round to separate which way it goes, and the round progression shows that as well. I mean, the largest you've seen there is 3 rounds in a row from Focus, but then equally across the next 4, 3 have gone back to Apex. So hard to separate the two.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic matchup. Exactly as we expected.
It's what everyone would expect
yeah,
to see, and it has been brilliant.
I mean, I'm not going to, I don't want to put a curse on it, but, a few extra rounds of this certainly wouldn't be the end of the world, Des, because, this is fantastic entertainment at the minute. So if we do end up in an overtime situation in the next few rounds, it's really not going to be the end of the world. Now, look at the stack up towards B from Focus here. It looks like they're ready to come pushing through immediately. And for the time being, there's a couple in mid that are able to shift over.
That is so
teleport up
cheeky.
to the top.
Let's
Does he
go.
get a kill? Yes, KPZ manages to find Mystic, and that's going to give access to the B site for Focus quickly.
And the paranoia came straight across Catwalk as well, so they know what's going on. They still kind of miss swing in terms of timing, but sight is theirs. It's been a great read by Focus. Was it risky? Yes, but it has paid off massively. Kiko, 1 with the op, but has got 3 to find.
Lewis manages to get the spike down, and that is now a huge job ahead of Kiko. Just needs to start finding kills. So all he can worry about for the time being is just using this operator to try and find anything he can to get things going. He knows they're going to be playing in and around site, but at the end of the day, he's on the clock, Des. He's the one that's got to make a move.
That's it. And you can see Yugi holding right below in an angle that he won't be able to find with the ARP. You've got Lewis sat at the back along with Waddle. They will give absolutely nothing. And I think he makes the right call here. He hasn't got anything in the bank. The ARP is his prized possession right now. Back out, save it, keep it for next round.
Yeah, exactly that. Don't want to be throwing it away, but it's always a difficult decision to make. It puts them on to map point, and it means that APK are going to have to win 5 in a row, Des, if they want to get themselves into overtime. Right now, you'd look at their stats, their 80% defensive win rate on this map, and you'd say they can win 5 in a row, right? Right?
Right?
Right?
It's the Star Wars meme all over again.
Maybe they can't, because Focus right now are having a little bit of a field day on the attack. Apex are picking up around here and there, but Focus always just seem to have a plan B, a plan C, something that they can bring out that we've not necessarily seen before. Last round, it was KPZ using that teleport straight across to the other side. The gunfight is really important. When he wins that gunfight on the top side, that really turns the round.
I will give a shout out, because normally we're shouting at players that aren't normally the controllers. Both Mystic and KPZ have had some really good ults this game. Omen, not normally an agent you go to and pick for making use of the ultimate, much more for the paranoia, for example. But they're both in a spot where we had that great TP into spawn from Mystic, and the one, of course, from KPZ there to completely slice that site wide open. Here we go with the charge on in. He's going to see nothing. He's paranoid out of there, and paranoid he should be. As the charge comes on through, it's still a 1-for-1. Turns into a second. Focus once again are starting to clear house, Tim. There's only 2 left.
Lime just absolutely steamed in there with the jump, with the showstopper, and just opened up sight. Then got the spike down as well. It was real leading from the front, and his teammates were banging behind him, got the kills, 4v2, and if Apex don't do something now, this one's over.
It's only map 1 potentially done and dusted for Focus, of course, not forgetting that they have yet to beat Apex in a series, but my God, is this a statement if they can get it done. Mystic's got it all to do, and Lewis is not going to let him get it done. Focus take the first map. Apex's map choice, 13-7.
Boy, oh boy, what a performance out of Focus there. It started off with a few rounds and you think, well, maybe Apex are just sort of slow into the map. They're going to wake up, they're going to warm up. But no, Focus have had answers every single time. This isn't necessarily about Apex not doing things so much as it is Focus coming in and winning rounds.
That was just one of them moments you look at and think, what the hell? But there were so many moments like that in this game.
That was beautiful.
Whether it was the smoke plays from Mystic, Lewis's 1v2, just time and time again, there were so many exciting moments across those rounds. And as I said, it's only map 1. Lotus is next up. Last time round, Apex won that 14-12, but Split they won 13-2, and Focus have just beat them there very comfortably.
Yep, that's exactly it now. And they've got that mental game to play against. They've come in, they've lost their map.
we haven't seen them. They won 2-0 yesterday. We haven't seen them a map down. How are Apex going to respond to that? Because Focus right now, they must be bouncing.
I can only imagine what the voice comms were like as they got towards the end of that map. It's really exciting. Listen, I cannot imagine what can come next, because either we see Apex go away and come back a whole new reimagined team, they're back in their usual form, or Focus just keep on as they have been so far. We spoke about Yugi versus Kiko at the very start of it as well. Unsurprising to see Yugi right up there at the top.
Yeah, Kiko a little bit quiet there, you know, maybe for what we were expecting, not quite getting a positive KD on that one, but it was difficult because Focus, again, were just dominating a lot of those gunfights.
It tells you a lot when only one player on the side of Apex goes positive there as well, right?
Yeah.
Work has got to be done, zero doubt about that, and I really hope during the break they can get away with that as well.
That's it, there's going to have to be some discussions quickly about how do we turn this around.
Well, I'm hoping we get to map 3, because after map 1 I feel like we deserve all 3. Let's go to a quick break. When we come back, Lotus awaits. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the B stream here at Challengers Ascension EMEA. I'm Des, this is Tim. We are live from Mesa Berlin in the middle of a very delightful series. Apex versus Focus, a classic rematch that we have seen so many times this year, and to this day, Focus have not beaten Apex. But Tim, they've already taken a step. They've won Apex's map pick, they've won on Split, and now we're going into Lotus, that is Focus's map pick.
You know, mate, I love a surprise, I love an upset, I love an underdog, and that is exactly what we're seeing right now. But I tell you what, watching that first map in isolation, having never seen these two teams before, if that's the position you were in, you'd say Focus were the better side. Simple as that.
I agree. By some stretch as well. It wasn't like it was a close game, essentially.
No,
it was a dominant performance by Focus. And now we're going into Lotus, a map that the last time these two teams played, Apex came out on top 14-12. It took us into overtime to find out who the winner was. Whereas you compare Split previously, Apex won that 13-2. You look at kind of the numbers on paper, the way you can build it up in your head is that giving Lotus was so much closer than Split last time. This could be a 2-0 to Focus. I think a result that no one out there would have predicted.
No, absolutely not. I think, you know, coming in here, like you say, even your Focus supporters would have probably said, well, maybe 2-1, you know, Apex will probably pick a map up somewhere. But no, right now, they come into their own. This is their opportunity to send a message.
And imagine about that, going on and beating that team that you've lost to, what, I think it's 7 times so far this year. Absolute madness if it comes down towards that. And what that really starts to open up as a fun storyline then, or fun, is that Apex may not make it out. They lose to Focus, they lose to Gentlemates that are currently 2-0. Don't say it's impossible given how things have been going. Suddenly that #1 team that everyone has basically already written the check and said, welcome to VCT EMEA, might not be the team that makes it. How crazy would that be?
Well, that's the thing. You look at this result and how important it could be in the bigger scheme. And it's not just about the upset of Focus beating Apex. It's that message to Gentlemates. It's that message to everybody else who might play Apex saying, they can be beaten. You know, they are not the guarantee that everybody came in saying they were.
You got Casa, you got Falcons also waiting in the wings to have a swipe. You know, they haven't had the best starts themselves. I think Casa are 0-2 right now. Falcons are 0-1. They've got their off day today. You never know what Falcons might turn up tomorrow, and that could be, again, real painful for the side of Apex. But let's focus more on this series. Key players. Who excited you? Who impressed you in Map 1?
I mean, you know, Mystic and Magnum, they had their big moments, I think, could be influential.
Mystic was magical.
Yeah.
Time and time again. Straight out the shadows, just like, oh, hey, 3 of you have walked past me, shot in the back. Lewis, for me.
Lewis was obviously a big standout, a big standout.
And again, it's not like I'm going around saying he was bad previously, but he moved away from the duelist role on towards being the IGL and the initiator, and is still putting up massive numbers alongside Yugi. That's the kind of stuff that makes a really incredible team. We see it all the time when you look at teams inside of VCT EMEA, where it's not just one player in the front, it's 2 or 3 of them that can really shine. That's what Focus have got. Those are the makings of a tier 1 team.
Yeah, that's it. You always need that core that can just deliver. You know, maybe one of them has an off game, but you know the other 2 are going to do it if that happens. And then you've got your back line that's just going to pick up the pieces. And Focus, like I said, they look like that. There was opportunities whereby, you know, fights had to be won, and they did that. They controlled mid pretty well. It was a very solid performance.
All right, let's get into it. I was going to say, I'm curious to see if we see any Sage coming out for these two teams. We saw a lot from CGN yesterday. We saw it from both of the two teams on the previous map. Really looking to use it to be a nuisance, if nothing else, but here, neither opted to bring it forward. Probably the one thing your eyes jump to will be Yugi on that Neon. He has played this agent on this map before, so for me, not a massive surprise in terms of the lineup. Shadow is back onto Old Faithful in the form of Breach. Very standard in terms of the lineups. I think you've seen this before from both of these teams.
Obviously, you know, stats. I'm always funny with stats because, you know, let's look at what happened on the last map. Apex had an 80% defensive win rate on the last map as well, and it didn't really play out like that. You know, I'm looking at Lotus, I'm thinking, is attack really so horrible for Focus to start on? It's one of our 3-site maps, which is always going to give an inherent advantage to the attackers to a degree because there's more ground that the defenders have to cover in simplistic terms. So Focus may be going to have more opportunities to just stretch Apex a little bit thin here, and it might not be the end of the world for them to start an attack.
My general summary is as well, just remember with all these stats, take them with a pinch of salt because they were against national teams. I'm not saying national teams are terrible, but you're looking at the two best teams coming out of Polaris. They will shine and look good against other teams in the competition when these are the two top dogs. It's a very different conversation when it comes to this level. Apex starting on the defense, Focus on the attack. Let's get into Lotus, Tim.
We saw that early ultimate use from Yugi on the last map as well. Was able to rack it up real quick on the Jet. He's on Neon this time, and we'll see if that does come online. Does he use Overdrive quite as quickly, or do they hold on to it for a little bit longer?
For me, it's going to be all about pace with Yugi. Once he gets his abilities online and rolling across round 2, round 3, how fast can they move? Because both teams have shown the ability to play a little bit slower and a little bit faster. I think more slow for Apex and definitely a little bit pacier for the side of Focus. Mystic getting a little bit aggressive past Mound there and pays the price, but somehow Focus has managed to wrap himself around and catch out on Keiko, who got a little bit cheeky, brings him down as well, but it's an absolute slaughter for the side of Focus. Shadow, the last one left standing, as 3 bear down upon him, and Lewis don't miss those.
I tell you what, Focus have actually been really solid on the pistols as well. You know, when the rounds have come along, you know, whether it be the sort of 1st and 13th or the other rounds where we've seen them just have to, you know, bring 1 or 2 into the lineup, they've done a fantastic job with them.
And really, again, if we came into this and we were chatting to Munch earlier on, Mr. Munchables and Lyric, shout out to them for the cast earlier. We were hearing that yesterday it was Kiko who was cracked out of his mind in the pistol rounds, but he has been kept quiet across these 2 maps.
Mainly by Lewis.
Mainly by Lewis, the Welsh wizard, some may call him. In fact, interesting, the only Welsh player that we have in the entirety of the competition.
Going to be seeing ourselves into round 2 then. Pretty much still pistols on the side of Apex. But just a few more of those rifles creeping in for Focus. Keiko does manage to silence us a little bit. He gets the pistol kill. He's still cracked on the pistol.
What I will give is that's 2 rounds now. We saw him burst forward past Mound, and this one someone come way past Ruins, burst forward aggressively, get a kill. Last round he got picked up. This one he's managed to get away, and the whole team have now rotated over towards C. By the looks of Focus are really deliberating on what they want to do here. Is it this pushing towards Mound? Is it more the orb control they're looking for? Or is it going to be a hard rotate away? By the looks of it, it's going to be a rotate away towards mid.
I think Lewis is going to be shouting here, look, I'm on B. You can potentially push forward. He's going to be pinched here, potentially, depending just on the timing. The smoke is going to come out. That's really going to support Lewis in staying in there, and the push is going to come in behind it from Focus to try and get this spike down on B. The reaction is being made by Apex. They're now moving manpower over, but that plant is going to be successful before they can get there.
We're in a good spot here, obviously, with the smokes out as well. It's giving them good cover to get full control of sight, and it's on Apex to crunch in from potentially 2 or 3 different angles here. Bit of a bait door opening coming out, and as you can see who comes springing on board, the answer is no one. Lewis cannot be stopped. Down goes Kiko, and it's this 2-sided pinch coming in from Apex here that's going to make the difference, but they are walking into a lot of rifles, Tim. A Bulldog and a Guardian on side. They find at least 2. It's looking good. Lewis finds 1 more, but Enzo with the shutdown. And they will manage to stick that disable onto the spike, and Apex take round 2.
Yep, Apex on a better retake there, able to get themselves into mid. Couple of key gunfights that they won that gave them the space, and then able to just bully Focus a little bit, as you say, despite going up against those rifles. Just weren't able to get it done.
Even with the rifles, yeah, it was still a battle.
Yeah, exactly that, without, you know, even with them.
This aggression, like, charging in off the back of the information coming from the Sova as well itself was just beautiful. Yeah, good bit of team play coming in, capitalizing on it, getting the early kill, and then being able to roll over into more is great. Now, Focus are in a weird spot because normally you just roll your guns over from round 2 into round 3 and be in a spot where you say, okay, now we can afford to full buy in round 4. Here, obviously, because they've lost round 2, they've got to rebuy some things, like they've all got half armor. They've got a couple of Guardians on side, so I imagine you're going to see Lewis and Yugi either being trusted as the ones here to get the kills, no surprise, given how map 1 went, or they'll be the first line of engagement on which the others will then be able to pick up their rifles once they fall down.
We're just going to have a push through mountain towards Bend here as Lewis does manage to pick up the first kill onto Mystic. Look at the aggression from Yugi trying to get inside a sight, but Magnum says, no thank you, not today. Manages to take him out, but Lime with one onto Keiko. This is just back and forward, Des. It's 3 versus 2 in the favour of Focus at the minute. They have got an opportunity to plant, but no, that is going to be stopped as Lewis gets taken down by Enzo.
Now comes the Aldron as well to come searching for the man. Now finding that, I don't think they managed to pick him out. In fact, they did. They got all the information they need at this point as well. Jumps up and sees one. Knows that one is a bit close on the right-hand side. He's backed away too. It's looking a little bit precarious for Lime here as he comes up the backside. Do they know that he's managed to get himself on the high ground? I'm not too sure they do.
Terrible for Lime. Just recon utility after recon coming out, at least initially. Needs to find these fights. The timing just isn't there on the side of Lime. He's going to have to try and take a plant on, but no, that timing costs Lime dearly as Enzo is able to sneak around the backside and get that final kill from home.
He missed both Apex players by a matter of millimeters there as well, just slipping out of sight as he rounded a corner in both situations. Apex is a really good turnaround to win round 2, convert it into the round 3. Fantastic. Yes, they played against the lesser buy coming out from the side of Focus. They're now going to force themselves into a spot where they're also going for a full rifle round. But Kiko's already in a spot where he's got the op on side too. Like, damn. This is a scary Apex lineup to come against.
Yeah, they're looking good at the moment. Focus on the attack, trying to sort of play that same technique that we saw a couple of times back on Split of getting the dash into sight, getting aggressive, claiming that land. But it just didn't work out this time when Yugi was shut down. So we'll see whether it's something that they bring along again. A lot of attention towards mid and the B side at the minute.
Hunter's Fury coming out over the top, just trying to see what it can connect onto. The answer so far doesn't really appear to be very much. Enzo looking a bit wide on all 3 shots. So for now, Focus remain untouched. It's all about watching where Kiko goes to here as well. You can see he's been holding down in ruins for so long, just daring someone to take a late lurk in towards A, and he's there ready and waiting with the op.
Focus still just playing in and around Mound, definitely shaping up towards A, but so the Killjoy is there. A lot of utility backing her up as well. He's going to make this push forward difficult. Yugi does take the dash across the gap to try and claim land, but it's going to be KPZ taken down to begin with. Magnum with a huge triple. Manages to take out Lime, Waddle and Yugi and just shuts that attack down single-handedly.
Lewis with it all to do here as well. He's about to walk into a 3-man firing squad. Looks at the angle and knows he doesn't want to repeat that one again anytime soon. Might be forced here to try and play time, maybe even saving the rifle wouldn't be a terrible idea as his team are well and truly broke. They've all rotated around towards spawn side, so happy to concede C-side to him at this point. Maybe try and bait out the plant as well for a little bit of extra cash in the back pocket. But he's going to round it for a gunfight by the looks of it. The op was there, ready, it missed. But Magnum still finds a 4K.
Great round from Magnum and a good round from Apex, able to deal with that aggression a little better than they were able to on Split maybe. They're just standing up, as I say, in those gunfights when Focus try to get aggressive, try to get that push into sight. That's when you tend to see Apex kill after kill after kill, and Magnum just really doing the business for them in that one.
Did a good job of crouch dodging away from the initial op shot, but
and it gives them the lockdown ready as well.
Absolutely, yeah. And that's a big one because, I mean, Lime is a point away, which is far from the end of the world. They can still recover that point if they want to here. But normally you're looking at those lockdowns being used to counter each other out rather than being used strictly in isolation. So we could see Apex just hold on to this one here and use it only when absolutely necessary. Yep. Whereas it's focused to then all the attention and the proactivity comes onto them to use it, try and make something happen.
Out comes the fault line, just trying to assist that push forwards towards KPZ, but at the time being, he's just going to be held at bay, can't push forward just yet. We're going to have the Owl drone comes out for the recon. Manages to see one. Did they see the second, do you think?
I mean, yeah, he saw him now and just killed him, so yeah, absolutely.
Probably saw him.
Yeah, saw Lewis crouch down behind Ruins, and it's paid for it with his life. Kiko finds Waddle as well, so that initial Ruins duo that were holding down already deleted away from the field. There's only 3 left standing here as they come trying to push on in. It feels like Apex have got an answer.
Shock bolt comes through the door first, then a recon bolt sent in, will be taken down. And so that's going to be the Sova just dipping back to the back of A site, going towards top and just waiting for this push to come forward. Keiko unable to find that shot, but the gunfights just keep on rolling. This time they've gone to focus. Lime and KPZ managed to find one apiece. Spike is planted. Lockdown is going to be out, but this could be a real opportunity for Apex on the retake then. I
mean, Lime's got it online. He's done something wonderful here, but the problem is with him bringing it out and no response, Magnum has the opportunity to deploy his own if he can get into the right spot, just like this. And now they've got to scatter, not just from sight, but from tree. They are basically trapped here. They've got to charge away, which opens everything up from the defenders to retake control. But KPZ has hung around. He's getting hungry. He wants a bit more, but cannot find it. The detain comes on through. Mystic finds 2 more, and it's all down to Yugi, who's got to do what he can to get in. Will he pre-fire the right spot? Looks for his man, finds one, and finds the last! Yugi is cracked out of his mind, will not get away from the spike, but he has saved that round for his team.
That was an absolute fraction of a second
What a play.
at the end there for Yugi. They were sticking the defuse, and that's what I was talking about with the opportunity for Apex on the retake. Just wait for that other Killjoy's lockdown to be wearing off, fire their own, and just force that detain to get themselves back onto site.
That is unreal that he got that kill.
They are unfortunate that
Look at the time. Oh my God.
They are unfortunate that it didn't pay off for them.
2-3% maybe left.
They are unfortunate that it didn't pay off for them.
Absolutely crazy. Yugi charging his way forward. We've seen Kiko a couple of times going aggressively in. That's how you are, Enzo. Just flicking around with that and finds one. I mean, we see this quite a lot from, Chronicle and Fnatic. A great example tends to do it in towards Spawn instead, but here using it in a different position and finding a kill, that's exactly what you wanted to see.
Aldron going in, we'll see 2, and that will just give them that information of what they're heading into. KPZ manages to take down Enzo though. Shadow and Mystic have responses, and Apex, they've got themselves a great advantage. Lime 1v4.
Those one-way smokes have really hurt them there.
Yep.
But now they know at least that Lime is down on site, and they can just play the waiting game. It's all on him to take action here, sure. He's got the spike in hand, but he's surrounded by 3.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult. And the thing is, Apex are just playing a patient game here. They know that they can. They're going to have Keiko just dancing around, had the ult active, and was able to find that kill.
Okay. Still that back and forth nature that I think we've come to expect from the 2 teams. Just hoping for the best here on whatever he could find, and at least gets one. Certainly no complaints on that front. And I really thought for a few seconds that we'd see Focus be the ones to charge into side to get a couple more frags and really take control of how things are going, but clearly they're not completely convinced by how things have played so far. Time out for them.
Yeah, I think at that point, it's a good opportunity to take the time out. As I said, coming into this, it's a 3-site map, so as attackers, you're going to be wanting to pick up some rounds, really, and it's just been a struggle for them at the minute, and really starting to... It just feels like the sort of momentum that they built up in that first map has pretty much dissipated now, slipping away from them, and Apex are really getting on top of things. This looks like a different Apex to the one we saw back on Split.
It does, and I know our series over on the other stream has ended as well, to 3 maps. I don't know the winner, so I can't spoil it for you, but I'm just very aware that it has indeed concluded. So not forgetting that we do have 2 streams running side by side. If you're here on the second stream, I imagine you're more than aware that there is a first stream. But if you do wish to go and catch the last game over there as well, that should be starting in the coming minutes. Still here, we've got plenty more to go between Apex and Focus.
We're going to be heading back into things then. Timeout will expire, and we just head through the buy phase. We're going to have pretty much just pistols on the side of Focus, and they're going to be going up against some heavy ammunitions on the other side of the table. So it's going to be a difficult round. They're going to have to rely on Lewis's pistol skills.
Absolutely. Enzo nabbed the Odin. You saw that spray coming up towards Ruins already, which I think has just immediately pushed Focus away. They don't want to bear down with that spray. They can't really contest it back through the other side, so why bother facing off against it altogether? Previously, it was Kiko's op. Now it's an Odin.
Going Got Lewis on the KO, just waiting to send that flash in. I don't think they're going to...
Here he goes.
They're just wanting to hold them off. That's going to be the overdrive. Can they find the space that they need with it? Just pushing in through the smokes, looking for anybody. Gets one. Can Yuge find a second? No. Going to be shut down by Shadow. Very close, but they've got to ask the question now. Was it enough? Did they get enough out of the ult?
Great ult over the top, though, as well. Shadow placing that absolutely perfectly. And now Enzo is ready, but gets domed by Waddle, who takes a stroll in towards site. Out comes the Viper's Pit. It feels like Focus might just turn this on its head, Tim.
Could do, but Keiko finds two, and that's going to make it very difficult now. It's all up to Lewis, 1 versus 3, and what a round for Apex to win this. It'll be burning 2 ults along the way. It's going to be absolutely spot on for them. Now then, it's going to be playing inside of the smoke. Manages to get one, but the timing of that push on the retake is brilliant, and Keiko is there to mop up Lewis after he manages to get that first kill.
I did miss it as well where Waddle went down. I know it was obviously to Kiko, who was up on high when he got the 2K. But what position was he in to die? I mean, he was inside the Viper's Pit as well. They had it on site. Everything looked to be going so great for them. And then Kiko nets these 2 kills that just completely turns it on its head. And that was the main kicker for them. There's Kiko for 1. Turns into a... Oh, my God. That's... Yeah,
that's the pre-fire.
I'd say it's as far as unfortunate. It's well placed in terms of the pre-fire, but that did essentially cost Focus the round at that point.
Yeah, it really did. Like you say, they sort of had what they needed. They'd dropped the ults, they'd used them, they were in a position to do something, but ultimately, Keiko just shutting it down with a couple of kills. So that's going to leave us 5-2.
Sees the TP and immediately gets out of dodge. That scramble back towards site in case he was inside the backside. Kiko don't miss with this op, does he? The man's an absolute beast. And another one through smoke. Why not?
It's a nice example for you. 2 kills to Kiko.
Limit testing.
A little bit quiet in the first game, but certainly not in this one. It's going to be 2 versus 1. Spike is down, and Waddle has got a real job to do.
I'm guessing doors open. Yeah, it is. On the march through they come. Has the screen at least to work with as well, and should, at the very minimum, be able to get the spike down. But where he goes from there is anyone's guess. The last 2 players of Apex stacking up here as well, not wanting to leave things isolated to 1 versus 1s. They want to force the trade. They paid the price by taking separated engagements against Lewis on our last map.
Yeah, I think they know that they need to, you know, be careful about how much they commit here. But I think a good decision made from Waddle here. Get himself over onto C-site. If he's thinking about a plant potentially, at least buys him 5 or 10 seconds of that time that he needs. Once this spike goes down, of course, Apex then going to have to rotate their way across. And
here they come.
Waddle makes a good call as to where they're going to be coming from here.
If he can force an off engagement here, then this is absolutely beautiful. Whether he swings onto them or takes it separately is obviously his call. Doesn't get scouted out here as well. They assume this is safe. It is not safe, but Enzo is just far too good. Catches him out with the Odin. They get the shutdown. It's 6-2 to Apex.
Yeah, Apex starting to just cruise with this one, run away with it a little bit as they will defuse that planted spike. They'll do it at some point, Des.
Waiting for a gun, I think. They wanted to go and find a gun.
That's it. Just go and pick up that
utility.
utility.
They already had guns. Oh, maybe the op. They were trying to... Yeah, there you go. Got the op.
Just finding the value, not needing to play into the economy too much then.
Kiko is just cracked. Honestly, this is terrifying. That one is just like, okay. I mean, we thought he was a little bit quiet Map 1, but how the tables have turned. It's Yugi who's struggling to make himself known, and Kiko the one that's flying.
3 ults online as well for Apex now. So you'd expect at least another round there that they can pick up. Blade, Storm and Hunter's Fury as well. Going to be pretty direct about getting in there and getting plants and getting rounds 1.
Here we go. Straight away. Hopping pointed the right way. But it's Mystic to start things off as well. Not even needs an ARP or an Odin for himself. He can do it all, but Kiko's still fishing. Finds a second as well through the screen. It's all too easy. Apex, this is the kind of dominance that we expected.
Yeah, this is exactly what you were telling me to watch out for, and they're really starting to show it now. Focus, they just seem to be on the back foot. They need to win a few gunfights, find their confidence to try and get themselves back into things, I think, in reality. But Apex are showing why they've got that 80% defensive win rate. Kiko just will not stop with the op.
He's just farming, isn't he, at this point? And even if we're coming to a round where he hasn't got enough cash or his team don't to give him another op, The ult's available as well. The Blade Storm is there.
Yeah, that's it. Just keep it. The thing is, whilst he's getting 2 or 3 kills around with the AWP, he can just keep that in the bank.
It's mental, right?
Just use it, you know, on choice. There's not going to be a situation where he necessarily has to, although...
He's changed, so he's got the shorty. He's given the AWP over to Shadow, I think. That's now gone to Magnum. He might just be really keen to get the Blade Storm out, get it used to start charging again.
exactly.
If you're farming so many kills, why not?
13
and 5 at the minute, and Kiko just looking, well, unstoppable. Owl Drone is going to just target one, will find the track, and that's just going to force Enzo back a little bit, but he's going to take those shots through the door once again. Doesn't find anybody this time, though.
Note how he hasn't popped the Blade Storm yet as well, which doesn't really communicate to the other side that, hey, Kiko's lost the op, he's giving it to someone else. They don't know that. It's Magnum that's holding on to it. He was the one who was posted up watching the longer angles, is now rotating between A and towards B. Waddle finds one. They've just basically changed up who's playing with what on what side.
Poison's off.
There's the Blade Storm.
Now it's out.
Coming through on the side of Kiko. Can he find one? Takes his shot, does not. Cloudburst is going to stop the boost coming back through, but it doesn't matter as KPZ shuts him down around the side of Mound. And that is going to be a big kill for Focus, not only taking Kiko off the board, but also the Jet ult as well. And that leaves us now 5 versus 3 as Focus are well and truly in control of the C site.
They are, yeah, and that utility dumping towards the connector or towards Link has been enough.
30 seconds.
Enough to give them a bit of control and let them get themselves established in a 5 versus 3. First time in a while that it feels Focus are fully in control.
Just going to be KPZ up on that boost spot, waiting for anybody to move around the corner. And as they do, it's as easy as that. You got to check for it. Mystic manages to get a double. We saw it in map 1, but it's not really been enough so far. Is it going to be this time? Magnum manages to find one with the op as well. KPZ, he gets the trade. 1v1. 1v2, sorry.
And they assume he passed there into the smoke,
Not
but
dealt with KPZ up on the top of there.
They had Yugi on the low ground, watching towards the other smoke in case he had TP'd over. Just had everything covered and ready there as well. So good for Focus to get something on the board, and they could try and push towards that 8-4 half. Apex, as we expect, still coming out strong.
Yeah, obviously, I mean, it's, you know, like you say, when you've got people on the low ground as well, particularly prior to this moment, KPZ is always going to be difficult to clear out from up there, but just wasn't dealt with. I think he got at least 2, maybe 3 in the end from up there, and just can't be allowed that sort of freedom on the boost spot.
Now they're like, Kiko, you've had your fun, you've had the Blade Storm out, you've got to dash around a little bit. Now get back on the op, where you truly belong.
Here.
Waiting for that push to potentially come through, but the toxic screen is just going to force Kiko back a little bit. Knows that he can't over-engage, and it's just going to provide a little bit of safety for that movement across from Focus as they get themselves out towards the seaside. Just looking to push through Mound at the minute.
And even now, Kiko is still pushed up so deep.
Look at the confidence, though. Kiko's just the only one holding it.
He's on the other side of the Viper wall, like he doesn't care.
Yeah, exactly.
He'll happily play the waiting game. He's got no concern. And they're just going to swing in and go for a trade here. Wall comes up, and there we go. He's there ready and waiting, straight out of dodge. And there's no follow-up on the other side.
None whatsoever, and he's just going to reposition himself. You can see just going deep onto the A side. He's going to have to try and play through the utility. He's got to try and play through the smoke. We've got the Hunter's Fury coming out as well. Not going to do too much damage, and that's going to leave us now 5 versus...
Ooh, Shadow, hello.
Spike down
Shadow just bursts out and gets a couple of big kills.
I love how they've held on to the Hunter's Fury exactly for that moment as well, for the ult to come out. Even though the placement of the ult was a little bit strange, it was, you had Focus rotating through Ruins, across through Hobbit Door into B. Took a little bit of time to make it happen. Not that it matters. Focus once again come out on top. Could get us back to a 7-5, which would feel like...
fighting their way back into this very
It'd feel
well.
like a little bit of a robbery, being honest, given how strong Apex have looked.
It would, especially when you've got, you know, like the opening play from Kiko there. I loved it. Just holding on to A, so this kill, holding on to A so aggressively, gets himself awake, and then play again long range with the op in towards site. But it was just everything else around it was the problem for Apex, and Focus able to just get in and pick everybody else up.
Ooh. Okay, they changed their mind. For a second, we had Lime sat on the op, and I thought, there we go, he has actually now got it, he's still got it in hand. I think it's good that they have what they probably would consider a challenge towards Kiko, who has been unchallenged so far, able to do whatever he wants. Doesn't have the op in this round, though.
Just again sending in a lot of utility. Viper's been sent up as well. Going to be an opportunity to get this spike down. Lewis is going to do exactly that. And that's going to leave Apex on another retake here. Focus in a great position to pull this one back to 7-5 at the minute. We've got the push coming all through mid by the looks of things.
And I love how the expectations that gunfights are going to be a lot closer. So now he's changed over to running the Vandal instead. Now waiting to see what steps on through. Enzo having a lot of fun with the Odin in this game. Has found a couple of kills with it as well. But it's KPZ to round the corner and find two. Mystic is there for the trade. Lewis back the other way. The detain does come on through. But there's only one player left. It's all down to Captain Enzo. Steps in with one. Has now got to find the last two. Three.
Steps in, going to be taking some damage there. It's far too close. That's it. That's going to be the round done. Going to be taken out by the spike as well. No, he won't, because Waddle's going to get there first. Manages to find that kill. As you say, use of the lockdown there by the defenders just wasn't enough. It managed to detain one, but otherwise, Focus just got themselves to safety and were able to fight back against that last-minute push for the breach.
I am curious to focus what their historical map stamps have looked like here as well. Again, remember, this is their map pit that we've come into. Lotus, as it stands, is one of their least played maps, but, and interesting, their defensive win rate, I think, is the worst across any of their maps. It is. It's 43%, which is a very big contrast to what we've seen from Apex, which is the 80% that we mentioned earlier on. Now, again, you don't want to put too much stock in the numbers, but they have lost on the defense a lot here, Tim.
Well, we'll see whether that trend continues there as we head into our pistol round at the beginning of the second half of things. And that does find Focus on the defense now.
Lewis straight up there, farming an orb, not expecting to get pushed into aggressively. If Keiko was there, for example, that was him done and dusted, toast, but he's got it. I don't think he knows they're behind him either.
No idea.
He's got no idea. He's got cover admittedly, so they will be able to help from afar. They see one. Lewis going to go nice and close. 2 kills coming on through. Those Focus coming out on top with Yugi and KPZ capitalizing.
Leaving us now in a 4 versus 3. Apex just on the back foot in terms of numbers. It's all going to move to push in through Mound instead, rather than that push towards A. They're deciding that C is probably the one that's a little bit short-handed. That is the case, but it is the Killjoy with a lot of utility out there. A couple of nano storms that can yet be burnt as well. And utility is going to be put in from the Sova here. We're going to have the recon dart going in, just feeding that information. We see the paranoia released as well. It's all going on around the seaside.
They don't know about Lime. They're coming out to go for the gunfights, so they spot him out, but this is the problem with the Killjoy. Everything comes out, the utility explodes, they can do nothing. Mystic, though, finds himself in a 1 versus 1. Yugi needs a single shot, doesn't matter where to, body, neck, leg, arm, you take your pick. It's enough to finish things off and Focus move within 1.
Mystic so unfortunate there. What a flurry in the mid-round, able to really drag things back. 14 and 10 overall, going well for Apex at the minute, but Focus have just got themselves a little bit of momentum here, and they are really riding it. Great play from the Killjoy of Lime, was pretty much holding down A-site as that switch came across after the first couple of kills, and just recognised it quickly. There was the rotation to support, and Focus just locking down that defense.
Turn round. This is good denial pace as well. They've done this a few times. So Lewis once again has farmed the ult orb, but they've actually really committed a bunch of utility in towards making sure they get it. But on the other side of the map, while they're acknowledging all that utility is on the other side towards A, they've said, right, that's our time to push quite aggressively in towards Mound. So it's good response from Apex.
Go, go, go. Shocking.
Apex are just going to be rotating themselves away. They're looking to get back towards A. It's going to be up to Yugi to try and hold down this angle. He's no doubt going to be shouting at this point that the push is coming across to the A side, so they're able to just leave Lime all alone on C, and the manpower has been moved.
Oh, Magnum. Does he know that Yugi's so close? They could just fast rotate in towards B. Yugi has to get some big kills here. Smoke comes out. As he turns away, they must hear the reload. But again, matter of pixels, they miss their man. Yugi's looking the right way. Concuss comes on through. They can do nothing right now, but they know that the spike is going down. It's going to be a little bit of a panic station essentially coming out for Focus here, as they're going to have to scramble.
going to be a successful plant as well, and it's all up to the gunfights now as Apex try and get themselves into a post-plant position. The push comes around from the A side. KPZ manages to get one. Can he get another? He needs to find this kill. Doesn't, as his spray misses, and Shadow is able to pick up a headshot, and that leaves us now 4 versus 4. But there's a potential to get in towards that spike. It's getting a little late.
The Nana swarm down it for so long, they're going to try and stick it out, and they found the 3 kills they need. Focus. They're going to pull everything square, Tim. It's 7-7.
What a great second half this is starting out to be for Focus. We were asking questions historically about their defences, but showing us that it's not something that we should be overly concerned about. KPZ was a bit unfortunate there. He'd already got 1 kill as he was trying to sort of push around the flank. He got the 1, but just sprayed a little bit wildly around the breach. Couldn't pick him up, and it didn't really matter in the end because Focus found them from elsewhere. Apex just unable to hold on to that post plant.
I will give to Apex, though, given you're coming into the second round there after you've lost Pistol, still a good show to force close range fights, to get the spike down, to give yourself every opportunity to play things well was great. Now here, Apex are the ones coming in for the bonus round with a full buy. They're coming up against mostly a half buy from the side of Focus, so should feel pretty good about their opportunity to win. That's why Kiko's come charging in. They want to deny away the ult from Lewis, and they've done it wonderfully.
Ooh, Kiko able to aggress up a little bit there. There's a lot of fire going in towards that position, but just don't know exactly where he is. And this is just allowing the push to come towards A side. Just really moving forwards towards that potential, almost sort of getting in towards the spawn. Just going to be able to hold that angle in link and prevent anybody moving through. But just a little bit unsure yet, Apex, I think, about getting themselves actually into sight.
Yugi's got a nice spot that he's holding there as well in case anyone does try and push in towards spawn side. That means the rest can focus entirely on the A side itself, but once more, it's going to be breaking Hobbit draw and trying to look for a push in towards B. At this point, Focus will be aware of that, so Apex kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place here. Good setups both in B and in A.
Yeah, I think the smoke is going to go out, and that's going to signal the push coming on into A, just playing in behind it, looking for kills, looking for that pixel angle, not able to find any, but they are not able to get the spike down just yet. 3 kills though, Mystic and Keiko doing the job. 16 seconds on the clock as the plant starts to be confirmed. It will be, and it is now up to Lime and KPZ, but nothing is going to go their way.
Very dominant from Apex. We knew it coming into the bonus round that it's even coming out with the superior firepower, but the positioning, the utility cover, they had to deal with mollies, they had to deal with the nano swarm coming out, but still managed to make everything work. Really good stuff. And once again, they're back in the lead, but it's by such a narrow margin, Tim.
I think Focus know, how important this could be. They need to get themselves ahead here, give themselves an opportunity to close this out in 2. As I said at the beginning, it feels like a 2-0 or nothing for Focus for some reason to me. I think if Apex get to that decider map, it's going to be very difficult. What an absolute flurry at the beginning here of activity as the push comes immediately towards A, but a lot of utility just preventing that from moving too far forward.
It's a good response by KPZ there. I think he got into the angle where he could shoot out the TP coming in, and Mystic denied. More the ability as well to see what's going on the high ground, but once more, Apex are taking control of Ruins and have forced any players out of tree. Could rotate back in later, but there's 2 on the low ground ready to contest against Apex if they carry on.
The movement from Apex suggests a potential rotation towards B. Are they going to continue it on through? Yes. Are they? They're just hovering around spawn at the minute. The smoke comes out, but 2 players from Focus already in position to hold off that exact rotate. So instead, it's going to come through to Mound. Yugi manages to pick up Magnum, and Focus, they need to react here because they're all looking out towards A and B.
Not a lot going on C. There's a fair wacky utility stat down there that, of course, they can pop remotely with the Killjoy. The rest just being patient, watching out towards B, out towards A. They got that first kill on Ruins and assume that more may follow. Off goes the turret, it gets shot out. That's all the indication that Focus need as to what's going down.
Yeah, that was critical utility placement there from the Killjoy, but it doesn't stop Apex from getting into sight. Likely to get a plant down, and that is going to leave Focus on a big retake.
Tucked away in the corner. Here we go as they walk on through. Mystic flashed out at the perfect, well, imperfect time for him, the perfect time for Focus. Shadow steps up, finds one, almost gets shot himself through the wall there, but not quite closed down. Everyone scrambles back towards the south side of this site for Apex. And now the work comes on to Focus to retake, but Kiko, he could get a real nice flank on the side here and get a couple.
He's just waiting for his moment. He hears the movement above him, steps out, but will be shut down by Lime. 4 versus 2 now, moving towards that diffuser. We can just see shots peppering in from Enzo. Manages to pick up 2, and there's the 3rd. And what a hold on from Apex there. Enzo just locking it down with the big boy.
Exactly why that is one of the default plant spots on that side as well. The coverage you can get from Mound, where you just lay bullets in through smoke or through whatever may be in your way, you're all but guaranteed to get kills. And interestingly, an old thing about the playstyle from Apex that we used to see was they used to love spraying through smoke. Rock up a couple of Phantoms, drop down some smoke, spray through. They would get a annoying number of kills against Focus, interestingly, when playing that style of play. Now, I'm not going to say they've gone as far as saying, oh, well, the changes in 6.11 where we no longer, where we have a whole mag less in both Phantoms and Vandals, so you can't play that anymore is the reason why. Absolutely not. But the Odin is doing a lot of work for them. They've dealt with this early aggression coming out of Yugi. They just heard the ult come out and thought, all right, we'll just stand and wait, no problem.
Yeah, they've dealt with that fantastically of Apex. We've seen that a couple of times from Yugi, where that early aggression comes in, and it's not really been backed up ever since that first map. We've seen it twice fail here, at least, and it's just left his team in a bit of a back foot position here. 5 versus 3 now. Enzo just continuing as he left off, cuts down Lewis. Magnum, this could be a flawless round from Apex at this rate.
It's actually a ball of 5 players just all running at them one by one. Sure, Waddle brings down the front, but there's 4 more ready to follow up off the back of it. And they've got full control aside at this point. Waddle is all that stands between them and a round win. So I'm pretty sure we all know which way this one's going. At which point it becomes 10-7. Things start to feel a little bit riskier. Surely not.
Waddle gets the second. 3 more to be found. Can't do it as Mystic is going to shut that one down. And that's going to be Apex taking round 17 and leaving us now at 10-7. And they're starting to get that wind behind them.
I mean, 3 rounds on the bounce.
Yeah, massive.
One of those where I don't all blame Yugi for this. I commented on it back on the first map where they were the ones who take quite a bit of pace of their play, whereas Apex, it felt, were a bit more controlled and slow. Not that that's a bad thing. Actually, it's a good thing in some cases when you have players like Yugi coming charging at you. But as commented at the start earlier on in this map, you aren't seeing Yugi pop as much as he has done previously.
I think Yugi was, he sort of fell foul of that situation where you come round a corner and there's almost too many options.
Yeah.
He came round, there was one to the left that got a little blast, he moves across.
We've all been there.
It's like, you know, you're like a sort of, you're a kid in a sweet shop and there's just so many choices ahead of you. It's like, oh, where do I go? And you don't end up actually spraying anybody. And Yugi, of course, it's easier for the other team because guess what? They've all got one target in front of them. So they all know exactly what they're going to pick out and got taken down. So unfortunate from him, but Focus just taking that time out after slipping a few rounds now. It felt like it was getting close around 13-14, but they've just not been able to back it up on the defense now.
I feel like the ult discipline coming out from Apex has been really good. They know they're ahead. They know they're the ones in control. They haven't yet had a reason to bring out many of their ults. They've got 3 in pocket. They've got 1 about to come online for Kiko as well in the form of the Blade Storm. Everything's in their favor right now. They've got the tools, really, to carry this one towards the final round and get things done in 2-3 rounds' time.
What a utility coming out towards that A side from the defenders there. Just trying to, again, slow down that potential aggression coming in and just prevent that push coming forward. It's going to hold Apex back inside. Just waiting to get through in towards lobby for, sorry, in towards Mound for the time being, but they've got a couple positioned around mid as well.
And again, that slower pace, they have no issue playing that slower game because they know that they'll just wait and get the kind of information they need. They'll wait to see what Focus are going to do in a panic in an attempt to try and make something happen and then capitalize off the back of it. To give it to Focus as well, they're the ones also playing quite passively here. They've actually gone walking up through mid here, hoping to find some information, but nothing to be found because Apex have chosen to go over towards Ruins. Again, this death ball of 5 is marching towards A, and I wouldn't want to be Yugi right now.
No, absolutely.
He saw them. He knows. I swear he saw one on the jump out. He must have seen at least a couple of heads, but Nothing has happened.
Just like, it's one of those games, right? It's like a game of chess, just waiting for the first person to make a move, make an attack. It's going to be Magnum and Kiko that managed to get 3 between them. And that leaves us now in a 4 versus 2. Apex well on top. They drop the lockdown as well. And that is just going to force Focus out wide. And it's going to be an opportunity to get that plant down. It will be successful. And it looks like another round going in Apex's direction unless something magical can come out of Focus.
Again, not forgetting Pearl is that third map if we need it, and it feels with how Apex are playing that we are heading straight towards it. So I think at this point they're going to give up, Tim. They've realised that their economy is absolutely busted. Yep. They've got to wait.
That's it. There's no point going in there and throwing away those rifles as well. You're just going to make things even harder for yourself. Sometimes you've got to know when you're beaten, and that is going to be the case for Focus as they just wait for this spike to tick down. They're holding themselves back towards C, and it just gives them the opportunity for that bit of discussion in the team as well.
Absolutely. Because they know at this point now you've got 2 more opportunities. You're still staring down the barrel of multiple ultimates on the other side. It is not looking pretty for the Focus team.
I love that attack from Apex. Then we saw that sort of movement across the bottom. You know, are we going in towards C? Are we going to push Mound? No, we're going to move back towards A. And then it was just the collapse all at once. The lockdown goes in. You know, the plan was there, and it just worked perfectly.
It feels like damned if you do, damned if you don't with Focus as well. They've tried the aggressive fast play into Apex to try and disrupt them. They've been shut down. They played much more defensive, passive, 2-2-1 splits across the 3 sites. They've been shut down. And I think at this point it feels quite clear they're a little bit short on ideas on how to deal with this.
See the fault line ready to go at the moment from the breach of Shadow, but just going to be held on to for the time being. Thinking about grabbing an ult orb, maybe just baiting a little bit as well. Just
hoping for the swing to come out there.
Yeah,
but
exactly
that.
Just waiting for the potential push to come through, but that's not going to happen. So the stack up at Mound here is going to come through. The Killjoy utility will signal it, but in goes the Rolling Thunder.
Just instant
push in behind.
There's one person on site. Let's march on through, but Waddle. 2 beautiful shots with the Sheriff. What more can he do? Straight away, Lime forced to back out here, rejoin his team. They've conceded site control to the side of Apex, but numbers advantage in terms of agents still standing. Goes with Focus.
Spike is planted as well, so Focus going to have to start winning these gunfights. Do manage to get one big double from Yugi. Leaves Magnum in a 1 versus 4. Finds one though, needs 3 more. Can't find them as Lime is going to be there to pick up the trade. That's going to be a round for Focus, and I tell you what, it still keeps it close.
And I feel like one they sorely need. Again, economy's pretty low right now. They're able to scavenge a couple of those guns that Apex have rolled in with. The downside being because Apex won such a win streak, they've built up a massive bank. They're not coming into this next round low on gunfire. They've got on gunpower, I guess. Firepower is what I was going for there. High on firepower. They're still armed to the teeth. Enzo's back with the Odin. They've got 2 ults to play with. They're far from being shut out, but Focus equally are starting to play that ult economy game as well.
Yeah, that's it. They've got them online, and that's maybe a round or 2 that they can force using them. And I think Apex need to think carefully about this one. You know, they don't want to be letting the lead sort of get to the head at all, which I'm sure they won't be doing. And, you know, just make sure that they get this done.
A couple of big ults online as well, I feel, in terms of the Viper's Pit as well as...
Yeah, the Viper's Pit is going to be the big one, I think.
KO as well. Like, they've got options to work with. But you are against also options on the other side. That's what makes it so interesting to see how the 2 teams are going to play this one out.
Focus just looking to hold down Mound. Is going to send out a smoke for the time being. That's going to allow Mystic just to actually push up a little bit aggressively here. But it's all coming in towards A. They're going to trigger that Killjoy utility, and the rotation has actually already come in from Focus. They've got the manpower moved across, but the utility is being thrown in from Apex, and they're making their move.
Waddle's found the one. A good one to find as well in Kiko. Line goes down elsewhere, and Tree seems to be the main point of focus for at least one of their 2 players. But no, the rest still storming through main and get absolutely collapsed out by Lewis as that ult sings out over the top. Shadow gets one back, but he's all that's left standing here against 3. This one feels like an overtime, Tim. I'm not going to lie.
It's certainly heading in that direction. As you said, it was, you know, great use of the ult on the side. You know, a focus to be able to just get themselves into this position, and that's what I said. Maybe they force a round or two with it. Shadow just going to be...
He's going all the way
to the C side.
This is great because they assume he's still dancing around A, but he's gone for a full send over towards C, and he has time to still get it inside of default. This is beautiful.
Well, this is it. It gives him, I say, it's maybe 10 seconds of the 45 that he's going to be wasted without even needing, you know, to take a challenge, and that's pretty good.
Now it's again about the similar sort of stuff we saw Lewis doing on the previous map, and we touched on it earlier on in a very similar situation to this one. It's about getting in a good spot to swing and take more favorable fights, not a 3v1. Not that it matters, as Yugi is there ready for the 1v1.
Tried to play him behind the fault line. It was a good idea, but just didn't work out. Shadow obviously had to try and do something there. He had a big disadvantage, but Yugi was ready for the movement coming across. They're going to pick up the spike, and that is going to be 11-9 now as Focus continue fighting here, and have really got themselves back into this one.
Hashtag Focus fighting.
And still have the Viper's bit available as well.
They do, yes. Of course, some available on the other side as well. One of those where I just can't get away from that feeling of one round really towards Apex, which they can pull in after a timeout. They've got 2 timeouts to play with, don't forget. They have the ability to roll one of these out, come up with something a little bit crazy in this next round that will surprise Focus, and then they're the ones playing at match point until the very end.
Well, there's going to be some tense conversation, I think, as they decide what is going to be the key to getting this one over the line. Obviously, the stakes are a little bit higher for Apex here, realistically, because lose this one and you've lost the entire thing, whereas Focus, they've still got that third decider. Having one map in the bank already just gives them a big advantage in that sort of scenario.
Looking at the stats again as well, it's again a map that favours Apex overall. 86% win rate on it, whereas Focus, attack, defense, and win rates all completely down the middle at 50%. So a map that you would wager Apex, they probably should as a more established team with a lot of experience on it, a wider map pool that they can be successful on. Not saying that Focus can't win it, but the numbers at least don't support them winning map 3 if we get there.
Rav Yugi just looking to hold down C. Are we going to see some aggression coming out? Just playing at bend at the minute and looking to potentially push forward into Mound, but isn't going to push quite that far. We have seen it a couple of rounds where Focus have pushed right up to that point, but this time instead Mystic is going to play behind the smoke, and that leaves Apex to sort of start slowly setting themselves up.
Debate more than anything else. Oh my god, he got the kill with it as well! That's unbelievable. Spun the door, Enzo sprays through and just happens to find Yugi, who's sat off in the other direction. He was sat off towards C. A freebie by all accounts.
Mound control now in the hands of Apex. Not quite able to push forward just yet. They've got a Mystic to contend with as well, just playing inside of that smoke. But as the utility is going to be running out shortly, we see one of the smokes dissipate. The second will disappear now as well. It just forces Focus to go a little bit deeper. We've just got a big rotate. They've read here that Apex are moving across to the A side. Although, I think Focus are a little bit focused on B.
They might wrap in towards B door. Maybe not. No, I thought for a second maybe they are.
Yes.
Which is kind of perfect, but kind of not, because a lot of them started rotating away. Kiko started things off, and that's it. B has been taken. Apex in a great position here.
I love that from Apex, just sort of moving forward, making the decision on the fly that B was the one to go for, but Waddle gets a big 2. KPZ comes in with a double as well, and we all of a sudden find ourselves in a 1v1. KPZ, he's going to try to stick this. He manages to get the half at least. And the kill as well!
I really thought he was going to sit and stick the whole way through, but comes up and finds Mystic, both dancing around the shadows, but only one comes out on top. Focus very much within striking distance, are 1 round behind Tim.
That's a great clutch up from KPZ there. Looking forward to seeing that on the replays.
Poor lad.
Kill. Just unfortunate, but Waddle doing great work there. Can't find his third, but it doesn't matter. As KPZ comes in, finds 2. And then in this 1v1, just plays it beautifully. Steps out of the smoke, gets the kill. He was kind of a little bit lucky, I guess, not to get sprayed down. They knew that he was defusing the spike at that point, so put the shots in, couldn't find him. But KPZ just plays his life and gets the job done.
Double loading. We've got the op on side of Lime as well. Immediate Blade Storm coming out from Kiko. He's got the Stinger in back pocket. Fantastic at close range, but that's pretty much all it's good for. That spray through, dangerously close to a couple, well, not a couple of heads, a head. Missing by a few hairs, it feels, and at this point, Apex opt to back away.
Just instead going to be rotating
into a Viper's pit.
I was just going to say, as I looked up at the map, they're considering moving over to take control of Mound, but they are going to walk into the ultimate of Waddle. He's sat at the back of it at the minute, and that is just going to persist as long as he is in this position.
Now, do they do it? Because this Odin will chew them up. Molly comes out as well, also a great bit of combo. Couple of forced their way through, but he finds one, finds the second almost. No! Kiko with that shutdown. Viper's pit removed, and Apex have taken control, 4v4.
Yeah, that was really well played, able to just force Waddle back out of that pit and just allow it to dissipate. Lime got a big kill with the op though, but Keiko picks him up with the Blade Storm, and that is going to give an opportunity for the spike to go down.
I'm so nervous he missed everything. Great from Kiko. Finds Yugi. 2 remaining, 2v3. As Focus need to force their way. They don't know about Shadow at this point, I think. He's sat right at the back, swings for one and finds his man. They're about to move towards back point, Tim. It's 12 and 10.
Shadow doing a great job there, just hidden away in the corner. Everything he needed out of that one. Steps out, gets his kill. Like you say, that puts Apex now on that map point. They just need to get this one done. And to be fair, they're playing into a lot less there. They had to deal with the Viper's pit last time, and they dealt with Waddle really, really nicely.
I'm exhausted just following this the whole way through, Tim. It's been such a back and forth. But yes, Apex are the ones in striking distance here of a map 3. We have got the lockdown available for Lime on the other side. But as you can see, this is a force by round. They haven't been able to play this one out the way they'd like. Coming armed to the teeth, unlike the other side, where Kiko's got his own op on side. Hunter's Fury comes out. Gonna miss again, just slightly wide here, Enzo, as he was previously.
Yeah, we're just going to see that going through with the third shot not connecting either. And that leaves us with no real ground gained by Apex. Still going to be playing out of the spawn, considering the push towards C, I think, again here as we see the movement coming across. But Keiko, once again, how many times have we seen those brilliant shots coming out with the op?
Yeah, Lime just jump scouting out there, and Kiko does not give him an inch. Here we go, with no Lime on side. He can't get his ult up, but on the other side, Magnum's got his. That C site shut out for now.
Sure, this is going to be the opportunity for Apex to be able to push their way in. They've forced everybody out with the lockdown. That lets them get control of C, get that spike down. And now all they need to do is hold on. And here comes Magnum, manages to find one. Can they find any more?
The Rolling Thunder as well being used at such close range just to guarantee they win this fight. Another concuss over the top. A one-way smoke goes up. You couldn't ask for much more. It feels like Apex have done enough here to get over the finish line and take us into a map 3. 5v2, both out towards spawn side. Nothing more to be said. Apex end things out with a flawless round.
Good performance to finish it off with then, but Focus, I think they can be happy overall with how that one has gone. They've lost the map, but still the performance towards the back end was good. They fought well, and that gives them at least, you know, the best position that they probably could. At least it wasn't a rollover before they go into map 3, but Apex, what a lot of momentum they carry now.
Well, we said as well coming into that map, you're going to have to see a massive transformation from Apex, or that is just the level and Focus have climbed far too high. Pretty fair to say after that performance, Apex have leveled up between map 1 and map 2. That was definitely a completely different team to what we saw back on Split. And now coming into Pearl, it's anyone's guess how it goes down.
Yeah, it really is. I think, you know, one of the takeaways there has got to be give Keiko the op.
Just give him the op. The man's
give him the op.
They gave him the op. They took the op away from him for one round so you could use Blade Storm. The next round, they're like, yeah, you did well there. Just get back on it, mate. Get back on it.
Absolutely fantastic performance from him throughout that map. You know, like I say, big moments from Focus as well. KPZ, we can't take away from that clutch. It was an absolute beauty, and no surprise to see him on the MVP side, at least with Focus.
Absolutely. I mean, look, Kiko at 27 and 14.
A little bit quiet
promise.
in the last map, and
he was
what a difference maker in this one.
That was the promise that we've always expected to see from him. Again, the players on this team big him up so much as being some untapped talent. They saw a lot of promise. I think, in fact, the coach said within 5 minutes of his trial, I knew that he was going to be our future duelist, and he is putting up numbers in this map. But really, what's happened before doesn't matter. For all intents and purposes, this now becomes a best of one. It's all about what happens on Pearl.
Yep. It really is. I always say in a best of 3, the team who wins map 2 feels like they take a little bit of an advantage. They're the one, at least, with the positive side of things coming into that final map. But as you say, it really is anybody's at this point, I think.
I can't figure out which way this game's going to go, but one thing's for sure, you've got to stay around and see how it concludes. Back in a few minutes of map 3 with Pearl. See you soon.
It's F-Flex on the beat. It's F-Flex on the beat. It's F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat.
Welcome back to Challengers Ascension EMEA here as we're getting into map 3 of what is proving to be one of, if not the best series that we've had so far, Tim. Apex versus Focus, Pearl, the last map to decide which way this series goes. And honestly, given the first two, it's so hard to call who gets it.
Honestly, I was just saying this, you know, we come in at 1-1, both have had sort of fairly similar wins on each map, but in opposite directions. And then I look at this and I just get the feeling that somebody is going to come in and win this here. I'm not sure this last one's going to be too close. I'm going to stick with what I said at the beginning. For me, it was Focus win, Split and Lotus, or if it was going to go 2-1, I felt like Apex probably take it in the 2-1. Given the previous results they've had against Focus on Pearl, I sort of feel like that's going to be the case here, and I'm leaning towards Apex, especially with Kiko coming online as he has them.
That's it, and we've got a lot of evidence to look at as to how this has gone previously. These two teams played each other on this map twice, just over a month ago, and literally a day apart of each other, the 3rd and the 4th of June. Both times won by Apex, 13-6 and 13-7. Now, we did say coming into Split, last time they played, Apex won their 13-2. As we saw, Focus came out a completely different team. So that question still continues here. Are we getting play-ins Focus or are we getting Valaris Focus? If we get some of the former, fantastic. This one could be theirs. If it's more of the latter, it's nights out, and really I imagine Apex will take that 2-1 quite comfortably.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not writing Focus off at all. I'm just, you know, if I have to lean somewhere, I'm feeling, you know, Apex is probably more likely.
The favourites,
but, like you say, at the minute, Focus have shown us an ability to surprise at least so far, particularly map 1. Like you say, it's a great example. We don't have to look any further than tonight, you know, to show that they can overcome the odds. So Focus, they certainly can do it, but it's going to be a tough one, I think.
And really, I think, again, it's going to come down to looking at players and how they can shine. Back on Split, we were singing the praises of so many players on the side of Focus, but a second map then, Yugi couldn't really get himself moving. Lewis wasn't quite the full Welsh Wizard effect that we saw back on map 1. So again, it comes to that question of, Apex really woken up here? Are they the ones that are now really leaving no room for those players to operate, or is it more that Focus have just kind of stepped down a little bit?
But this is it, you know, Keiko, Jet, Operator, done.
He was looted. I was just like, just don't let him use Bladestorm. Just give him the op and let him fly.
He was just built different in that last map, and like I say, he's clearly one of those players that can turn a map, a match, you know, a tournament probably on its head if he comes in and performs, and he's really activated. He was quiet on map 1. I'm not putting it all down to Keiko. It's not. They're a team. You've got to have 5 people turning up and performing, but there was a big differentiator between map 1 and 2, and that's Keiko's KD stats.
Absolutely. Well, let's get into it and take a look at our agent select and see how things are boiling up. Now, good news for the Yugi fans out there. He is back on the Jet once again, so we'll see what damage he can do on that agent in this game. Enzo, we saw him pull this out as well recently. The Gecko coming out.
Yesterday he pulled this out.
Absolutely.
It's a great effect.
They've been playing it on a couple of maps. I think it's Bind as well as on Pearl. Maybe fact check on that one. I'm pretty sure it's Bind and Pearl, but I know they're one of the teams that have been employing the Gecko and seeing how they can make it fit. Obviously, the other key one to look at there really is going to be both KPZ and Mystic getting away from the Omen and onto the Astra that was mapped in.
80% defensive win rate for Apex. They start off on the defense, and that is over 41 rounds, so we've got a decent sample size there as well. You know, winning 30 plus of those rounds on defense. As I said, coming into this, I've got to lean towards Apex, and that does nothing to change my mind at this point. Attack win rate of 37%. You just feel like in this first half, Apex are likely to come out and get themselves a decent lead built up. What I would say is, you know, what do we need to be looking out for? I think Apex need to be taking this 8-4, 9-3. They need to be really coming out with a solid first half here. They've got everything going for them.
And I think if we get to that 9th, I'll probably go with the 9-3. The 8-4 is swingable.
It's
And the 9-3 is...
I was being generous to Apex.
And the 9-3 is the memed on scoreline, right? It's a cursed scoreline to come in with, because that's when things always tend to go back the other way and you get a horrible reverse sweep coming out. But for Apex, I feel if they get that kind of lead, they've got the composure and the discipline to get it over the finish line.
Going to have an immediate coming together inside of Plaza. A flurry of kills. It's going to be Lewis and Lime that come out on top for Focus, and that leaves us 4 versus 3. Enzo taking a ton of damage as well, and it actually just forces the rotation to come in from Apex. We're going to see them moving sort of back towards A, but then just tentative in and out of spawn, but they know that this is now a position already where they need to pick their battles, Des, and Focus, they're just taking their time about where they push. They know that there's absolutely no rush for them now.
There isn't, and interestingly, this is the approach that Apex will take, was the kind of slower, more calculated, let's feel things out, figure out what we want to do, maybe change our mind partway through as well. Whereas here, they're the ones seeing that approach used against them by the side of Focus, just taking things real slow here as they step their way through. Art passed in, and now looking towards the A site. Only one person really looking to defend it. The other one, the Astra, is off site at this point, holding a more aggressive angle. So Magnum knows about this and has to get out of dodge, concedes the site and gives them control.
Going to be an opportunity to get that spike planted. We see the smokes coming out from the Astra. Mystic does manage to get 2 on the back of it as well. And all of a sudden then that leaves us 4 versus 3. I was going to say 2, but no, it's going to be 1. Magnum finds a double.
Brilliant.
That's going to close things out for us. What a turnaround from Apex there. Just allowing Focus on in, playing on those Astra smokes, getting the kills. It was big from Mystic.
they played like this an awful lot yesterday against Kase as well, was concede the site, and I commended Focus for this, I think, back on map 1, and both teams are doing it really well, is rather than trying to take a really awkward 2v5 or make a big hero play, they back away and wait until they're all stacked up in numbers and then tend to crush back onto the site together as a unit. And you see the result it gives them, a nice cozy first round, which now should translate into that second round win.
Straight away into Plaza once again. It was where we saw the flashpoint of initial kills last time around, but this time Apex are just going to play a little bit deeper, and they're going to play behind that up, and this time it's Enzo manages to find a beautiful double.
Making it look easy, isn't he?
Absolutely smashing them at doors.
And then here comes a new challenger. KP's stepping up, just wants the Sheriff more than anything else, and has got out of dodge. Does just about spot out one, but does he see the second as well that spanned here on this wonderful diagonal angle, expecting to get swung on? Now he's seen it.
Does spot it out, just signals that so that it can be taken down. They do need to be careful here, Focus, though. They're in a potential position to get flanked and get pinched in between the two sides of Apex.
Still a lot of work to do against, still 4 players bearing down on them, all armed to the teeth as well and ready to come for them. Bulldog in hand for Magnum, who, again, backed away there at the right time. Managed to find the spike carrier. One goes down. Lions all that's left on a slither of HP. And Shadow gets to close out a comfy round for Apex.
Yeah, it was well played. And they just dealt with, again, Focus trying to move through mid. I like that they started out a little bit deeper. It didn't really pan out for them. This was absolutely beautiful. From link up towards doors, just a fantastic double from Enzo. And that was the first round. Apex get aggressive, sort of aggressive, up towards Plaza. They go straight in for that challenge and they lose them out. But this time they say, you know what, we've got the operator on side, let's just let them play into our angles. Like you said, that more sort of, just laid back, just a little bit slower pace. Let them play into us and we pick up the kills, and it worked.
Once again, the slow round starting out. Focus almost trying to bait some aggression out from the other side. Not forgetting this is that bonus round coming in here as well, though, because Focus are in a spot where they're the ones being armed to the teeth. Apex are like, hey, we'll carry on with the weapons that we've had in the previous round. Keiko there trying to make a play happen. Off the back of the flash that came out as well was pretty well timed. Focus still come out on top in terms of numbers.
Yeah, overall, they've only lost KPZ along the way. The spike is going to be moved up towards A site slowly, just waiting for the Killjoy to catch up. But
no way.
Again, it doesn't matter if it's Keiko, if it's Enzo. The op is doing so much damage to this Focus site, map after map.
Mortis here as well. It's staring down the barrel with a Marshall. The chip damage that one goes through a wall bang and finds the head on a pull down as he's stepping away. That's what makes the shot so unbelievably nutty. Still trying to look for a couple of more chip damage shots to come through. Waddle's down pretty low at this point as well. Here comes Dizzy. Full blind out coming on the other way through. Lime and Waddle both dangerously low here. As out comes Shadow. Good bit of damage down into Waddle. Easily finished off, and now it's just clean-up duty.
Absolutely love what I'm seeing from Apex here, as you say, just letting them onto site, inviting them in, and just happy to play around it. And they are getting kill after kill by doing so, and it's just working out fantastically. 3-0 now, and Apex not quite running away with it yet, but Focus need to start getting some rounds soon. I don't think they want Apex to be getting to 5.
That was pretty nice as well there, because they had 2 members who had been caught out by Dizzy, and again, just a headshot. The fact that he gets that wall bang is nuts. But they had the Dizzy flash come through. There were 2 of them stunned out, and then they had 2 more that were ready to swing around the corner in case that kind of play came out. So they had the answer, and they were very, very happy with that. But the thing is, Apex won Focus's gun round, so now they are completely broke. Much like Mitch in the booth next to us, so I can still hear screaming.
Love the passion. Gotta love the passion.
Passionate about many things, that man.
Just going to be playing in behind the smoke. Again, defensively, that's just going to stop this push coming through towards A to begin with. But no, they do aggress through. Lime there, not too worried about it. Just going to move on through. Supported as well by Yugi here. But there's going to be a big challenge coming together. Who wins it? It's going to be Shadow taking down Yugi for the opener. And that's going to crush that push from mid. Absolutely not, as Lime stands up tall with a double.
That's all you need to start things out, at least to equalize it. 3 apiece. And now they've got to worry about Kiko, the opposite's coming marching on through. You mentioned the damage that it's been doing across the last 2 maps. Now that it's actually online, they will start to feel the pain. The problem here being he is posted on B because you want to play the long angle. So he's going to have to rotate over, and that's really where The op isn't the best if you're trying to navigate tight corners, not quite sure where the enemy players are. That's where you can, like this here, very costly mistake if he walks into the wrong side of this.
Enzo is going to get... Enzo's been going so big so far. That grab well's going to be opened up just to prevent that plant going down for the time being. But Lewis with a big double, and that leaves us now in a 1v1, but it's Keiko. Lewis has got a fraction of health. Keiko's got an op. This could be dangerous.
He's got to change gun. He's changed gun. That's the right call as well.
Great.
Changing over to the rifle and then recovers the op afterwards. Perfectly played by Keiko.
Absolutely beautiful. Will disable that spike, and that leaves us at 4-0.
Starting to feel like that build-up for Apex here. I know we mentioned that realistically the first 2, 3, 4 rounds, you will probably see one team walking away with at least 3 of them. And that's what we're seeing here from Apex. It feels dominant. That one came down to the 1 versus 1 admittedly, but still, that was off the back of reacting to this hit that came in they weren't necessarily expecting. Apex look composed here on Pearl, and pretty much every ult is about to come online.
Yeah, very, very close to that. I mean, to be fair, Focus aren't too far away either.
Nope.
They've got 2 available already. They've got the lockdown, and they've got no command as well. So they're sort of, well, you know, they're poised. They've got a few points to go across the other 3, but not too bad.
Posted up on long again, not this time round. So Kiko's actually moved over to A. So again, normally it's really unfortunate for him because the op now 2 rounds in a row has been in the wrong place to contest the main bulk of Focus on their push through. They've gone pretty deep in, and again, classic Apex style, back away, don't want to take too many engagements. They've already lost the 1 there in trying to poke a head or 2 on the way through. Good hit though coming out from the side of Focus.
Yeah, there was nothing really that Magnum could do about that. He popped the cyber cage and then just had to back away. The lockdown is going to support this as well. Just struggling to get themselves back in at the minute, just waiting for that to wear off. They'll now be able to push through, but the spike is planted. Time's been wasted. Manpower is on the side of Focus, but Mystic comes away with a double.
Flashed as well. They got flashed out, and he still pushes through and walks away with 2 kills. Beautiful stuff. Cosmic Divide over, so they can't play the long angle on this one. Going in for the little bro with the defuse. Will he manage to get away with it as well? Started sticking it out now, sucked away and pulled off by the Astra, unfortunately, as they have another swing of the bat here. This time around, Kiko's going to find himself going down. It's back and forth between the 2 to a 2 versus 2. Nothing more can be done. Off goes the spike, and game is done.
Just a little bit too late from Apex there.
Nice try, though.
Could not have been a better time for Focus to be getting that first round. As I said, they really didn't want to see Apex get into 5, 6 and starting to run away with it. So managing to get 1 was great. They were able to do it under the cover of that lockdown ult that came out from Lime. But it was very, very close with Apex using Cosmic Divide on the return side to try and get it done. They weren't a million miles away.
I may have just turned a fan, breaking the 4th wall, turned a fan on, it spun into the bottle next to it and knocked it over. That was very close to being a calamity. Very close. But we are okay.
It's a good job the lid's on.
You're telling me.
Your reliability.
Right here.
Right, here we go. It's going to be a push towards B long once again. Looking to move through straight to B site. They had a lot of success last time around, Focus. I think they're just sort of gambling here that there's not going to be a response. And again, just being able to push the Cypher away. The jet dash is in. Magnum does manage to get 1 this time, but it is a trade. And that leaves us 4v4.
Yeah, Yugi's got into a good spot once again, getting into backside here and able to do a little bit of work providing cover. Whilst Lewis gets that spike down out in the open. Enzo pops up out of nowhere. Gets 1 for himself. They've got the alleyway covered, so Apex in a good spot to be able to fight back here, it feels. They find him 1 as Kiko, unsurprisingly, is doing work with the op. Yugi left all alone against 4. This one feels like one to concede.
Low health as well. It's not looking good. Shadow takes what little was left, goes in, and will disable the activated spike, and that's going to be 5-1. And as you say, just a really good retake from Apex there.
Ouch. Well, at this point, I'm really starting to wonder where Focus find their way into this half. Defense from Apex has looked great. Just, again, consistently just conceding control of the site and saying, okay, if you guys want it, you can have it. Doesn't bother us all that much.
Who was taking the risk there with the plant going down in open ground, as you say. Obviously, you know, when you're then trying to cover that plant later, it makes it more difficult for defenders to get in there and work on that defuse. There's no cover for them, but it just shows the risk that you're taking in order to do that, with Lewis being cut down in the middle of no man's land there, essentially, and just finding it a tough one to stick. Focus then are going to take that time out. Need to slow down the powerhouse of Apex that are moving forward towards a win.
Forget about all of Apex. Let's talk about Enzo. The man's
Enzo's
7-1.
crazy. Started out with the op on those couple of big rounds to begin with, and then has moved off it and given it back to Keiko. And they're just absolutely flying.
He is having a ball. And although we've seen a couple of missed timings coming off the back of Dizzy being coming out, for example, it's still getting them where they need to be, which is up 5-1. Not at all surprised to see Focus taking that pause, because as it stands, haven't really got their own hero online here. Yugi sat down at 1-6. Bit of a stinger.
Got to give Mystic a mention as well. Arguably one of the best players out of Apex that we saw yesterday, and continuing to play well here on the Astra, particularly picking up multiple kills generally, getting in there and having really impactful moments.
Well, you know what he's been like this series back on Split when he was playing on the Omen team, just a constant backstab.
Just those really impactful moments where you need a double and bang, Mystic, and you just get them 2 kills that throws you back into it.
Always the man there, ready and waiting. Now, maybe half expecting to be posted up by an op again on long, which isn't a bad idea. Kiko is towards A, mind you, and holding a really deep angle. Smoked out at least for a brief second by a fake star coming out. They step too far forward, so they are straight into the sight line of Kiko and that op.
That's it, and as soon as Kiko will take a shot or two, there's also a star lined up there, so there is the potential to smoke it off and prevent that push coming forward. That's actually what's going to happen just around the middle of the map there. We're going to see them taking that choice to prevent the push coming through from Plaza and through Art and onto that side, and that does just slow down Focus.
This is the beauty of the Astra as well versus the Omen. It's just the ability to have global impact. Both of them able to impact opposite sides of the map incredibly quickly to where they're actually playing in case something does kick off. Also has the wonderful Suck, the ability to pull players around straight into the waiting arms of Kiko.
Left.
As of yet, hasn't found a victim in this round, but there is still plenty of time. I say plenty of time, there's 30 seconds left. But that gives a lot of chance for a lot of killing to happen, and a lot of op kills to fall his way. Bladestorm comes out over the top. It's Mystic to find himself too before finally going down.
Just as I've said, those impactful moments, exactly when Apex needed it. The push was coming on into sight. That's going to be the round for them. Yugi does that dash again. We've seen it used so many times. Dash into sight, brings on the blade, so I'm just trying to get it going for them. And yet again, Mystic steps up. Bang, bang, 1-2, one after the other. Nice double, and it just sets Apex up to take the round.
They look unbothered.
Yep.
Is the only way I can
They're in
describe
their lane.
Flourishing, some would say.
Moisturised.
Extremely moisturised, Tim. Especially when you're heading towards what looks like to be a pretty comfortable... Please. I know Fresh is watching. This is the worst part. It does look like Focus are yet to find an answer or a solution to anything that's being thrown at them by Apex. And the thing is, Apex are giving them a lot of map control. They're letting them plant. They're not even looking to really challenge them on B long. They're just saying, hey, if you want to take site, go and take site. We will always have an answer.
The push is going to come through on B side again. Magnum more aggressive this time. I like that from Magnum. Previously, we've seen him playing off the cyber cage. He'd pop that and drop away and then try and take a fight. But this time he steps up, takes the fight, gets the kill. Yugi is going to dash in. Magnum's looking for the challenge, potentially. Not getting too aggressive just yet, though.
Oh, Magnum really should have found himself a freebie there, but Lion spins and finds his man. Cosmic Divide over the top as he gets shot through it before it's fully deployed. It's a great one laid straight across the site by Focus. This should make things a little bit harder. Apex has only 3 players left.
Apex just sort of having to sit and wait at the minute, not wanting to get too aggressive. Shadow just gets there in time. Lime was waiting for that smoke to pop, but just wasn't covered in time. So that leaves us 3 versus 3, but Apex time is going to be the big enemy here, Des.
They've laid this Cosmic Divide down themselves now across site up towards long, so at this point, there's not a lot of impact that can come in. Focus, Yugi gets one, but now it's all down to KPZ. Got to find what he can do. He's the last one left standing. Going to chuck his way. Drops the Suck on it as well, so they can't get the defuse in. He bursts on through, but they find his man. I'm not sure there's enough time. He's got to leg it. I feel at this point it's still too late. He will go down. My God, scrappy with both Cosmic Divides coming out.
I love that round. That round was fantastic. As you say, first one enables the plant to happen and just wastes so much time. It was well timed from Focus because I commented on it when they were sat waiting there, just waiting in tower to be able to push forward. They get the kill there, but they couldn't really do anything beyond that without getting overly aggressive, pushing through the Cosmic Divide. And it just burnt away too much time, even when theirs had gone up. I love the idea idea of using theirs for the counterplay. You know, like anything you can do, we can do better. But in this case, Apex, it didn't quite pan out.
At this point, it feels like every round that Focus can claw back onto their side of things is a blessing in disguise. Maybe not even so much in disguise, just an out-and-out raw blessing for them, because they are becoming increasingly hard to come by. But with 2 on the board, at least there's a little bit of breathing room here to play with. Lockdown's available, not too far away from Lewis's ultimate coming out either. They've got weapons and tools to play with, Tim.
Kiko's been taken out as well, so a good opener for Focus. I'd like to see them use this man advantage, but again, it's Enzo. Quiet couple of rounds, but then steps back up. Trade is there, though, from Lime, and that's something maybe Focus could do a little bit better here with On Pearl, is getting those trades, not losing sort of 2 or 3 without response. So, well played from them.
It's classic timing moment there as well, where for a second he was holding the angle perfectly and then steps away to reposition himself. Not even ready for the gunfight as it comes on through. Storming straight in towards B. You can see where the focus has changed towards this side for Focus. Shadow last one there standing, and he's domed too. He's only got to beat 1 now.
This could be a 1v3. As you say, all the way now down to a 1v1. It looks like KPZ is going to take the opportunity to put the spike down, and that's at least going to push the onus onto Shadow to do something. He's going to peek around the corner. Does he win the fight? No, KPZ is there ready. Finds the headshot, shuts it down, and gets another round for Focus.
Matter of perspective there as well, really, where he's a lot tighter to that corner means that his shoulder is seen first. He's likely going to lose that gunfight out unless he goes for a wide swing, but unfortunately wasn't quite wide enough on his step out.
That's it. The further you are from that angle, the sooner you're going to have that vision onto, as you can see there, really clear his shoulder and his body moving out, whereas only a fraction of a second, really, that Shadow got to see his enemy. So just well positioned there from Focus. I like that in the 1v1, just good understanding of the angle, and it won it out for them. So that gives us Apex now bringing in a timeout. 2 rounds on the bounce for Focus, and they start to fight their way back into Pearl.
A small moment of reflection for Apex as well. I mean, why not? You've got 3 more rounds of the half to go. You would ideally like to see all 3 of them going your way.
Of course, as much as you can. We've got, just looking at the utility situation here, we've got 2 ults online. Ooh, one of them a lockdown as well for Focus. So again, there's a real opportunity for them to be able to force a round. A little bit away from it on the other side. Mystic just racking those cosmic divides up quite quickly with the 15 and 6, certainly flying through them, but otherwise, you know, there's not too much there on the side of Apex.
There is not.
This goes there. This goes here.
That's why I think maybe they're a bit nervous. It's really coming into it. You know, they're a little bit broke. The Guardian on 1 man, the full rifles on the other, sure, but outside of that, it
could be a big round. It could Focus can win this.
Truthfully, for either team, because both teams are broke. They're at a stage where you've got to win this one because it probably translates into a 2nd round win as well. But here we go on their march forward. Camera spots them all out. They know that once again it's going to be this hit in towards B. Not full committing as they could rotate away, but the more utility we see committed, the bigger the signals will be to Apex as to what's going down. Enzo again steps up big. Oh my god, Geeko's in the perfect spot. Sat in behind screen, picks up 2. These only 2 left to push on forward. Waddle and Lewis in no man's land here. Very dangerous and precarious. Sat on long, they can't really too well pull back, which means Apex are free to hunt.
Waddle and Lewis both low health as well, so at this point Apex are just happy to continue spraying through in that direction. There's not really much else that Focus can do here. They do have Spike in hand, but a rotation is going to be a little bit dangerous because they do leave themselves open to being peaked. A smoke comes in, but that's going to be great cover, allowing the kill for Shadow. And that leaves us now in a 1 versus 5. Could be a flawless round you would expect for Apex.
Yeah, they were so focused on trying to get rid of the jet there that Shadow was just so free. Sat behind, waiting for the swing to come out of the smoke, and they respond perfectly. Lewis, he knows this one's toast. Can he find anything? No, he cannot. Enzo with the cleanup. Of course, it's Enzo.
Flawless round then for Apex, and we said that that was likely going to be a big round. It just puts Apex back in the fight in terms of those ults coming online. That's just got themselves a lot closer on a few of them. There's 2 particularly that have ticked up a little bit there, and that's exactly what they needed because they're going to be wanting to get them online before the end of the half so they can look at getting them into the mix.
Yeah. Onwards we march. Down to the last couple of the half as well. So at some point, we've got to see Focus commit to making use of these ults on side. We've spoken about them for like 3 rounds in a row now. Just know they've got to start coming online at some point. All control maintained, and there's a big scrap coming around there. It's Lewis and Yugi and Lime all stepping up with the pistols to dome 3 in a row. That's the dream start coming into an eco round.
That's it. Focus have got an opportunity here to continue pushing forward. We're just going to see the fake smoke coming out from the Astra there. That's just going to be relocated. And right now, just waiting for that attacker Killjoy to come online. This is what we've been talking about for several rounds, Des. Focus decide it's time to pull the trigger, and that gives them an opportunity to push in towards site here. They know that they have to wait late. They do so. Are they going to push in now at the end of it?
I mean, realistically there, then it's been a couple of times we've seen both teams do this. It's not really fully respecting the lockdown coming out and instead trying to push through and go aggressive, and they win it off the back of that. That's a pain because they committed 2 big ults in that round to try and get something.
Big round
But
for
it's played so well. Again, like I was saying, the disrespect coming out, not in a way in terms of not paying attention to what it can do, but they're willing to hang around until the last second and challenge you through it. And Focus paid the price.
Well, I think the placement of it, because it was sort of deep on the bottom side of A, as you saw, Magnum it was particularly, I think, was the last one out of there. But he was able to get out of there with only about 2 seconds remaining. So you've actually just held on to site long enough to prevent that spike going in and getting planted before he dashes out of there. So I think it's just a good awareness of, right, let's have a little look. How far do I have to go here? It's going to take me a few seconds. I can hold on to this line.
Well, here we go then. Last round of the half. Focus sorely needing just that 4th round just to give them a little bit of breathing room when things step over would be great. Cosmic Divide, in fact, look at them both. It's a wonderful cross up towards the top side of the map, split equally down the middle. Both teams bringing it out.
I think really here, Apex placement is probably slightly better because Focus are going to have to push through it to get towards site because they've not played on towards the B site. And as they do so, they could be in trouble. Of course, bullets aren't going to penetrate through there, but Magnum and Shadow managed to get kills. 3 on the side of Focus, though. Mystic with a double, a triple at the end. Des, how many rounds ago was it that I said Mystic is always there with the 2 or the 3 exactly when they need it? I don't feel like Mystic at any point has got 2 or 3 kills spread across the entire round. They always come within 4 or 5 seconds. Just absolutely perfect.
I think Waddle assumed that was a teammate behind him at that point because he heard the sound of the rifle being pulled and must have assumed, must have assumed that someone was stepping behind him to support on some kind of trade play or to push the angle. They never realized he was that close, just again hiding in behind that double Cosmic Divide. A smoke goes down as well. They assume they're safe. They're absolutely not. And Mystic was just dancing in and out there. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. And that's going to see us switch over sides then. It's going to put Focus onto the defense. If you remember coming in here, the stat line, we say not to always pay too much attention to the numbers. Things can change on the day, but the stat line was not good for Focus when it came to the defense of Pearl. I think it was 37%, so they really are going to have to turn that around.
They are, while moving at a bit of pace here down B long. Of course, no snipers to worry about being contested by. Just want to get as close as they can. The one-way goes up 2. As well as one a little bit more shallow here to give some detraction, I guess, towards the other side. And sure enough, it feels at least momentarily Apex have been pushed back.
Yeah, they're pretty spread out at the minute. They're going to leave Keiko over on B for the time being, but it looks like the spike is going to be rotated to A. They're just paying a little bit of attention over there, I think, just to have a little look and get that intel, see, you know, is this viable? Can we push over to this side? But for the time being, we're just going to have that spike moving into Plaza, and it's a little bit indecisive as to where it's going, but there's still plenty of time.
And Yugi's got the right ideas, watching the right angle here, but he knows now there's 2 or 3 pushing down this way. But look out for the backstab coming in behind. You got Lime working his way through Plaza and towards doors. He could be in for a big backstab as well. There he is. He's got the side swipe, got rid of 2, along with Yugi. Lewis to get the close. Brilliant flank coming out from Lime.
Yeah, really good first round there from Focus. Great win on the pistol round, taking it flawless as well. And you just know that's exactly what they needed for this second half. As I said, the defensive win rate historically not fantastic here on this map,
here,
so it's going to be a big confidence thing. But like you said, Lime just moving around from Plaza, I think came through Art and into Plaza, and just able to get on that flying Capex. I think just took their eye off the ball a little bit there.
Hi, Brimstone. I thought I saw him in the previous round, but didn't comment on it. But yeah, he's definitely flying around in the sky. It's like Zeus on a cloud, just throwing lightning bolts at people.
Orbital strike, orbital strike.
I remember when I first picked up Valorant and used that ability, and it just gave me so many memories of like Command and Conquer and old school games like that, and I was just like, yes. A shame that you don't get to use it more often, because it is one of those abilities that looks fantastic as well.
Go then, aggressive push through A main here from Apex, looking to just start dumping that utility in, but the smoke is going to come out just to prevent them pushing forward. That's good from Focus. KPZ just holding things at bay for the time being. It's actually forced Apex back in towards spawn and maybe a little rethink.
Still got Magnum holding around just in case anything exciting goes off, but no, for now, 3 players of Focus still lurking. The rest are moving their way through in towards Plaza here, and Bay tried to go via alleyway. They've got to be careful because Waddle is posted there with a Bulldog.
Yeah, he's just going to be holding that long angle. No, it's coming back through Art and looking to get themselves into A site. But again, they're going to be coming up against not only utility, but agents as well. And there's the agent I was talking about. It's KPZ with a triple as they try to come through. Apex attack is just completely shut down. And he gets out of there with his life. Beautiful play from the Astra.
Ooh, nice little shot at the end as well. Cozy close out there with the guns on side for Focus. This is where things get spicy because obviously now Apex come into their buy round. They all have rifles. They are ready. They are going to be armed to the teeth. If Focus can win this one, I believe they can pull it all the way back, but Apex can win it, they're into double digits, and that's when things start to get really precarious for Focus.
Great from KPZ, that absolutely brilliant. Just moved himself back, kept himself hidden away in towards connector there, and was just right place, right time, wonderful play. So that's going to see us moving
Enzo on the Odin.
into round 15 we go. It's going to be a big opener though. Keiko Magnum getting things started.
Moved in there with some pace as well.
Yep.
Absolutely beautiful.
Well, we saw Apex suffering, I think, was it round one? It was round one, suffering exactly the same way to that aggression into Plaza. This time, they've been the benefactors.
Well, Focus's goal there was to get aggressive, I think, and really try and catch the other side off guard in their gun round, expecting to be given a lot more space than maybe what they've been used to the last couple of rounds. But Apex just a little bit too well drilled to let that one upset them.
Lime could have been in trouble there, but actually dips back out of A main. Going to move instead out towards Flowers, straight through all the way back into spawn. But there is an opportunity here for Apex to push forward and get themselves onto A site. They would be playing into some of that Killjoy utility, but the 2 other remaining players on the side Focus, both off on B site. You see them scrambling now as the push comes through. The utility is triggered, and the opportunity is here to get into A site.
And this one's going off there. Should catch it on the way through. Don't think it'll follow fully finish him off. Nope. Lil Bro's in. Plant's going down. Exactly what you're looking for. The smoke's deployed over the top as well, really setting them up. Mindful of flanks coming in from spawn, given they got backstabbed by Lime historically, but he's off towards spawn side, so nothing to worry about here. This one looks pretty cut and dry.
Yeah, that's it. There's just a line drawn across site. They're going to challenge from both sides. Lime and KPZ managed to get one apiece, but KPZ is going to need 3 more if they want to be able to do anything here. Take down the spy cam at least, limit that information that's going to be coming in, challenging the tight angle, but Enzo's there, ready, takes the fight, wins it, and that's going to be Apex taking another round.
Enzo is just awakened, man. Absolutely awakened. I mean, really, it was him that was shining so bright in the first few rounds. Everyone else has kind of played catch-up now, but even these rounds where his impact isn't huge in terms of direct kills on the board, it's just the positioning he's getting into, the hammering down of the Odin, the use of Dizzy. We spoke about it a few times in terms of the timing was a little bit off at points, but it's just looking so good. So good.
Yeah, it's been great. And again, they're just using that utility even to get the plant down. It's not, it's about creating space. It's about getting the plant down. You're just playing sort of so many different aspects to his game. It's great.
Well, I spoke about breaking the Camels back in that last round. That's what they've done to get on towards double digits. They get to continue their 4 buys. The other side do as well, admittedly, but
Placing sentry.
doesn't mean it's going to be any simpler. I still give this one to Apex, I think, given how the last few rounds have played out.
Yeah, I think Focus had a flourish, and I don't know now if Apex are just going to have steadied the ship, be back online, and get themselves the last few rounds that they need. The attack at the minute is coming in through Plaza, going to be looking to move into B-Link, and just trying to get through that smoke. It has been deployed. KPZ once again, just trying to look for the surprise, but there's going to actually be a direct trade there. Lewis manages to get one, but Keiko finds it. But it's once again KPZ able to get a big double.
So down to 2 HP until the flash comes over the top though. Shadow making good use of the flash. Second one comes out, wants to swing in, but is so conscious that he can see one but can't see the other two. Gets himself closed out. It's all down to Mystic, and if you want someone in this kind of situation, I feel like he's your man on this map. Look at that gun graveyard.
Mystic certainly been big so far. Kill, and then the second inside of the Nano Swarm. Unreal from Mystic. How many times are they going to get the big doubles?
I tell you what, the man has got gonads the size of boulders. My God, because he's jumping like into a Nano Swarm as well.
No fear.
This is the thing. So many, I think, like you see this at all levels of play as well. You put a smoke down, you look at his HP. It goes down to like 11 when he gets the last kill. I think, okay, no, it's far higher than that. But you see it tick down regardless. It doesn't matter. He's already got the kills at that point. But many would probably see a smoke or see a Nano Swarm and go, okay, no one's going to try and push through that. No one's going to do anything about it. They'll have to ignore and wait it. But if you feel confident that you can get through and get the kills either coming out of smoke or pushing through a Nano Swarm like you've just seen, it works wonderfully. He was toast out if even one player was in safety behind the brickwork, for example. He was very fortunate both were in the open, but that was the gamble that they can afford to take given they were 5 rounds ahead. Now it's 6.
Mystic has been a huge, what I would call a swing player so far this game. Like I say, it's not about coming in and getting those openers. It's not necessarily about steadily picking up kills throughout the round. It's about having those big round swinging moments like we've just seen. Big clutch 1v2, you know, so many times hidden away in a corner, 2-3 kills, and I keep saying it, but Mystic deserves the plaudits. Fantastic day today, and yesterday as well, I believe. So Mystic definitely one to watch throughout the tournament as well.
And what I love is that realistically, you can pick any player at the minute on the Apex side and think about something amazing they've done in this series. And this is the thing that we were saying at the very start of the series about their game yesterday was, whilst Kase had like Kiles doing really well, it was one player, where you had 5 players on the other side that you had to deal with who were all playing out of their minds. That has continued into today. And it's not at all trying to put blame on anyone on the side of Focus, for example, and say you guys are playing bad. We've seen some really good play today from multiple of their members. There's just a little bit more depth, it feels, on the Apex roster.
A little bit of a battle of the smokes there from the Astros. KPZ deploying the first out in A main as a defensive one, but then there's one being used in response to stop the flank coming through whilst the rotate happened, and that puts Apex now in B main looking to push through in towards site. We've got smokes deployed absolutely everywhere, but they still manage to get themselves in there and they start finding kills. It's Keiko taking down Yugi, and that leaves us now in a 5 versus 3 as another kill is found onto line.
But Lewis manages to get the kill before being traded out, and second later, Magnum collects his man. Unsurprisingly, they're sat here playing with a Marshal, a couple of Sheriffs. That's all they've had to their name, and Apex have blitzed them out. But Focus had nothing they could do about it. It is understated how impactful that 1v2 from Mystic was in the previous round. Apex, they're almost there. 1 round to go. Focus have no more extra lives, no more second chances. 7 rounds back to back or bust.
Apex have got themselves on the cusp then of the big win here. I love that rotation into B, the push onto site and just moving through the smokes. They deployed a smoke on their flank side as they were leaving A main. Mystic just popped one of those nebulas so that they can move away without having to worry too much. They were confident nobody was going to push through that smoke, and it gave them the freedom to get onto B, and just well played from Apex. Saw the opportunity, got in there and got the job done.
Real Hail Mary in this round then. Oh, no way! Kiko's just absolutely had the man's life through the art window. Down goes one, traded out by Lewis on the other side. Ult stacked up, they've got the op on side, they've got everything they need to hold Apex at bay. So why, Tim, do I still feel so nervous for them?
That's it, you just feel like this is a one-way street almost at this point in time. Yes, they've got the ults that can maybe force a round or two, but they need 7 Des. That's the big problem for them, and I feel like Apex have come out there with that Keiko play just to send a message, essentially, just to say, you know what, we know the position we're in, and we're going to bring this fight right to your face. Apex are on the rotate again, and it looks like they're heading for B.
Able to rotate away here, at least, it feels. Away from the op of Yugi, which was waiting in towards A spawn. Now rotating out towards B. No one really here to challenge them. There's a little bit of utility, and you can just see stars being scattered down, pings coming in, like everything is ready here for this hit to come through. And Apex, with the Cosmic Divide, have played this so well. Perfect spot to be in.
Yeah, they're going to
this
move
is
it.
cheeky. This is so cheeky.
Getting that plant down, that is not going to be secured for the time being. It is going to be dropped.
No, Wingman's down. Oh,
Lime!
Lime!
Lime with a huge double, and that is going to be advantage Focus at the minute, but the plant is going to attempt to be stuck again. They don't want to push through this Cosmic Divide at the moment. They just get it down, but they're left in a terrible position. There's only Enzo left. 1v4 becomes 1v3.
And he's got to deal with the star. There's no way he gets out of it.
It's over.
The lockdown was there as well.
It's over. Enzo, it was a good try, but it's over.
That really was on Lime, just springing through the Cosmic Divide. I didn't expect him to land there.
The
Finds
wingman
3
being
kills.
shut down was the big one.
That was the big one.
If the plant gets secured at that point, then maybe things go a little bit
beautiful,
differently.
look.
It was fantastic.
Goes for a second as well. Imagine if he gets that
Oh,
too.
just off to the left, just missed his shot slightly. But yeah, the wingman getting taken down was a big moment, and then Lime gets in with a big double there and swings the round for Focus. So really well played from them defensively.
Okay, that's step 1 of 7, Tim.
Long way to go yet.
Still a very long way to go.
But they only had to use 1 ult to get that done.
They did. They've got 3 more to play with.
I'm not sure they had to use that 1 ult, to be
But
fair.
they did.
But they did.
Oh, wow, finds 4, so they know the push is on for A.
And the push will continue for the time being. They're not going to have time to relocate any smokes, I don't think. We'll see if KPZ can get that done, but it doesn't look like it's... Oh, yes, there is. 1 star has been moved. Just managed to get that done quickly enough. So as soon as the push does begin to move from A main, there you go. The smoke gets popped, and that's just going to stop them being able to progress too aggressively.
I think you must see a bit of a plaza scrap coming out there, and as we had the Cypher starting to square up against the Sova. But Magnum, I think, pulls back for a second there. He's got his trips down to watch out for anything, other kind of mad hijinks that might come on. Here we go. All stepping out for Lewis now as well. Great volley comes out over the top and immediately is put down at the back of sight here as well. Enzo finding his man. Magnum makes his move and finds the Sova. May get stabbed in the back here as Lime is coming up on the flank as well.
Last player standing.
Lime.
It's a rapid flurry of kills for
happen.
Apex there. It looks like that is going to be the job done, as it is 12-6. Magnum shuts it out. 13-6 will be the final score, as Apex, they managed to take their 2nd win here in VCT Ascension, Des, and it comes at the cost of Focus.
Of course it does, and that unbeaten streak against Focus continues. And for Focus, frustration once again. They started the series so strong, but just couldn't keep it going for maps 2 and 3 once Apex warmed into things. And I was speaking up to map 1, you know, this could turn into a real saucy group if Focus wins this series and Apex lose it. There's a world where Apex wouldn't make it out. But that feels like silly talk now. Of course, Tim, with those 2 wins, they should find themselves able to make it out pretty comfortably.
Yeah, some big moments. I've got to shout Mystic out there. Good throughout the game, but map 3 particularly, absolutely outstanding. Like I say, so many pivotal moments.
Yeah, for me, Shadow really coming online on that map as well.
Yeah.
Doing tons of work for his team on the KO. It's what we were saying during the game as well. You can look down at leaderboard of every single player on the side of Apex. You can point at and say, yeah, you had a massive impact in this game at one stage or another. Not straight in this map, but across the 3. Yeah, really, really big showing.
Got our MVPs there. Lime definitely deserves a shout for that performance on Pearl. Again, very much in a similar way to Mystic, getting in there and having those sort of big explosive moments for his team, but just unable really to drive them forward. You can see the rest of them just struggling to really get online in that one. And there you go, Mystic on the other side, no surprise. 23 and 13, what a performance.
Absolutely massive performance. And I want to shout out to production for a second, by the way. We can't hear you in talkback. You have left the Discord channel, so we can't hear you right now. So I'm very much flying blind. So I'll wait for a lower third to come up or something, and that'll be our guide. But for now, we can at least wrap up the game, Tim. Okay. Again, mega series. We came into it in the week. We saw we were scheduled for this game. We knew it was going to be absolutely enormous, and it proved to be enormous. It did.
Oh, it's been an absolutely fantastic game to watch. You know, we've had 2 close maps that have gone in either direction, and then Apex came out and just gave us something to really sort of get excited about in that 3rd map as well.
Absolutely loved it. And again, it's what it now means to the future for these 2 teams, you know. Focus, they're going to get pulled into the scrap for that 2nd place. I think with that win, many would say that was the biggest challenge that Apex would face. They've proven they can overcome that. Chances are they can do the next 2 teams as well. So now I'm starting to think, all right, that first spot is locked in. Now you've got the other teams that have got to fight over it. I believe it's Kase, it's Falcons, it's Focus. They've all got to have a real big war in this group, and I can't wait to see how it goes for the next 3 days. But we're all done here at it on the B stream. Let's throw it over to the A stream, where we can tune in to the end of their game as well. See you guys tomorrow.
Use that lockdown. Now they're going to try and force him completely out of position. They're even pinging the spot that he can be in.
They still have to deal with him. And that swing has one player super low. Ruxic, there's no one following. Kakan now, I mean, he's being decayed. He's sat up close, and Fizzy's got a prime position, but he swat. What? He switches weapon mid-fight. I don't like that. I don't like that, Tom.
Yeah, again, it's another round where I thought he had that one. Like, being able to get out of the position, even have, like, again, it's such a risky play. This whole round from Ruxic is genuine insanity. Like, plays close to the door, gets spotted by the drone, still manages to drop the spike in the door frame. It spams when he has, like, 30 HP and somehow gets away with it, and then just runs in, gives his life and gives the 1v1, and, well, unfortunately for Fizzy, it's gone the way of Kakan. Digital Athletics, they brought it back 4-5, and well, there's still a purchase at least.
I have a request for production, just myself. I want to see that kill on Ruxic after this round one more time, because I'm almost certain Kakan, after the lockdown popped, was checking inside the Viper's pit while his teammate fought, which was not physically possible for him to be there.
It's, you know.
I'll watch that back later at a minimum, but
we move on.
That was horrible. 5-4. Saw in the lead, but only barely. And they're up against now a few ultis that we've already seen pop. I mean, Ruxic has been unreal. I would not want to push into a site that this guy is on, and then a Viper's pit
not
added
even
to
that.
it.
Stand near a site, because he might just run through his own Viper's pit and try and kill you. Like, the thing is, I've seen NewKid do it with this sort of Viper's pit. Just run through it and get some kills. It's just that alpha confidence that we see from Viper players.
At least he has gone for the Phantom this time, Tom.
That's true. Also, Skyland now, he's playing around the same spot where they like to place their smoke, and is just sat there with a judge. Much more of an insta-kill chance, and with no real aggression on the other side, it's going to make it tough for Saw. 35 seconds left on the clock, his own smoke place, as said. He's just looking to try and wait for them to go through this. Judge on the other side, spam through from Masic. He's trying to almost sell this idea that there's a player on the other side, and well, the fake TP really hasn't sold anything whatsoever.
Got the one, but the reveal, a little too strong. Good shot from Masic. He's kept them back from that laneway. And the time, yeah, is running way, way down. Plant now just being started, nothing to push them off of it. Strong retake potential for Digital Athletics, especially with that Viper's pit. There's going to be some disruptive play. No paranoia from Davey. Could be a huge difference maker if it was online, giving Fizzy a much better chance in this upcoming fight, if it even is to be. You know, I'm not sure if anyone's going to go through top side. It's re-smoked right now. You probably are just hoping the main brunt of this force is going to be finding rewards. And with the snake bite down and a spray from Batty, there is no chance back through for Digital Athletics. Well handled.
Yeah, solid utility. Just utilizing their smokes up top, having a crossfire that was nasty, and then when they realized the snapback was coming through on the other side of the map, they...
Oh, no, here we go.
Enemy remaining.
It hadn't gone off yet, in all fairness. I think that's more Ruxic peeking ahead of time. Yeah. I'm glad we got to see that back, because I wanted to just double-check. The timing was a little off in the lockdown. Thank you, production. Appreciate you.
Well, 6-4. Again, I feel like a warranted lead held for Saw. They've definitely looked like the better side in this map, as they did the last, but as we saw in the previous as well, when it came to the attack side, that's where Digital Athletics really had their move. Again, they're down to just pistols. They've been spotted already. This time, Fizzy's not being caught by any nasty flank because he knows that it's coming, and the rest of the team, with that information, are going to go sprinting into A.
I love the idea of the snake bite even going through. I mean, just extra security for this squad as they make their push onto the A site. And look how free it is. I mean, their spidey senses are tingling here. They're thinking there's someone around any corner, but now they've cleared it out. They know it's theirs. The spike plant is down. It's about as well as you can imagine it going to start things off, and a clean play of Saul continues.
The thing I like from Saw as well is, like, in the last map, we saw them go, okay, well, I can hold a more aggressive position, catch some players off guard, not even bothering anymore. There's like, let's just play our crossfires. Let's not give them any 1v1s at all. We'll use our utility. That's where we have the stronghold over this map.
is when we played together.
What,
and
bro? What? That's the second time in 2 maps they've ran through their own nade and died to it.
Enemy remaining.
I don't know what to say at that point, man. 38.
Sacrifice.
Yeah. Well, they're not getting the orb at least. Don't worry.
But to be fair, they have taken down 4 players.
Done a lot of damage. Luckily, it's the final round, so they'll be able to drop over and not.
Yeah, financially they'll be fine. But yeah, 4 people end up going down.
It's the synergy, man. It's just in those moments, but even on the last map, it was the guy's own grenade. So at that point, it's nothing to do with synergy. That's the synergy with yourself.
Yeah.
The silly mistakes. And I mean, you know, we heard it on the desk. A few silly little mistakes is what they said.
In this round, I didn't see it. He could have just been going for a timing through it. They didn't have much to play with. Like, they were playing with, what, a couple of sheriffs?
Yeah, it was pistols. It was pistols.
I can forgive it more in this scenario.
For sure. And probably you just lob it over, it lands where it lands, maybe it gets someone.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, look, it is one of those things that's just funny to see it happen consistently. 1 per map. That's their 1, though. So no more needed.
Yeah. And the thing is, we could still end up at a 7-5 like last time and going into that attack side for Digital Athletics. They'll be fine with that. Then again, though, I'm liking this. Just this pack mentality from Saw. Like, okay, we're not going to give them those fights. We're not going to allow them to push in. I feel like Saw are very good at learning from their mistakes. And this A site has worked out very nicely, except when they've tried to go through this door.
Gonna avoid any KJ util at the start, but look who's up close again. It's Ruxic. He won't make his way out of that wall.
She's sprinting! It must be so difficult to play against the way that Digital Athletics take these fights. He knows there's multiple players. He just runs in, spamming bullets, and oh, the man advantage has kept a swing from Deep Mans. He wins the battle again. And now Fizzy is the only one standing. Deep Man's somewhat trapped in the corner, but it doesn't matter too much. A chance to redeem himself from that 1v2 earlier. First kill's free, but the second will be instantaneous on the trade. It is going to be that 7-5 scoreline once again. But as we've seen already, Saw are pretty good at winning those pistols.
Yeah, well, look, they're 3 for 3 right now. You can't really put too much doubt on their name coming into this 4th pistol of the series. Some really nice ideas. And I think in that moment, your players up close, it's a shame there's not someone closer to be able to take that fight with them. I think that's all they were missing, is having that one extra player who catches that swing that came through from Addicted, drops him, they keep control. Everything could have went their way, but the nature of the setup, that wasn't there to be played with. In the pistol, I mean, one of the things in general that we're going to be expecting to see from Saw is just straight up aggression out of that Neon, especially towards Rubble. You're claiming, or not Rubble, sorry, the broken wall over on A. You're claiming that control